In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Hello, 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 Grand Rising. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate your support. Hit the like button if you like this program. If you want to help me reach my goal is to possibly tell you something that you have not heard, to alert you to some news that has not been broadcast on your for-profit media news programs. So let's get into some of the things that I wanted to talk about today. I appreciate all of my new supporters. Let's give you guys a round of applause because you definitely deserve it. All of my new subscribers, you are much appreciated. I didn't want to replay my theme song though. You are much appreciated. My heart goes out to you, and not in a Hitler salute way. My heart doesn't go out to you in the way that Elon Musk tried to pretend that his hello, Steve Fan the Goat. Hello, Steve Fan the Goat. Welcome. If you enjoy this show, please subscribe to my channel. It would be much appreciated. So, as you see in my thumbnail, we have seen how Todd Blanche of 4547's personal attorney, who is the intern at the Department of Justice, has been sniffing all of Trump's farts and doing all of Trump's bidding. We're not going to pretend like we have not seen that. All of the crazy stuff that Todd Blanche has been doing in the name of 4547. You know, he has sniffed up the hottest farts, you know, the real hot ones that comes out, and he asks for more. Give me more. Can I have more, sir? Sir, can I sniff more of your hot farts, sir? Now, everybody understands that this is problematic that he would even put him in as the assist, ass, assistant attorney general under Pam Bimbo. Everybody saw this for what it was. Everybody saw Todd Blanche go out and visit Ghislaine Maxwell and then put her in a, a little puppy prison, a little soft prison. Everybody see this for what it is. And Todd Blanche sat his ass up there and tried to say that they had negotiated a deal on this fake lawsuit that Trump brought against the IRS. And then when it was so much pushback, they couldn't believe that even Republicans would say this is ridiculous. You had no suit, and at the most, anybody who actually was in on the suit that you tried to tag your name onto, the people who really actually put this suit in motion, Trump's name was nowhere on this suit. But then Alina Habba, the fucking wind-up doll that he has, ran in court and tried to add his name to it. And the most that the people in this suit would have possibly been awarded was $1,000. So somebody who is late to the party, who is too late to get their name even added to this suit, decides to sue the United States for $10 billion. Not $1 billion, $10 billion. Okay, so we know all of that bullshit that happens. But then all of a sudden, they've settled the case amongst themselves, a settlement that's supposed to happen alongside the judge in the case. No, the judge knew nothing about it. So here we are. Todd Blanche goes before Congress and says the part that he added about the Trumps and his family and their businesses of tax filings will no longer be allowed to be audited up until the day that this settlement happened. Not the forthcoming settlements, not the forthcoming tax returns, just all of their tax returns up into the day that he was audited. I mean, that they made the agreement. Now, somebody, I can't remember, somebody made a point. That means that Trump's 2025 tax returns are included in that. So somebody made a point that, well, what if Trump turns around and files an amendment to his 2025 tax returns and says, well, I am owed $10 billion from my taxes in 2025. We will not be able to audit that. Will your Treasury Department then, Scott Besson, then go in and pay that? Because Scott Besson, we're going to play Scott Besson. Scott Besson was in front of Congress yesterday, and he said that he follows the law, and the DOJ is my boss, and they're my attorneys, and we follow the law. So will that be law then? Is that law then? Since Todd Blanche made a get out of jail free card for Trump, his businesses, and his families? And somebody had a real good question. Who is his family? Who are we speaking of when we speak of his family? Are we speaking of his in-laws? Are we speaking of his second wife? What family members pertail? Are we speaking about Mary Trump, his niece, his family? Who does that all engulfs? His family. So a lot of people are interested about that. Now, let me share this with you. Let me get this out of your face. Oh, 1 second. Before I share this with you. Now, we know that we are, well, why are we even selling America's 250th anniversary? Why are we selling, so what is that called? I know it's a centennial. I've heard of a bicentennial. I heard of a tricentennial. What are we celebrating on Trump's birthday? Coincidentally, why are we celebrating 250 years of America in the first place? Do they have a word for that? Is there even a term for that? Or is it simply the fact that it just so happens that when Trump is in the presidency, the United States has been in existence for 250 years, so we are supposed to have a big celebration for this? What is this? Bicentennial and a half celebration? I've never heard of those. So I'm just really curious about why are we even celebrating this? And all of these events happen to be falling on 45, 47's birthday. Does that make sense to you? It makes no sense to me. We're going to talk about that now. You notice that they have changed many days. We know that he had his military parade, and it just coincidentally fell on his birthday last year. Where our trucks were going down the streets in Washington D.C., squeaking, and the soldiers were marching in line, and they were all off steps and out of beat and all of that. You remember that? And it just so happened to have fallen on 45, 47's birthday, this parade. You notice how everything, this celebration of this bicentennial and a half, is going to happen to fall on his birthday as well? Big celebration. What are we celebrating? Are we celebrating our country has been ruined from its original inception? Or are we celebrating 45, 47? We're not celebrating our country. Who's buying into this? Our country is 250 years old. Who buys into this dumb stuff? I'm very curious. Now, the way 45, 47 makes these arbitrary dates of celebration. Now, have you guys heard about the new Christopher Columbus? Christopher and Christine Columbus. So are we going to change Columbus Day? They have been screwing with a national holiday calendar, taking things like Juneteenth off, and Dr. King's Day, Black History, they have removed. So they have some space on the calendar since they have taken all of these national holidays that represent Black accomplishments off. So are we gonna have we have 2 days on the calendar? One can take Juneteenth, the Christopher Columbus Jr. and Christine Columbus can take Dr. King's holiday. See, we have these 2 days available on this white supremacist national calendar. So, have you guys heard about the new Chris and Christopher Columbus? I talked about it Wednesday on my show. I didn't delve well into it. I told you about this. It seems like Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner have discovered an island. A whole island. An island use. I said they have discovered an island. Let me let Ivanka tell you about the island and how she discovered this island. It's a way for him to waste more money on his ego. He wants a birthday party. I concur. Excuse me. Let me clear my throat. Let me clear my throat. I know you don't mind. Okay, so let me share. Let me share something with you about Christy Columbus is talking about her discovering a whole new world. Christy Columbus, where are you? Y'all didn't hear about this? I'm sure you guys have heard about this. Here we go. The audacity of these people. Hold on, let me make sure I found the right one.
Movie with Wesley Snipes. You know, it looks like some.
Hold on 1 second. Let me. I saw this on several. This interview that she did on several different platforms. Let me.
Utopian futuristic thing, and she's out there and she's like, hey, I want to let you know about this island I discovered. Everybody knows that I love adventure, and so I was out there. And she says all of these, like, there's all these, like, this language that she's using.
Okay, here, let me get to Ivanka and her new discovery. I'll let her tell you about it. Why don't
An incredible project with my husband in the Mediterranean. It's massive in scale.
I think that's an understatement. Can you explain?
Yes, it is.
There's no power on this island. You're building everything from scratch. Correct.
Well, it's an unbelievable, beautiful 1,400 hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. We were on a friend's boat and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the island.
we were on a friend's boat, and that's factually how we found it. This is factually how they discovered a whole what did she say? 2 hex island is reported to be 2 by 2 miles. It's a huge island. It's not like a little Gilligan's Island. It's more like the Fantasy Island with a big old mountain on it. And we were on a friend's boat, and we decided to have a swim. You were on a swim, a friend's boat, or were you on a super yacht? You want to know who this friend's boat that she was on? It was one of the Rothschilds boats that Jared and Ivanka Trump were on. One of the Rothschilds. She was on a super yacht of one of the Rothschilds, and they just happened upon an island. But they are the Trumps and the Rothschilds, so therefore, hey, if you are on your boat and you just run across an island, you can inhabit it and take it as your own. Do you hear the ridiculousness in this bitch right here? When and she said that she she just had to have it, and she has figured out that this is the way that she wants to live in a whole private island, this island that they are going to turn into some resort that has 6,000 cabins. This island that was used by the Soviet used by Albania and they have all of these bunkers underneath where they used to create submarines, and made sure that they could withstand a nuclear blast of this island that is actually a part of Albania. This island that has been uninhabited because it is a natural a nature preserve for all of the birds, the pelicans, the fish that is in this island. This island is uninhabited by choice to preserve nature. Now you have Jared and Ivanka Trump who are going to purchase this island, something that wasn't even for sale. Something that wasn't even for sale. But Jared Kushner, he's a part of the United States government. Now, they will try to fool you, and they will tell you that, hey, well, they bought this island in 2024 before Trump was in office. Yes, they did buy this island in 2024 before Trump was in office. However, they bought it in 2024 after Trump had been elected to be the president. Does that 2024 make a difference now to you? Now, Jared Kushner is going to the actual prime minister after Ivanka and Kushner found this island on the Rothschild super mega yacht. Guess who visited the mega yacht? The prime minister of Albania. And Jared Kushner is going to talk about the government part of it. And, it was just so interesting to see that the new prime minister of Albania is an artist. And it would be great to see what this artist has in store for Albania. But that's as far as it goes. He talks zero about the Albanian people. No, he's talking about his island. He smoothed and kissed ass and sucked up to this man to the point that they changed the law that allowed the Kushners to purchase this part of Albania. A recognized part of Albania. And what has happened now? The Kushners and the Trump have private security on this island as people from Albania are protesting their purchase of this land, and they're being dragged off. They're being assaulted and dragged off by personal security of the rich. Can you imagine this? This is happening in broad daylight. That the rich are able to do whatever they want and get personal security to drag the people off because they have been able to purchase the land under some quid pro quo type of shit. And if you protest it, you're going to be dragged off by personal security, private security, as the police stand by and watch you get beat and dragged off by private security. In 2026, these colonizers, they want to make America great again. They want to be colonizers once again. Okay.
We went on a hike, barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated.
Do you believe that Ivanka Trump went on a hike on an island that they didn't know existed, and that's how they found it? We just jumped off a yacht and to the ocean for a swim, and we just hiked up to the top with no shoes on. It's white sand beaches. It is so pristine. Do you believe that this bitch walked anywhere all the way up to the top, took a hike up anywhere all the way to the top on an unknown island, barefooted all the way? And they knew nothing about this island? That bitch should have run across, what is that, Snake Island? How come that bitch don't run across Snake Island and go hiking barefoot all the way up? You know, the island that is only inhabited by venomous snakes? How come she ain't found that out? Okay. So, I wanted to share that with you. And let me share Jared Kushner's rendition of finding this island and how important it is, and how the prime minister, he doesn't let you know that the prime minister, they summons them to this mega yacht of the Rothschilds that they were on. He never says anything about that. Let me share this with you. What Jared Kushner, the robber baron, has to say about this island, shall we? Here we go.
After we left government in the summer of 2021, we were on our friend Nat Rothschild's boat. We got picked up in Montenegro, and then we started sailing over to Corfu, and we spent a couple days in Albania. One of the nights there, Prime Minister Rama came to the boat. I had not met him when I was in government, but I was very, very impressed.
After we had left the government that you couldn't get a security clearance to be in, that you shouldn't have been in the capacity that you were, because you could not be granted a security clearance. So therefore, your father-in-law just overstepped the requirements for your security clearance. That time, after we left government, where are these people from? Where are they? Do they speak like this? Why, after we left government and I was no longer in government? These people are from New York City. And let's I'm not going to interrupt them.
We started sailing over to Corfu, and we spent a couple days in Albania. One of the nights there, Prime Minister Rama came to the boat. I had not met him when I was in government, but I was very, very impressed with his vision for what he wanted to do with Albania. I really didn't know anything about the country. I didn't understand the history, and the darkness of the history with the communism and the terrible leadership actually led to it being fully undeveloped as a nation. But Eddie came in. He has one of the cool things I was attracted to is the fact that he seemed like a very skilled politician.
Did he say Eddie came in? Oh, you and the prime minister are on a first name basis now. I didn't know much about the country, but now you know about the communists, and it was underdeveloped. Is that why it was underdeveloped, or was this? Is that why it was underdeveloped? This island? No, that's not why the island was underdeveloped.
Very strong and smart leader, but also the fact that he was an artist. I thought it'd be very cool to see what a country really led and built by an artist could be. And after we left government in the summer, led and built by an artist could be. And after we left government in the summer of 2021, we were on our friend Nat Rothschild's boat. We got picked up in Montenegro, and then we started sailing over to Corfu, and we spent a couple days in Albania. One of the nights there, Prime Minister Rama came to the boat. I had not met him when I was in government, but I was very, very impressed with his vision for what he wanted to do with Albania. I really didn't know anything about the country. I didn't.
Please expound on what he wants to do with Albania. Now, we understand that after they left government, as Kushner says, they got a $2 billion gift from Saudi Arabia for Jared Kushner's business. You know, the business that he has never been in, and the sovereign wealth firm in Saudi Arabia did in fact not want to give him money because he had no experience in the business that he was in. But that was overwritten by the Saudi crown prince. Let's be real clear about it. Now, since Jared Kushner, the ambassador to the peace ambassador, the arbiter of going to all of these different countries on behalf of the United States, who is not in government. He is the liaison of peace, representing the United States, but he's not in government. Since he's been flying all over the world and going on state-sponsored trips, but he's not in government. During this whole time, Jared Kushner has been trying to get more money out of Middle East countries. It has been reported that he was trying to get $5 billion more for his private company, as he is not in government, and he is flying over representing the United States in all of these rich countries, and groveling for billions of dollars. Why would they give Jared Kushner's all of these billions? Why does Jared Kushner has the balls to ask for billions of dollars? Surely you are offering something for this ask. Mm. Okay. I wanted to share. I wanted to share that with you. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, so this is the company that will be developing this private island. Jared Kushner's own company is in charge of developing this island. Now, is there one more thing? I think there is a little more. Let me see what you guys think of that. Do you think anything of that? Yes, it is. He will not pass the smell test. Hey, Happy Life. Yes, he will not pass the smell test. Okay, so let's get into some more things that I wanted to talk about. So, my question is, are we now going to have new holidays on our calendar that Ivanka and Jared Kushner have become the new Columbus and have discovered a whole new island that they are going to make into some luxury villas for the rich? I just realized that this is the way that I want to live. Is that the way you want to live? You want to live isolated away from all people. You know, these olive palm colored people, the first thing that they think about is their own personal safety. So are you such an outcast in society that you desire to live among only your own people? You know, I only want to live amongst my own. I only want to live amongst rich and servants. The only poor people I want to be around my island are my servants who I will underpay and abuse. Is this a typical rich bitch? And now they have a whole new cadence to their talk because of all the Saudi money that they have gotten, that you cannot tell that these are some regular ass New Yorkers. Is this what we're doing? Is this what we're doing? We have given Trump's children and his son-in-law access to profit so much off of his administration. But y'all was mad when Hunter Biden was uh, creating his own paintings, and people paid a lot of money for his actual paintings, for the thing that he actually did. But what is Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump doing to become billionaires? Nobody ever asked that. Anyway, there's that. What else is there I want to talk about? I also wanted to talk about Trump has chosen Todd Blanche to be the permanent Attorney General at the DOJ. Now, who is Mark McCasty? Mark McCasty. You guys remember, I believe it was in Alabama, of all places. Was it Missouri? It was in Missouri. Are you guys familiar with Mark McCasty? Now, Mark McCasty is an attorney, a private injury attorney, who has written briefs and of reasons why the January 6th rioters, these obstructionists, should get paid money. Now, it has been reported that this Mark McCasty is also since Todd Blanche said that the fund it would never happen. They're no longer doing the fund, but you notice Todd Blanche refused to put that in writing. He refused to put that in writing because they are going to use another avenue. It has been reported that they are going to use another avenue to get to pay these rioters, because these rioters need to know that you are being paid for your obstructionist. Even the obstruction that you pled guilty to, you're going to get paid from your government, because we need to let anybody else like you, and we need to let you and anybody else like you who want in on this money to be paid and not work for the government, and to go in maybe to like polling places and do the shit that you did in the Capitol. We need to let you know we got our back, because the election is coming and it doesn't look good for Republicans. So we need to keep all of these Antifa and all of these domestic terrorists, all of these left-wing domestic terrorists from voting. So we need to bring in our own terrorists, our paid obstructionists. We need to blow this dog whistle very hard, so all of the obstructionists near and far can see it, and do whatever you want to do, because we have already showed you whatever you do, you will not have to pay for anything you do. Anything. We're just going to give you a blanketed pardon. We don't care what you do. Just do it. Just be there. What did he tell the Proud Boys? Stand back and stand by. Okay. Mark McCasty. You may remember him. When the Black Lives Matter protests were going through a neighborhood in Missouri, there was this white Karen standing out there with a pistol barefoot on her mansion that used to be a whole bank that her and her attorney husband had turned into their personal home. And Mark McCasty, the private injury attorney, was standing out there with an AK on their property, aiming him at the Black Lives Matter marchers who was marching through their neighborhood. Y'all remember them? Now this is the person that is saying that the obstructionists of January 6th were within their rights to protest their government in the way that they protest their government. And the simple fact that the Biden administration had the audacity to charge these people with crime. Therefore, your tax dollars should go to pay these people. The same people that saw the Black Lives Matter protests march through their neighborhood, harming absolutely nothing, held a AK-47. No, was it an AK? Or was it a... It was either an AK or a... what did they call that thing now? An assault rifle, nonetheless. This is the same man who pulled out an assault rifle when Black Lives Matter marched through his neighborhood peacefully. How ironic. How do you find that this is ironic? Do you think that we are living in a new era, as the Supreme Court wants you to believe that race is not a factor in anything? Do you think that race is not a factor in the part that this attorney pulled out an assault rifle and his wife stood there with a pistol pointing it at people that were no threat to them, and offered no threats to them? And then he wants to rob our treasury of dollars for people who try to prevent the election from being certified in 2020. And do you think we're post-racist in this country? Do you think that now? We're going to talk about him. Let me see. I talked about Christopher Columbus. We're going to look at a couple of hearings. One of the hearings we're going to look at is Brooke Rollins. Do any of you guys know who Brooke Rollins is? She's in the Trump administration, in a very important position in the Trump administration. Brooke Rollins is the agriculture secretary. If you're not familiar with Brooke Rollins, I showed you just last week that Brooke Rollins was so thrilled that 4 million people had left the food stamps program. But I don't know if they left because they found jobs in this jobless job market. She couldn't tell you if they found jobs that allowed them to better buy food and they no longer need food stamps. For decades there have been people who are working jobs and still are eligible for food stamps. But Brooke Rollins was just happy that 4 million people were no longer on the food assistance program. She couldn't tell you where they went, how they dropped off. But Brooke Rollins, I want to know how many people are on food assistance right now and actually have jobs. So she tried to pretend as if, oh, well, maybe all of these 4 million people got jobs in our jobless economy. Now, in May, this economy lost 97,000 jobs in May. 97,000 jobs. But Brooke Rollins is unconcerned with where these people went who needed food assistance, that they were just no longer on the food assistance program. Now, it's also important that I play this with you because in some southern states they call food assistance and things like that TANF programs, welfare programs. What I want to play something about the welfare program in Mississippi. Now we've talked about the welfare program in Mississippi. How Brett, I haven't seen JD Vance talk about this fraud. He's over fraud in the United States. He's talked about fraud about the Somalians and the red states. I mean the blue states and all of this fraud that goes on there. Did you hear JD Vance say anything about Brett Favre and the fraud that he perpetrated in Mississippi? Have you heard about this red state fraud where they gave a millionaire, a multi-millionaire, all of this money from the TANF department, the welfare department of Mississippi, and to do jobs that he didn't do and build a whole volleyball stadium at his alma mater because his daughter played volleyball? Did you hear JD Vance and it finally coming out in the text messages that Brett Favre wrote, saying they won't be able to tell where the money came from, but Brett Favre played dumb, like he didn't know where the money came from, like Brett Favre played dumb, like he didn't know that the money was coming from the state welfare coffers, welfare to feed hungry children. Brett Favre act like he had no idea where the money came from. Right, the Brett Favre that was demanded to repay the money, who still has not repaid all the money, has not repaid all the interest. Did you hear your vice president on fraud talk about Brett Favre? Oh, I'm sure you haven't. Okay, so why am I talking about this? Do you trust the Brooke Rollins? Do you trust Brooke Rollins with anything regarding food and food? The Department of Agriculture that she's over. I haven't heard Brooke Rollins say anything about that fraud that Brett Favre committed. But Brooke Rollins is another one who is talking about everything but the fraud of white people. So do you trust Brooke Rollins now that the screw worm, a flesh-eating bacteria, has been discovered in Texas? Did you know that? Did you know that? A flesh eating bacteria has been found in Texas, and the most thing that Brooke Rollins and like all of the Trump administration do, she is trying to blame this on President Biden. It's President Biden's fault that last week, after they have been in office a year and a half, this is President Biden's fault. But she wants to assure you that she is on top of it. You know, kind of like she's on top of getting people off of food assistance, and she's so on top of it that she can't even tell you why these people have gotten off food assistance. She wants to cheerlead the fact that 4 million people are no longer on food assistance, and she wants to just try to pretend like, well, maybe they have gotten jobs that pay them, that they no longer need them. She wants to implant this false narrative that she herself, implanting the narrative, is not sure that has ever happened. Do you think that she, who is in charge of the Department of Agriculture, is the one who tells you after 1 week this is under control? As she sits before the Senate and tells them, in fact, it is not under control. Well, you know, we have to create these flies that that are attracted to the worms, and we need something like 3 million flies a day, but we are only creating 1 million flies a day, and we are creating these flies in Panama, but it's all under control. We are creating a third of what we need to combat this, but it's all under control. Are you guys aware of the new flesh-eating worm that has been found in U.S. cattle? Now, how do you say? Is she blaming it on Biden? It's Biden's fault because of the open borders. I didn't know. I did not realize. She actually says that he allowed the borders to be open, and people are poured into the United States with their cattle. This bitch said that people poured through the border with their cattle. So do you trust her with this screwworm, flesh-eating parasite, or not? Because everybody knows what nobody flowing through the border with no motherfucking cows. But this is who 4547 decided to put into a key position that could affect your welfare. That's all I'm telling you. What else I want to talk about? And let's not forget who's over Health and Human Services, RFK Jr. So we already know RFK Jr. Probably wants to examine a part of the calf, or whatever it is, and put it in the trunk of his car and take it home, and probably try to eat it and see what happens to him. This is who's over Health and Human Services. So I didn't know if you guys were aware of that information, but I just wanted to make you aware that there is a new flesh-eating. It's not a bacteria. There's a new flesh-eating worm that has been found in cattle in Texas. So you may eat a sandwich and it may eat you later. You may eat a burger, you may eat a steak, and it may in turn do the same to you. This is what's going on. Now, we know that the price of beef in the United States has skyrocketed. We know that there are many beef farmers. There are many cattle ranchers who are unable to make a profit on their beef because they have let not Argent they are selling Argentine beef in the United States because the Argentine people are suffering as they ignore the suffering of the American farmers. We also know that they have allowed. Who is the meat packing? They have allowed. God, they have allowed meat packing to be bought up by a foreign company. Who is it? I did the story. Oh God. I'll get back with you. They have bought up all the meat packing businesses, and our American farmers cannot even afford to get their beef chopped up and sold and chopped up because it's too expensive. They will be going in the hole in raising their beef, sending it off to slaughter. They will lose money. This company that has bought up all the meat packing in the United States. They are two brothers. They're not from Argentina. They are from somewhere else, and they have been in jail for corruption. But now they are on the stock exchange in the United States because your government has allowed these people who have been convicted of fraud to buy up all of the meat packing in the United States and making it where America ranchers cannot afford to be ranchers anymore. This is what's going on in the United States of America. And now there's this pesky flesh-eating worm that has been found in American beef. Greg Abbott, you got a solution for that? Everything's greater in Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas, or what the fuck ever. Everything's fucked up in Texas right about now. Okay, let me see. Let me see what else I have. Another counter-terrorism position has been given to a young January 6th rioter. Are you familiar with that? Let's finish talking about this parasite. Here we go. If you are unfamiliar with this information, this will be in my description under flesh-eating worm. Here we go. It's from Reuters. U.S. race to contain flesh-eating parasite. Screwworm reports no further cases. The first case that they found. Now, we're to believe that this is Joe Biden's fault. USDA says containment efforts are underway. Feeder cattle features rally over 3%. Texas livestock industry faces up to $1.8 billion in economic losses if screwworm spreads, experts warn. La Pryor, Texas, June 4th. Rutgers followed the first contamination of screwworm, a flesh-eating parasite, on a U.S. farm in decades. Now, the United States have not had screwworms in around 50 years. Is America safe again yet? It seems like this administration wants to take America back to how it was in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s. That also means that the diseases and stuff that we had in the 30s and 40s and 50s under these people that he has put over the most important agencies. You will now get the diseases and foodborne diseases that were going on in the 30s and 40s and 50s. He appoints brain dead bitches and science deniers over the Health and Human Services. So let's continue. A flesh-eating parasite on the U.S. farm in decades. Federal and state officials have fanned out in South Texas, where a calf was found infested this week. Now, if the calf is infested, what are the possibilities that the mother of the calf is also infested? Because anybody that knows anything about having puppies, a dog having puppies, after I don't know how many weeks it is mandatory that you deworm your puppies. A new litter of puppies, all of the puppies have to be dewormed. Even if the host dog is on a regular treatment of dewormer. Why? It's because they said basically nearly 100% of new puppies will have worms, regardless of the worm treatment of the mother. Let that sink in. So what do you think? Where do you think that mama calf is? Are they not telling us what happened to the mother calf, because that calf has already been slaughtered and is sitting in your supermarket right now? I'm just curious. Let's continue. U.S. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins said on Thursday no other infestation of cattle or other animals have been detected around these confirmed cases. Do you believe Brooke Rollins? The case in La Pryor, Texas, is a blow to U.S. cattle ranchers who have been bracing for a domestic outbreak of New World screwworm as the fly advanced north through Mexico. Now, this is caused by a fly. But Brooke Rollins want you to believe that it is due to the open borders. Now, Brooke Rollins said that they had expected cases of screwworm to happen last summer, and but they have but the Trump administration had created measures to try to prevent it. And so that it has come this summer, that is because of all of the things that they did last summer to prevent us. But she named nothing that they did to prevent screwworms from showing up last summer. But she wants you to believe that they did so much. And, we were so busy making sure that we were, well, how come you didn't stay busy, bitch? If you prevented it from coming to the United States last summer, because you predicted it would be in the United States last summer, shouldn't you have kept up your efforts? Why is it here this summer? Because she's lying. Because she's a liar. She wants you to believe that the open borders. So you mean we really have to build a wall and a dome to keep the actual reason for screwworm being in the United States out. She wants you to believe that it was because other infected cattle was being brought in by undocumented immigrants. She wants to blame Biden for this. In these other cases were brought in by infected cows from Mexico. People coming from Venezuela. They walked all the way across the border with their infected screwworm cows. What is the likelihood of that? None. Okay. Let me see. The case in La Pryor, Texas is a blow to U.S. cattle ranchers who have been bracing for a domestic outbreak of New World screwworm as the fly advanced north through Mexico over the past year. The U.S. Department of Agriculture broke ground in April April of 2026, on a facility to produce sterile flies, which experts describe as the best tool for combating the pest, but it will not come online until late 2027. You feel safe now? Do you feel safe? That Brooke Rollins wants to lie and sit up in Congress and lie and said that they had done so much, and now it's June. It's early June. This plant that they to grow these worms was set up sometime over a month ago. But she wants you to believe that the Department of Agriculture, who knew this was coming, has been doing so much, and they just opened a plant to create these flies. But now they are getting flies from a place in Panama, but not enough flies. This is who is over the Department of Agriculture, because she was too busy figuring out ways to have everybody who is on food assistance have to reapply for food assistance, so they can see how many people they would be able to drop off of food assistance. This is what this bitch was concentrating on. Okay, let's continue. And you are going to be shocked at their own metrics of how many people are actually abusing SNAP benefits. You're going to be surprised at their own numbers, which Brooke Rollins is going to deny and tell you is much higher than the government-owned numbers about fraud in the food stamp program. In the meantime, this bitch is paying attention to that, trying to placate all of this bullshit about waste, fraud, and abuse. But she's not doing anything about this fly. That by her own acknowledgement, that she said they had expected in the United States a year earlier than it has gotten here, but she did nothing to prevent it. But this April, hey, we broke ground on something. Do you got to break ground on everything? These motherfuckers are buying up warehouses at 1,000% more than they are worth. They are buying up warehouses and all of this, but to combat a worm that gets in cows, these cows that could go undetected for this worm that can be slaughtered and put on your grocery shelves. They have to break ground on a facility. They cannot go and buy up one of these empty warehouses. Oh no, because we have to grow flies in brand new facilities. We put undocumented immigrants in worn out warehouses. We can't do that to grow flies. We have to break ground on a new facility. Do you understand the bullshit? Do you hear the bullshit that is coming out? Do you feel safe, America? America, are you safer under this administration? Okay. The Lapar case is a blow to U.S. cattle ranchers who have been bracing for a domestic outbreak of new screwworm as the fly advances through Mexico over the past year. The U.S. Department of Agriculture broke ground in April on a facility to produce sterile flies, which experts describe as the best tool for combating the pest, but it will not come until 2027. The federal agency and Texas official quickly halted the movement of animals in a 20 kilometer, 12.4 mile area around the case and took other steps to prevent the parasite from spreading. What other steps? They can't be specific. There's no specific other steps that they took. They took other steps. What other steps? None. Now, if every major road out of La Playa, Texas is marked with a blinking orange road sign urging all vehicles carrying livestock to pull over, to demanding. Urging or demanding. Urging all vehicles carrying livestock to pull over to a checkpoint staffed with sheriffs and state personnel who inspect the animal for signs of screwworm. Sheriffs, these sheriffs are going to inspect animals now. This is what the Department of Agriculture has sheriffs inspecting animals for screwworms. Not scientists, not doctors, not anything. Sheriffs. This is what your sheriffs are doing, inspecting animals for screwworms. And what expertise do they have in this? I'm very curious. I'm pretty sure they have some training. But do you trust that? Is that something that you would trust? If we all work together and follow these treatment and movement restrictions, what treatment? What treatment? I heard nothing of any treatment. If we all work together and follow these treatment and movement restriction guidelines, there is no reason to believe that this incursion will result in any sort of establishment of the pest on our side of the border, Rollins told reporters. So, what treatment is she talking about? These are flies. And you have nothing, you have done absolutely nothing to get rid of flies. So you're talking about if we do this treatment that has from up until now has gone unmentioned, if we can continue this treatment and inspection, this is going to prevent the screw worm from setting up in the United States. What have you done to combat the problem, which is the flies? Huh? Brooke, what have you done? Rollins earlier told U.S. lawmakers that the USDA believed it could contain the case, the first in Texas since 1966. That's 60 years. This is the first case since 1966. Oh, 50 years. No, 60 years. That it's been 60 years since this has broke out in the United States. And we have Brooke Rollins, who is always at every motherfucking Mar-a-Lago party, sitting up here in Mar-a-Lago with all of these Mar-a-Lago face bitches. And now we got screwworm in our beef. Make it make sense. And it is, and has also said screwworm is not a food safety threat. A Tradosphere rider infestations could further shrink the U.S. cattle herd, which is the smallest in 75 years, and dampen U.S. consumer demand for beef. It's not a food safety hazard. Go ahead and eat the beef from a cow that has a flesh-eating worm in it. What's the downside of that? It's safe. It's safe. It died from worms eating its flesh, but hey, have at it. They're telling you that there's no food safety hazard in this. So, hey, if one of them gets on your grocery shelf, hey, you're going to be okay. You want to eat a burger made from a cow that had a screwworm disease, that died from screwworm disease? Do you want anything to do with beef on your plate that comes from a cow that has screwworm disease? Brooke Rollins said, hey, it's no threat to you. These are the people who are sitting at the top of the most important agencies in the United States. And thus, we have a flesh-eating worm in our Department of Agriculture. And this is the best the head of the Department of Agriculture can tell you. I'm just curious if you knew about this. Okay. Screwworms are a parasitic flies whose female lays eggs in open wounds and mucous membranes on any warm-blooded animal. Once the eggs hatch, hundreds of screwworm larvae use their sharp mouths to burrow through living flesh, eventually killing their host if left untreated. The New World screwworm sounds like something from a horror movie, but it's real, said Nate Sheets, a Republican nominee for the Texas Agriculture Commissioner. It is an agriculture emergency. Did you guys know? Is a for-profit media talking about this? Feeder cattle futures initially dropped on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange on Thursday as traders worried the infestation could reduce consumers' appetite for beef. Further, futures quickly rallied more than 3%. More than 3%. 3%. Futures quickly rallied more than 3%. The detections threatened Texas livestock industry, which could face up to $1.8 billion in estimated economic losses if screwworm spread widely, expert says. We're going to need to see how fast it spreads and how the consumer reacts, said Matt Wingenthal, commodity broker for Futures One. Until we see a big demand impact from the consumer side, cattle numbers are still tight. U.S. cattle suppliers dwindled after a persistent drought hiked feeding costs and forced ranchers to slash their herds. Now, we talked about this. Our cattle ranchers cannot even afford to bring cattle to market because they're not making any money. Why? Because of the tariffs. You know those pesky little tariffs that 45, 47 put on everything? That's why. The decline has left meat packers such as JBS. JBS is the meat packer, and they are from Brazil. JBS Meat Packers, the largest meat packer in the United States, owned by Brazilians that have been to jail for fraud. JBS is the one that is making it impossible for small ranchers to have their cattle go to market. JBS from Brazil. I told you I get it. I told you I get it for you. The decline has left meat packers such as JBS, Cargill, and Tyson Foods struggling to find enough animals to process in their beef plants. But they were, prior to this, they were undercutting U.S. farmers, and now they're struggling to find enough cattle. How apropos. How apropos when they wanted to give U.S. cattle farmers little to nothing for their cows and goats and all of this. They were the ones who were letting U.S. ranchers go broke because they were charging them so much to process their beef. So they were actually getting no profit from the processing of the beef or the sheep or the chickens or whatever that they had to feed and take care of up until it was time to have them go to slaughter. And they were making no money on all of the money that they are investing. See, when you have animals, to have a healthy animal, you have to invest money in it. You have to give it good feed. You have to make sure it is healthy. You have vet treatments and all of that, even for cows. But these cattle ranchers were making zero money when they sent their cattle to market. They were asking for help. They got no help from the Trump administration. The Trump administration said we'll have to figure that out later. Guess you ain't gonna have to figure it out now. The Meat Institute, which represents processors, urged the USDA to consider allowing low-risk shipments of livestock for slaughter after the agency said it had frozen animal movement in an area around the case. Such shipments could include animals moving directly to slaughter from a farm that is not infested, the Institute said. The USDA spent millions of dollars attempting to keep out the pests. Millions? Now, the USDA spent millions of dollars attempting to keep out the pest and has blocked imports of Mexican livestock for more than a year. U.S. Ports of entry will remain closed to Mexican livestock until further notice, Rollins said. But Brooke Rollins, you've been in office for a year and a half. They have been projecting this could happen in the United States for 3 years. So are you a little late in what you were doing? And you have spent millions of dollars attempting to keep a flesh-eating worm out of the United States. Only millions. Millions could mean 2 millions. How much have you spent, Brooke Rollins? Because usually this is an administration that is always talking in billions of dollars. They don't even talk in hundreds of millions of dollars. So you mean to tell me you spent millions? What is millions? Or 1.1 million could be millions because it's more than a single unit of millions. So what have you spent to keep our cattle safe? Department of Agriculture Chair Brooke Rollins, you have probably spent more on that plastic surgeon face than you have to keep our food safe, Brooke Rollins. Okay. The USDA has spent millions of dollars attempting to keep out the pest and has blocked imports from Mexican livestock. The infestation signals of screwworm flies arrived in the U.S. anyway and will expand in wildlife populations, not just cows, in wildlife population as a whole, said Lee Haynes, an associate research professor of biological sciences at the University of Notre Dame in Indiana. The burden falls hardest on farmers who must monitor animals scattered across vast open rangeland, often going unobserved for days at a time, Haynes said. Screwworms were eradicated from the United States in the 1960s. Kind of like how measles were eradicated in the United States because we had serious people working in our Department of Agriculture and Health and Human Services because we had people who actually gave a fuck, who were not trying to sell supplements as opposed to real medical based on actual science that work. Unlike we have now in our Department of Health and Human Services with RFK Jr. Why is measles and screwworms on the uptick under this administration? Because we have fools running these agencies. Okay, let's continue. Where was it? Screwworms were eradicated from the United States in the 1960s when researchers began releasing massive numbers of sterilized male screwworm flies that mate with wild female screwworms to produce infertile eggs. U.S. officials said that they were releasing sterile flies on the ground near the case and from the sky. They are releasing sterile flies on the ground near the case and from the sky. So you think that the screwworm is only concentrated in the area that you found the one case of screwworms. So you think that these flies have not flown further than where you have finally found a case? Oh, so you think that they said, "Hey, we got one cow, all of us, let's stay in this area." How stupid and ignorant do these people sound? Because we found the case here, the flies have not flown any further than this ranch or where this cattle is. How stupid. You mean it was only one fly that came into the United States and laid eggs on this calf? You mean it was only one fly? When you say that there was an influx of these flies that were coming to the, so it was we just only need to drop flies in this immediate area. Okay. Make it make sense. It can't make sense because you have dummies over the Department of Agriculture, and they have fired most of the scientists. Uh, all that they care about is falling on their knees and kissing ass to Donald Trump. I need to tell you, Donald Trump, you are the best president. Donald Trump, you have you seen Brooke Rollins in these cabinet meetings? A whole fucking idiot. And the the longest thing that she can talk about is her reference to Donald Trump and his greatness. Okay, I just wanted to let you know about that. The U.S. officials said they were releasing sterile flies on the ground near the cases and from the sky. We are really flooding the zone in this impacted area. Well, it seems like that all of Texas is an impacted area. That you should be flooding the zones all up and through Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, Louisiana. If you want to talk about flooding the zone, let's really flood the zone. So you are supposed to be placated by them flooding the zone where this one case showed up. Nobody has the mind power to believe that you need to flood a far bigger zone. But I'm just giving you the information. Uh, this article is linked in my description box. It is under screwworm. That's what I'll put it under, screwworm. Do you guys know about that? Oh God. I am back. Thank you for waiting. I apologize. Ugh, I am so done with this dang on computer kicking me out. Let me drop this link in the chat so you will be able to access the screw worm story. The link is in the description box, and we're gonna move on. I just wanted you to uh, I just wanted you to know about that. Hmm. Oh, hold on. Oh my God. I have to collect the information once again. Bear with me. Here we go. The screwworm story. So, did you guys understand or know about this screwworm, flesh-eating worm? If you didn't, it is in my description box. Wait a minute. Now it's in my description box. Okay. Now, there is something else that I wanted to talk about. We all know how Pete Kegbreath is always talking about people having a merit. Only people with merit are going to advance in the Pentagon. Y'all heard about that meritocracy that Pete Kegbreath demands? Of course you have. You know the merit that Pete Kegbreath doesn't have himself for the position that he is in? Of course we've heard about meritocracy. So, I'm curious if you heard about the new hire at the Pentagon. Let me share this with you. Here we go. Trump administration. Hold on. This could be one of the reasons why I keep getting kicked out. Trump administration stuns by appointing convicted January 6 rioter to a major counterterrorism role. A major counterterrorism role. Let's see who this person is. You know, who Kegbreath, who is pointing at Raising Cain, the 3-star general who replaced a black 4-star general, and Raising Cain was appointed to this black 4-star general who was fired by Pete Kegbreath for absolutely no reason other than my opinion that Pete Kegbreath is a white supremacist. Now, Raising Cain right here was a 3-star general, a retired 3-star general, and did not even have the qualifications to have the position that Keck did the position, and it was months later that he had. Now, these are people who are talk about the meritocracy of people and their tests were being downplayed and requirements were being bypassed to get a DEI, to get black people in these positions. And they are giving these positions that they take from black qualified leaders and giving them to unqualified white leaders. Are we clear on what we're talking about? Pete Keckbreath, who has the latest numbers of people that Keckbreath has blocked them getting stars. At first, it was 2 black people and 2 women. Now it has gone up into the teens of black people who Keckbreath has made sure that he has gone in and prevented them from getting a star rank. Oh, be it first, second, or third. Keckbreath, make sure he goes in and block all stars for black people in the United States military. Are we clear on this? Are we clear on this? Pete Keckbreath with the Christian Crusade tattoo on his fucking chest, bigger than his fucking head. It's probably fuller than his head too, because his head sure is empty. Now, are we gonna pretend like we don't see what is really going on here? Are we gonna pretend like we don't know who these people really are, who this administration really is? They talk about all of this meritocracy. Let's see what merit this January 6th person has to be a part of counterterrorism, shall we? President 4547's administration stunned political analysts and observers on Tuesday by appointing a convicted January 6th rioter to a key counterterrorism job, according to a new report. The Washington Post reported that Trump appointed Elias Irizarry to a job in the Defense Department's Special Operation and Low Intensity Conflict Office. The office oversees and advocates for special operations and irregular irregular warfare throughout the Department of War. To ensure these capabilities are resource ready and properly employed in accordance with the National Defense Strategy, according to its website. Irizarry was 19 and a freshman at the Citadel at the time he participated in the Capitol riots, according to the report. He pled guilty to a misdemeanor charge of entering a restricted area and was sentenced to 14 days in jail, it added. Also read exclusive secret donors pump millions into groups behind gutting of black voting rights. There's another story that is embedded in this story. Irizarry was appointed at a time when the Trump administration had adopted a new national security protocol that defined violent left-wing groups as domestic terror threats, which sparked concerns that it could be used to go after anyone Trump defines as his political enemy. Isn't it funny that a January 6th rioter is appointed in the Pentagon at a time when your president is trying to pretend like the left wings are domestic terrorists if they go out and protest their government? Isn't it funny that is what gives a January 6th actual rioter who pled guilty to the charge of what he was charged on? Isn't it funny? Or is it sickening? Okay. The move sparked swift backlash. In the case of rescue extraction mission, it can place our special operators in some of the most complex and dangerous environments. We asked of them, one person familiar with the Irizarry hiring told the Post, to put someone so junior and new to the DOD Department of Defense. And with such a checkered background into such a sensitive portfolio raises serious questions for leadership. There is no there is no question because we know the leadership at the DOD is unqualified. Political analysis and observers also reacted to the news on social media. When I was a reporter at the Post Courier, I covered the Elise's Izari case. He was a cadet at the Citadel and was kicked out of the senior military college. Republican Society Post January 6th. Thomas Novelty, an air and space warfare reporter at Defense One, posted on X, when I called him for comment, he gave the phone to his mom. And he was kicked out of, he was in the Citadel and he was kicked out of the Citadel. And then he wants to mommy to protect him. And this is who your government decide to put in a high position counterterrorism position at the Department of the not the DOD, the DOW, the Department of War. This is what your government is doing. This is what the people who tell you that everything is going to be based on meritocracy, as they try to explain away why they are firing all generals, all people who have stars and ranking who are black in the United States military. They're talking about merit, and a whole motherfucking college Citadel dropout gets a high-ranking position. Well, shit, Pete Keckbreath has the highest-ranking position, and we know he's not qualified. Are you guys aware of this? We are over there in a war, and of course, who would be able to? Who would 4547 be able to pull off all of the war crimes that the United States has been a part of, other than Pete Keckbreath? Whom? Would it be any real qualified military person? I guess it would be some, because they are still killing people in the Caribbean. And the strange thing about that, these killings in the Caribbean, if we haven't discussed it, one of the things that is not required to strike on a Caribbean boat that they tell you that are narco drug traffickers, the only thing that is not required to initiate the strike, what is not required is the fact that you see drugs on the boat. It is not required to see drugs on the boat. You remember your president tried to tell you how much drugs you saw that was blown up in the first or second strike that they released. And your president tried to tell you, look at all the drugs on the boat. No, it is not even required to see drugs on the boat. Have you seen any drugs in the water? Have you seen them show you they have recovered drugs? No, you have not seen that, because there is no drugs on these boats. And for them, they have three requirements and two of the three, they will not tell you what these requirements are. But none of the requirements are you see them transporting drugs, because you see drugs on the boats. But everything is about merit. Do you think everything is about merit? This is a whole bunch of, we're going to recapture the Western Hemisphere bullshit. That's what all of this is about. We are going to go throughout the Western Hemisphere, and we're going to set up a puppet government, and we're going to raid other sovereign countries of their natural resources. That's what all of this is about. All of this talking about our hemisphere and all of this shit. Why are what does your hemisphere have to do with you and the cost of living that you are under in this administration? It has absolutely nothing to do with you. But what does the wealth of the rest of the Western Hemisphere have to do with your president getting richer? You know, like your president selling that Venezuelan oil and putting it in a in a uh, uh, a bank account in Qatar that he only has access to. And it's just amazing. It's just amazing that this shit is continuing to go on. All of this lawlessness is continuing to go on. All of this grifting and stealing is allowed to continue to go on. As you pay more and more, it has been reported that in the United States right now that there is an increase in people who are paying their credit card debts off late. What does that mean? That means you are incurring late fees. But the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told you that he spoke to many of the credit card owners, and they are not concerned. Of course they aren't concerned. Of course they're not concerned that more Americans than ever in the history of credit card debt are paying their credit cards debt off late, because they're making money off of more people paying late, because more people are accruing late fees, which gives them more money. Why would they care? Okay. When I was a reporter at the Post Courier, I covered the Elias. I said that under any other president, this would be a scandal of the year. Under Trump, it is merely the scandal of the hour. Larry Sabato, director of the University of Virginia Center of Politics, posted on X. To all the aspiring national security professionals out there, AI won't take your job. A convicted January 6th rioter will. Hope that helps. Barrett Dooley, who writes the Technocrat Defense newsletter, responded on X. So did you know that? Did you know that? Just another thing that I wanted you to know. This is in my description box under unqualified. Unqualified. Here we go. If you want to read that for yourself, have at it. Now, here we go. Let me share this with you. Now, there was someone who came before Congress, and yeah, this was Congress, and he was questioned by Joe Neguse. If you have never heard Joe Neguse, hold on. If you have never heard Joe Neguse question an individual, hold on. Let me see what this mad person. You're mad, Greg? Greg, I don't care if you're mad. Greg, Greg, what are you mad about? Why would I be looking at Georgia, Illinois, and New Jersey, etc., Greg? Why would I be looking at these blue states? What red states should I be looking at? Greg Watkins. Greg Watkins. Let's look at the red state of Mississippi. Greg, do you want to talk about blue and red states?
So this is the Mississippi case, right? $100 million. $77 million that was diverted, fraudulently embezzled out of TANF in Mississippi.
And it
Correct?
was what seems to be a pretty concerted effort.
Correct.
To get after those dollars.
Correct. And there was
that it wasn't going to where the dollars are intended.
and there was $100 million.
Where did the dollars go to? He's admitting that there was a concerted effort to steal this money from tariff, from welfare, from poor people, money that was supposed to go to the poor. You want to talk about red states, Greg? Greg, let's talk about this.
$1 million penalty imposed by the Biden administration and the Trump.
There was $100 million penalty that was imposed for this theft from TANF, money that went to a multi-millionaire former football star, Brett Favre. They were penalized $100 million under the Biden administration. You know, y'all want to talk about the Biden administration now? How come y'all don't want to talk about the Biden administration in this? When 47 got into office, what did he do to that $100 million penalty? Let's see.
Trump administration rescinded that penalty and used.
The Trump administration rescinded the penalty from the theft of the welfare money that was given to Brett Favre. Are you guys aware of this? You want to talk about red states? You want to talk about Biden? Talk about this, bitch.
You said
It's under review.
It's under
right
review.
now.
Well,
It's under review. He's so against it. It's under review. Why is it under review? Why hasn't it been demanded to be up? What are you reviewing in it? You yourself admitted that this actually happened. This man who is admitting that this money was taken in a concerted effort. He chimed in to say, and it's an obvious concerted effort, but the penalty for doing so happens to be under review. These are the law and order want to tamp out and catch all fraud. He's telling you it's fraud. But then it's under review. It hasn't been rescinded. It hasn't been paid out. If it hasn't been paid out, it has been rescinded up until this moment. It has been rescinded while it's under review.
was issued a year and a half ago, and the department, HHS, essentially clawed that back. And as you said, that process is now ongoing, correct? Right?
It's under review.
They're reviewing it. And you're deeply offended by that fraud, right?
We were talking about TANF. That was a
you.
TANF issue. Absolutely.
And you're deeply offended by it. My question is this.
legislation goes after stuff like
Okay, so my question is this. Have you asked or suggested to HHS that they ought to impose the penalty?
I've not done that at this point.
It's been a while. This was rescinded.
I understand.
A year ago.
Again, I'm not at the in the enforcement category there.
Well, but you said you were offended. If you're offended by it, why not tell the HHS, you know what, one of the worst frauds in TANF history that the Biden administration went after and that the Trump administration rescinded, and now supposedly they've suggested it's in review, it's in limbo, right? This ongoing limbo. If you are so offended, you know what? Why don't we do it together, Mr. Smith? Why don't you and I partner up and we'll send a letter to HHS saying, you know what? We need to get after TANF fraud, and you all need to take drastic action to ensure that the taxpayers of Mississippi who were swindled and bamboozled and embezzled from, that they ultimately are able to recover. I'm in if you're in.
I'm here to talk about this legislation.
That's a no?
That's not necessarily a no, but I'm here to talk about the legislation. And I realize you want to talk about some other things.
It's not other
But
things. It's
to your-
TANF fraud. That's what this bill is all about, Madam Chair. It's TANF fraud.
To your
I
question.
think the chairwoman agrees with me. She may join me on this letter. I don't know. This is the Mississippi case, right? $100 million, $77 million that was diverted, fraudulently embezzled out of TANF in Mississippi.
And it was
Correct.
what seems to be a pretty concerted effort. To
Correct.
get after those dollars.
Correct. And there
knowing
was
that it wasn't going to where the dollars are intended.
and there was a $100 million penalty imposed by the Biden administration, and the Trump administration rescinded that penalty. And you said you
It's
were
under review.
It's under
right
rev-
now.
well, it was issued a year and a half ago, and the department, HHS, essentially clawed that back. And as you said, that process is now ongoing, correct? Right?
It's under review.
They're reviewing it. And you're deeply offended by that fraud, right?
That we were talking about TANF. That
hear
was a
you.
TANF issue. Absolutely.
And you're deeply offended by it. My question is this.
legislation goes after stuff like
Okay, so my question is this. Have you asked or suggested to HHS that they ought to impose the penalty?
I've not done that at this point. I'm.
It's been a while. This was rescinded
I understand.
a year ago.
Again, I'm not at the in the enforcement category there.
Well, but you said you were offended. If you're offended by it, why not tell the HHS, you know what, one of the worst frauds in TANF history that the Biden administration went after and that the Trump administration rescinded, and now supposedly they've suggested it's in review, it's in limbo, right? This ongoing limbo. If you are so offended, you know what? Why don't we do it together, Mr. Smith? Why don't you and I partner up and we'll send a letter to HHS saying, you know what? We need to get after TANF fraud, and you all need to take drastic action to ensure that the taxpayers of Mississippi who were swindled and bamboozled and embezzled from, that they ultimately are able to recover. I'm in if you're in.
I'm here to talk about this legislation.
That's a no?
That's not necessarily a no, but I'm here to talk about the legislation. And I realize you want to talk about some other things.
I'm here to talk about this legislation, and I realize you want to talk about some other things. I'm such a little wimp that I will not act upon the shit that I want you to believe that's coming out of my life. I was offended, but I'm not going to do anything to change the fact that a multi-millionaire was giving welfare dollars in. Trump administration clawed back the penalties, and I am not going to come out and say, hey, this crime has now understand that people went to jail behind this. The people who were the administrator of these TANF, this TANF money, I believe 2 people were sentenced to jail. I don't believe the sentences were appropriate to the amount of money that was stolen. Let someone who was actually a tenant recipient in Mississippi had stolen the amount of money that the people who were over the agency to distribute the money had stolen the same amount. They would have been in jail for 20, 30 years. I digress. These people are shameless. Let's go on to what else I wanted to share with you. Let's get into what we're going to share with you today. Here we go.
Mark it down in your calendar, May 27th.
Hold on. There's a whole lot of talk about SpaceX. A whole lot of talk going on about SpaceX. It's supposed to go public today, and it is estimated that when SpaceX goes public, Elon Musk will officially be a trillionaire. However, there's some talk about that may or may not happen.
So Elon Musk and SpaceX are looking to go IPO, and we got some more details on this, and we got to jump right in. You got to see it for yourself. Elon Musk SpaceX pitches investors 1.8 trillion valuation, okay, in historic IPO. Let's take a look at what people are indeed saying about this thing. You watch it for yourself.
That fixed price that we had been expecting and reported earlier today, $135 per share, as this company embarks on marketing what is by no doubt expected to be the largest IPO of all time, 3 times the largest IPO record holder here in the U.S., about $75 billion because...
Okay, so you heard that correctly. This is going to be the biggest in history, about 3 times the record holder. And I keep saying this is like peak bubble-ish action here, right? I'll show you guys a couple other things. On CNBC, they say here they're offering 555.6 million shares, but it doesn't tell you the full story, because if you actually look at the real number, you'll realize, yeah, it's just Elon Musk playing games. So it says here, the company said in a filing it plans to sell 555,555 shares, right? It's as stupid as you think it is, because yes, it's Elon Musk and he likes to play these number games. I'm actually surprised, to be frank, guys. Why didn't they make it $420 a share? So why 135? Who knows? But that's what they picked. And here it's saying they're going to raise close to 75 billion, but the way they have it structured, they may go for 86 billion. Now, this was actually kind of interesting. This is from the Financial Times. It says Rocket AI company seeking to raise up to 86 billion in biggest Wall Street debut of all time. Now, I wouldn't doubt if they go for the 86, because essentially what it ends up being is it's a game on who can have the longest rocket, basically. Google announced recently that they're going to do 80 billion raise. Then they upped that to 85 billion. And then lo and behold, the Elon Musk company's like, wow, we could do 86 billion, right? And then maybe Google was like, well, we'll go 87 billion, right? And it's like, can you make it any more obvious that this is just a game to say I have the bigger rocket than your rocket? It's as dumb as it sounds, but that's sort of what the game we're playing here.
According to this S1A, SpaceX plans to offer 555.6 million shares in this offering, all primary stock here. So all $75 billion of this offering will go toward this company. None of it is from selling shareholders into this IPO. $75 billion, according to this S1A, what is likely to be the largest IPO of all time. But of course, they do have about a week and a half worth of marketing to do in order to assess what the final price will be, which will ultimately be decided next Thursday before a debut, which is expected next Friday, guys.
Got it. So, yeah, obviously nothing is final until the price is set as part of the deal, Leslie. Although it seems like this is a take it or leave it proposition. They're not going to mess around with a $4 price range that would only have changed the total offering size by $2 billion or so when you're got a market cap targeting of 1.75 trillion.
Right. Usually there's a bit of gamesmanship, a bit of psychology involved in this, where at this stage of the process, you would set a price range. And, the bankers kind of know that, they want to price it well. They want to price it toward the high end or above the range, because psychologically that will signal, oh, there's a lot of demand for this deal. This is a quote unquote hot deal that, will bring more people into the book.
I'm just laughing because it's kind of funny. You're going to get different views on this, right? So some of the reporters no, it's a scam. Other ones are going to be definitely pumping it. It just depends what side of the thing that you're on. And I'm just showing you what they say. Here's a couple things to keep in mind with the way that they're pricing it and valuing this thing. If you were to buy at the price offered at 135, it says the listing price sets up SpaceX, which is loss making, so they lose money, to trade at 92 times its annual revenues. Far richer valuation than the big tech peers. So it's not good, right? Basically, you're overpaying for said thing. They were saying here the average in the S&P for as a price to sales basically is 3. If you want to look at a Tesla, maybe it's 19 or something like that. So pricing something at 92 times your revenues is just ludicrous. So you're overpaying by extreme amounts. To give you an idea of how much bigger this IPO is compared to others, you can see right there, there's SpaceX, right? They said 3 times than the next biggest one. So it'd be Saudi Aramco, Alibaba, ICBC, SoftBank, etc. You can see it right there. This is something that has actually been concerning to big funds. They're saying basically this is a scam. Because Elon Musk, the way they structure it is like you may buy shares, but Musk has all the voting shares. Like your shares won't really have much votes compared to Musk's. I think it's like 82% of the vote or something like that. The New York State Common Retirement Fund and chief executive of the California Public Employees Retirement Fund, right? So, big money here, wrote to SpaceX executives last month to express serious concerns with the company's novel and extreme governance structure and Musk, quote, insulation from accountability. I mean, that is certainly a problem. I would not be, putting my name and stuff into, Musk, who's an addict and that kind of thing, and structured in a way that only benefits him. Either space. Reemerged. And you can see that was updated just a few minutes ago. This is not a good sign. I'm sure you guys know this is. Okay, so we've got to talk about what's going on as markets are bleeding billions today. And in fact, we have a historic drop right now. So this is Broadcom that says sheds 300 billion in market value as revenue forecasts disappoint. This is actually historic. I think it's the third largest single day drop in history. This is a chart right here. You can see it for yourself. It says Broadcom shares are headed for a historic drop. And this is the 10 biggest daily market cap losses for US companies in the billions. So I guess the top spot was NVIDIA back in 2025. Then you had Microsoft 2026. So just earlier this year, basically. And then Broadcom just today, right, 2026. So in a lot of these big moves to the downside are actually NVIDIA. You got Apple there and tech related, but basically our markets are really, really volatile. And 300 billion in a day is a lot. I think you guys know that. Now you have to put this together with the overarching theme of we're in this massive AI bubble. And the whole Broadcom thing is basically their forecast for revenue wasn't as rosy as people had wanted. It wasn't awful, just people wanted more, right? Because there's these high expectations for these companies have been making lots of money on data centers and selling to each other and whatever, right? And on top of that, again, with the AI bubble, you have this like crazy private equity crash that's happening. And then funds are locking out redemptions. Basically, people want their money back, and too many people want their money back. And so now funds are like, whoa, 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 we're just not going to give your money back. So this is what it is. Partners Group warns it could cap more fund withdrawals after triggering private equity rout, right? So I want my money back. They're like, no. And you're going to have a big problem with this stuff because it is multiple funds doing it. This Partners Group, I heard about this one, I think it was a couple days ago, we heard it for the first time. Today, just a few minutes ago, now we have Blackstone, and this is actually a major one. It says Blackstone restricts flagship fund withdrawals as private asset fears reemerge. And you can see that was updated just a few minutes ago. This is not a good sign. I'm sure you guys know this is not a good sign. And I was looking at more of the details of stuff because it gets kind of, how can I say, intertwined with the AI thing. Because I'll try to explain it. Basically, these type of funds will serve as like a shadow banking to AI companies, right? So private companies are not public, they're not IPO, they're private, who need, you know, capital for whatever reason. And so then they'll go to these type of funds. Okay, I need to borrow money. I got this great AI business, whatever. It's going to be awesome. Everything's going up. Fantastic, right? So they get a loan from Blackstone and they're like, okay, so where does Blackstone or any of these type of funds get their money? So then they'll pull money from various investors, retail or otherwise, okay? So they're grabbing a bunch of money. And I think they had like 40-some billion or something like that. Yeah, it says the world's largest private investment group said investors in the 45 billion Blackstone Private Credit Fund, known as BCRED, that's what you call this thing, okay? They get a bunch of money, so they got 45 billion, and then they borrow money and then loan that money out. So it's how to explain it? It's like I'm getting money using that capital to establish my credit, the BCRED fund. And then I use like other people's money to borrow yet more money. And then I use that new borrowed money to then lend out money. It's kind of a crazy system, but this is where it's at. And then this is what it says. It says BCRED, which uses leverage to boost its portfolio value to 79 billion. So we started with 45. Now we've got 79 based on, you know, debt. And then we, again, lend that out. And then what if the people that we lend the money out to can't pay us for whatever reason, okay? Because they fail or whatever, and it's part of the AI bubble. And then what if people who gave us the money so that we could borrow the money start asking for their money back? And more people start asking for their money back. And in fact, we don't even have the money anymore because we already lent it out. Do you guys see how like crazy this thing is? And if you're scratching your head going, what? How we even allow this stuff? Well, here's the thing, like this is why you want regulations. This is why we put in a bunch of rules in place after the great financial crisis, right? Back in 07, 08. But the Trump and the Republicans, like they want to deregulate everything because they argue that if we deregulate stuff and keep the, you know, basically people putting money in stuff and then borrowing and lending that out and sort of keep the cycle going, you know, you're going to grow really, really fast. But what happens if things don't grow really, really fast? Then you're going to get where we're at now. And that's why we're tracking this story together. And you get the drops in like, say, Broadcom, 300 billion in one day is really a lot. Or you get these like really whacked out stories to where, you know, they're going to go public with SpaceX, right? And this came out recently, Jamie Dimon, so the CEO over at JP Morgan, I guess he's going to personally go and beg people for money. SpaceX, no, seriously, that's what it is. Jamie Dimon to pitch JP Morgan's ultra-rich clients on SpaceX IPO. So he's going to try to convince people that, guys, Elon Musk is a total genius, right? He's going to have data centers in space. He's going to have Mars bases, moon bases. Please give us all your money. I swear it's going to be awesome. Now, there's two different ways you can structure this. So one would.
So, do you see how your economy is working for the rich, and how how this is all a big shell game, a whole big shell game? But they want to. Next time you see the Trump administration talk about the stock market, understand what the stock market really is in the United States of America right now. It's a shell game. That the billionaires and tech bros are playing on you to pretend as if everything is going swimmingly in the United States of America, but the American life doesn't reflect it. But the billionaire life, they want you to believe that you can't believe your own reality. You have to believe this reality about this shell game stock market represents that the fact that you are doing well, even though your own reality doesn't show you that.
He goes to a bunch of people and says, okay, we're going to give you the price of 135, and then later we're going to sell it to the bunch of suckers who, put in market orders at when this thing goes, public. You're going to get in early, and then you can dump whenever you want. And either way, someone's going to get screwed in this stuff because the Ponzi is going to run out. Supposedly they're going to I think they're doing something remote here, because they mentioned some numbers of like how many. I think it's like 90 locations. Yeah, the event, this is the JP Morgan thing, and other people are going to be there as well. I can actually tell you who it is. He says he will be joined by Mary Callahan Erodes, the CEO of the bank's asset and wealth management division. So they're bringing in the big guns to come again sell SpaceX. A pair of SpaceX execs. So you got the president, Gwynne Shotwell, and Chief Financial Officer Brett Johnson. So they're going to try to convince all these people that it's awesome. The event will be simulcast about 90 JP Morgan locations across 26 states. So they're going big on this, selling this SpaceX thing. And they're like inviting 2,500 of the bank's clients, which I guess are going to be the high net worth individuals. They're not going to disclose the names of these kind of people, but it could be any number of people, right? Some people could be more sophisticated than others, but all from, JP Morgan's point of view, all they care about is like, hey, you've got money. We need to sell you something. Please buy said thing. And I'm just cautioning you guys on any of this stuff, because you have to be careful out there is when there's a lot of money involved with these things. I'll just say this: people aren't necessarily honest. Anyone who's lived through the .com bubble.
So they're trying to prop up Elon Musk's offering that is about to go public. They're about to prop this up as they are restricting withdrawals from your investments because they don't have the money. But they're trying to sell you in on a pipe dream of Elon Musk, someone who is sitting in rooms, spinning his head around in circles and opening and closing his mouth because of his alleged ketamine use. Is this what we're doing? And everything is well in the United States. As the biggest banker, J.P. Morgan, is trying to sell. Isn't J.P. Morgan the one who has Wendy Williams millions locked up? But they're trying to sell you on Elon Musk. I think it's J.P. Morgan. Is it? I think it is. If I'm wrong, oh well.
Or the great financial crisis, you'll know exactly what I'm referring to. And ultimately, the music is going to end, and there aren't going to be enough chairs left. And so that's why you see these private funds getting a bunch of redemptions where people want to get their money out, but they can't. Or you'll see this drops like, historic drops. And this has been the last couple of years, be it on this, AI tech run. This was actually an article in Bloomberg today. It's all related. It says, I'm like rich. Retail investors are chasing IPO fortunes in private markets. Okay, so basically what it is, they're buying shares and these private things that would expose you to either SpaceX, OpenAI, Anthropic, like the hot things like that. And they would see, values of these things go up like crazy, but they'd be in like 6-month lockout periods where they couldn't sell, right? And then by the time they wanted to sell, then the share completely dropped on them. And so
by the time you want to sell, the stock is worthless. This is a shell game. I just really want you to know. Why do you think that they always keep talking about the stock market when they know that most of the United States citizens are not even in the stock market? Why do you think that? Because they're blowing smoke up your ass. Now, as this war winds on, as the Strait of Hormuz remain closed, it is estimated that the price of gas right now will be twice the cost of what it costs you right now. If you're paying $4 and change at the pump, you're going to be paying twice what you're paying now. Because all of the oil reserves have been pumped dry. You know how the United States had so much oil in reserve? They have been using these oil reserves to keep the prices at what they are. You're complaining about the prices now. It is expected that by the end of this month that the prices will be double what you're paying right now. And has anybody and now we have the Hunter virus, we have the new Ebola virus. This Hunter virus is a new Hunter virus, the new Ebola virus, and we have these screw worms. And we have your administration giving jobs to January 6th rioters and trying to pay off January 6th rioters. What does your future hold here in the United States? I'm just curious. We have Ivanka and Jared Kushner paying over $1 billion for a private island that they figured that they have discovered, like Christopher Columbus. With I think it's over 60 bunkers, a large amount of bunkers that can withstand a nuclear blast. They're preparing. Are you preparing? Is what I'm asking. Are you prepared? Do you have a solar generator? Do you have something that you can collect water in? I'm just real curious. Are you preparing yourself and your family and your loved ones? Or are you just out here being willy-nilly and stupid and like la 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 la? It's not happening to me. It's not happening to me. Is that what you're doing? Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Because there is going to come a day when this shit is going to get real with you. And it appears to be like that day is coming in 2026, that the shit is going to get real to you. So do you think that people who have prepared themselves and their families for something that they don't know how long is going to last is going to show you mercy? When you had every opportunity to prepare yourself, do you think that people who took the time out, the effort out, the expense out to prepare for themselves and their loved one, don't give a fuck about you who was out here burning money, cash apping motherfuckers for no reason? You think they're gonna give a fuck about you? The whole experiment and the whole situation that is about to become you is to get rid of you in the first place. So you think that people who prepared themselves so that they will not be one who is gotten rid of is going to give a fuck about you when you didn't give a fuck about yourself to think about yourself? I'm just curious. This link is in my description box under historic market drop. So let's move on. If you have not visit this channel, Chris Norrid, I think you should check him out. The most thing he does, Chris Norland. The most thing he does is economic news. So go over there.
So Elon Musk and SpaceX.
Mark it down in your calendar, May 22nd to
It's
May.
my recommendation. So let me get into these hearings. Hold on. Let's get into these hearings. Why don't we? We talked about the protests that are going on behind the Kushners, the Christopher Columbus Kushners, finding a whole new world. Let's get into the protests again.
If there's one thing that I personally love about the Trump administration, it's the way that a whole cavalcade of billionaires and Nepo babies are able to live out their fondest wishes, dreams, and desires. And so in that spirit, I want to bring to you Ivanka Trump and her husband, Jared Kushner, have apparently stumbled upon this private island in the Mediterranean, part of Albania, that is just their dream come true. And Ivanka is able to achieve exactly what she wants by their acquisition of this large private island in the Mediterranean. Let's go ahead and listen to her talking about this dream fulfillment and really a culmination of all of her skills and talents coming together in this project.
I'm working on an incredible project with my husband in the Mediterranean. It's massive in scale.
I think that's an understatement. Can you explain?
Yes, it is.
There's no power on this island. You're building everything from scratch. Correct.
Well, it's an unbelievable, beautiful 1,400 hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. We were on a friend's boat and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the islands. We went on a hike barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated. And it stayed with us ever since. And over the course of many years, we developed the opportunity to help realize its potential and transform it, but with a lot of restraint and care, because the land is so beautiful that really the architecture has to be fully integrated into it, almost rise from it. You know, it's not even a business for me, despite the scale of it. We not only the island, but we have 5 miles of beachfront directly across from the island, this beautiful peninsula with a lagoon on one side, the ocean on the other, beautiful white sand beaches. For me, it feels more like a challenge than anything else. The culmination of all of my experience in real estate, all of my travel, a lot of reflection on how I want to live, how I think people increasingly are wanting to live.
So apparently how she increasingly wants to live is on a private island, and she thinks this is increasingly how
Me
others
too.
want to live. Yeah. And
it sounds nice.
Must be nice.
Can I get in? Actually, I'm joking. I don't want to live on a private island in Albania. Sorry. I'm not leaving.
I'm sure it's beautiful.
This is my country. I'm not going in.
I'll get to it in a moment.
Yeah.
The Albanian people are furious about all of their mass protests going on. They're like firebombing politicians.
Yes, the Albanians are. I believe it was the prime minister house that was actually set on fire. The people are not happy about this. Now, she is telling you all of this stuff of how they obtained the opportunity to make it better. they found something that was so beautiful and pristine and da 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 da, and they obtained the opportunity to make it better. They obtained the opportunity to have the prime minister come out to visit them on the Rothschild mega yacht that they decided to take a swim off of a. We were boating in the what is this? It's not the Caribbean. We were out there boating, and we were swimming and on a friend's boat. I'm not telling you that it is a Rothschild mega yacht, and we had the prime minister come visit us on this Rothschild mega yacht, and we saw the opportunity to make something better. Yeah, but understand, I'm telling you how breathtaking and beautiful, and it was just amazing. So if it was all of that, what is it about you that is going to make it better? Is it that you are going to possess it as your own? Is that the only thing that's going to make it better? Now understand that they have their private security there, but they have done no analysis about how their construction is going to impact the wildlife around this island. There has been no environmental impact study done about how Christina Columbus and Kushner Columbus is how their construction is going to impact this place that is so beautiful that they only can make better. Let's get into it.
Houses, I mean, it's like.
Hey, Leonard, thank you for telling me my mic was off.
Really.
On a private island in Albania. Sorry. I'm not leaving.
I'm sure it's beautiful.
This is my country. I'm not going in.
I'll get to it in a moment.
Yeah.
The Albanian people are furious about all of their mass protests going on. They're like firebombing politicians' houses. I mean, it's like really, really heated up because they're pissed off about what appears to be corrupt dealings with regard to her acquisition of this. They feel this island is a public asset that is now, they did some, quick changes to make it possible for them to buy it. There's all kinds of shady figures that appear to be involved. There's questions about who even owns the land and how it was able to be acquired. Before I get to all of that, though, let's go ahead and take a listen to Jared Kushner talking about this same island deal, because Ivanka, her story, we were on a friend's boat and then we went swimming and we found this island. This is like very European settler colonial coded, right? Like we found the America and we discovered it, right? In any case, here's Kushner identifying whose boat they were actually on and how this all went down to enable them to fulfill their wishes and dreams with regard to this private island. Let's take a listen to that.
I was on a vacation after we left government in the summer of 2021. We were on our friend Nat Rothschild's boat. We got picked up in Montenegro, and then we started sailing over to Corfu, and we spent a couple days in Albania. One of the nights there, Prime Minister Rama came to the boat. I had not met him when I was in government, but I was very, very impressed with his vision for what he wanted to do with Albania. I really didn't know anything about the country. I didn't understand the history. And the darkness of the history with the communism and the terrible leadership actually led to it being fully undeveloped as a nation. But Eddie came in. He has one of the cool things I was attracted to is the fact that he seemed like a very skilled politician, as a very strong and smart leader, but also the fact that
notice Eddie came in, the prime minister. I knew nothing about the island, and come to find out the communists now all of a sudden the one story you knew nothing about it. So you take the first story that you're given that the government was so horrible, and the communist government is the reason why this island was undeveloped. Did you hear Ivanka say any of this? We found it. That's how we actually found it. The Christine Columbus of it all. Hey, Leonard, I said that since they are taking Donald Trump's birthday and making it a celebration of the 250th anniversary of the United States, being a country. When I have never heard of any. I heard of centennials. I heard of bicentennials. I heard of tricentennials. I never heard of a 250-year celebration of anything. It's usually a centennial celebration. But since they are putting this on Trump's birthday, this made up a celebration that is not a real a mile marker or a goalpost for anything. 250. Okay, so since they have taken Juneteenth and Dr. King's the recognition of Dr. King's birthday off the calendar, are they going to change Columbus Day to Jared Kushner's and Ivanka's Kushner birthday? They have two national holidays that they have taken off the federal holiday schedule. Since these motherfucking colonizers, Jared Kushner, wannabe colonizer Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, have discovered a whole new world. Are they gonna put these motherfuckers' names on the calendar on the 2 days that they have taken black holidays off the federal calendar? Is that what they're going to do? I wouldn't be surprised, because this is what they always do. A bunch of colonizers. And let's continue.
He was an artist. I thought it'd be very cool to see what a country leader as a nation. I'm thinking about the country. I didn't understand the history. And the darkness of the history with the communism and the terrible leadership actually led to it being fully undeveloped as a nation. But Eddie came in. He has one of the cool things I was attracted to is the fact that he seemed like a very skilled politician, as a very strong and smart leader, but also the fact that he was an artist. I thought it'd be very cool to see what a country really led and built by an artist could be.
So
Eddie came in and he seemed like to be a really skilled and cool politician. What made him skilled and cool? The fact that he allowed you to bribe him into selling an island that was not allowed to be sold to anyone. Is that what made him cool? You didn't know nothing about it, but you want to take the stance that the reason why this island was not developed is because no one bribed the right politician. Is that what you're saying? The fuck out of here. Is he going to talk about all of the bunkers that will withstand a nuclear bombing? Why they find it necessary to live on their own island that is bunker proof? Is he going to talk about all of the people that are being dragged off unconscious and bloodied and beaten by their private security? Is he going to tell you about that? Is he going to tell you about any environmental study that tells how what they do on the island will impact the environment? You know, the thing that they were trying to preserve, the people who are actually of that nation were trying to preserve. Oh no, I'm Jared Kushner. I'm Ivanka Trump. I have billions dollars of Saudi money to spend that was inserted into my private company, and while I run around the world acting as a government liaison when I do not work for the government, and I have access to all of these people, and I have the ability to get on my hands and knees and grovel for billions of dollars in return of what? In return of what? Why are all of these Middle East nations giving Jared Kushner billions of dollars? And this motherfucker is sitting up here acting as if he is some white toast motherfucker when his father just got out of jail for fraud against the IRS. And what did 45, 47? He gave him the ambassadorship to France. His father is able to be the ambassador to France and sit up in Paris and poo-poo and What has Jared Kushner done prior to getting this Saudi money. He was a Nepo baby who, while his father was in jail, almost lost the biggest piece of real estate they own. That 666 piece of real estate. Well, he was told not to buy that in the first place. But Jared Kushner is sitting up here as if he is some type of king that is entertaining a court of his stature, when he was an absolute failure. And who bailed him out? Who bailed him out on that 6-6? The same people that gave Donald Trump his luxury jet. He was bailed out of that failing piece of real estate by Qatar. Now, also, Jared Kushner is sitting up here like he is some blue blood motherfucker. And all the fuck Jared Kushner has proven to be in his job is he's proven to be a failure. So much so that when the Prince of Saudi Arabia said that he was going to give Jared Kushner's company, a company that Jared Kushner has never owned or actually done any business in, a company where he hired all of his college buddies, the college that he was able to get into after his father did an endowment to that college, those college buddies. That's the only thing that Jared Kushner is known for. The Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund balked at giving Jared Kushner $2 billion. But the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia overrode the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Saudi Arabia and gave Jared Kushner $2 billion at the end of Trump's presidency. As he says, after we left government and we were no longer in government, and then he bought this place in 2024. You're right. He bought it when he wasn't in government. But coincidentally, he bought this after Trump had already won the 2024 election. So it was very well known that Trump would be the president in 2025. When was the election? November of 2024. So they didn't have to wait long until Donald Trump would be the president of the United States. So what the fuck are we talking about here? Can we talk to all the people who were renters of these Kushner properties that had rats and roaches crawling all through their ceilings and walls and all of this type of shit? Are we going to pretend like that didn't happen? Let me go ahead.
At least different story there from Jared. So first of all, it's apparently Nat Rothschild's boat, which we can run this slideshow of this mega, what do they call them? Mega yachts.
Yes.
It's like $180 million. You can see it here. You've got the heliport, you've got the library, you've got all the things that one would expect on their friend's boat. Okay. So they're on Nat Rothschild's boat, and then the prime minister joins them to talk about how amazing Albania is. And then lo and behold, they do this deal to acquire this island. And let's go ahead and put E6 up on the screen to show you some of the backstory here. So there had to be a change made to the status of the island in order for this acquisition to be made. And lo and behold, Sagar, the timing on this is really very special for Ivanka and Jared. Right after Ivanka's father was inaugurated president is when that change in status was made by the prime minister so that they could acquire this island. And I just think that is, fate coming together for them to bless this acquisition is what that looks like to me. In any case, some people in Albania, for some reason, we could put E4 up on the screen, not super excited about this deal and the selling off of this island. This actually is pretty horrifying. You could see here, this is a protester who was assaulted and being dragged by private security guards. They're already, and this is on the island, there already were protests that were ongoing at this point. And then the revelation of this video just shocked the public. And so as you can imagine, the protests have only escalated since these private security guards dragged this protester. The cops were apparently standing by just watching this as this occurred.
Albanian Prime Minister responds, "It is very important we remain welcoming, we remain fair. Under no circumstances do we receive the stigma of being a country where investors are met with hostility. There is absolutely no chance that the investment will stop as long as I am here. The Albanian government has also previously defended the development as in compliance with environmental rules. Developers have also said they intend to move forward with the project. Our focus remains on responsible stewardship, environmental enhancement, job creation, and creating long-term value for local communities. We respect the ongoing public institutional process," the chairman of the development person said to Reuters. So that's the status. I mean, who amongst us has not been on a Rothschild mega yacht and then gotten in for a swim after talking to a prime minister to go to an island, to buy said island, and also be related the daughter and son-in-law of the president of the United States?
It's a relatable
Very
story.
normal, very relatable story. I will say, you know, on the Rothschild front, this is the one where it remains to me one of the most important Epstein stories with no additional reporting that has come out. That email, which I flagged consistently at the time, where remember, the Rothschild family is large. They're talking about Nathaniel Rothschild. I believe he's like a hereditary heir in the British Parliament, but obviously they're all part of the same family. There's different branches of this. This one relates to the Swiss family, although Nathaniel Rothschild's name, if I remember, was in the Epstein Black Book. So this, remember.
Excuse me? The boat of the friend that they were on, this Rothschild, was also in the Epstein book. Did you hear that? Are we aware of that? Are we trying to act like none of these people are related? Are we trying to act like we don't understand why these people have not been arrested? As they continue to socialize with these people who have been let go in this Epstein investigation about their connections with Epstein. Let's continue.
Where Arianda Rothschild hired Epstein to negotiate that settlement with the Department of Justice regarding the Edmond de Rothschild Bank in Switzerland, where they actually paid Epstein almost as much as the fee that they ended up settling with the Department of Justice. And it was like 15, if I remember, it was like 25 million for Epstein and an additional 10 million for that woman, Kathy Rumler, who was the general counsel at Goldman and also previously was a deputy White House counsel under Obama. And then it was settled either with Loretta Lynch or with Eric Holder at the Obama Justice Department. To this day, nobody has any idea why they paid Epstein that large amount of money to negotiate the deal, or what discussions he ever had with any of those senior people over at DOJ. That's all we know. And then they actually clawed back some of that settlement later on, just so you're all clear.
So Nat Rothschild, this is according to the AI on Google, okay? They say he has not been publicly linked to Epstein. However, his ex-wife, the late British socialite and Ladies of London star, was Annabelle Nielsen, was deeply intertwined with him. The DOJ document release revealed numerous emails between them. She referred to Epstein as babe and honey and offered to, quote, put a little group of girls together for him when he's in Europe. So anyway.
This is the ex-wife of the friend of Ivana and Jared Kushner, who they were on the little mega yacht with when they decided to jump off and go swimming and discovered an island. Did you know that?
Not necessarily him, but the ex-wife seems to have been tied in. In any case, I just want to show some of these video of the protests here in Albania, just so you can get a sense of the size and scope. I believe this is E5 that we have video of the protests, which again, multi-day long, thousands of people in the streets, you know, not that large of a country here. So people pretty upset about this change in status and selling off of their resources for this mega luxury resort that is being planned by Jared and Ivanka. I also think there was another deal I think it was in Bosnia nearby, that fell apart for similar reasons because there was such a big uproar against the Trump name. And so I don't know if they've really grappled with how much people have disgust for them, both here and around the world. Like, I think they're kind of cut off from reality of how much antipathy and horror there is at the idea of like this becoming, and the Albanians are calling it quote unquote Trump Island. Let me put the last piece here up on the screen. I don't know, this is E8. I don't know if these two stories are related, but they might be related. And like you wanting to get the weaponization fund into the show, I've been wanting to get this into the show. Peter Thiel, who is major backer of JD Vance, seems like his political project has sort of come to fruition here. You know,
No, I talked about Peter Thiel is leaving the United States. He's going to Argentina. Now, we remember I did the whole, it wasn't the whole show. I talked about in one of my shows his what is it, Prostasius or whatever, this private facility that he had built in Honduras, and the Honduran government has shut it down, where they followed no rules, no laws, no regulations, where they were up in this private property for rich people only, who had access or who had a membership or the connections to go to this place, and they were doing all types of experiments with blood transfusions and implanting things into their bodies. The Honduran government shut that whole place down. So are you curious as to why Peter Thiel is leaving to go to Argentina? Do you think that he is going to have any such problems with Milei, the money grubbing Milei? No, he's not going to have any problems.
Some of the companies they invested in are very, and helped to found, are very influential in this administration. He's got a bunch of his politicians who are now in office, including JD Vance, who may well be the heir apparent to Donald Trump, although there's now some question about that apparently. In any case, right at that moment when it all seems to be coming together for him, he is leaving the United States and he is decamping to Argentina, which is raising a lot of questions about why. One of the things people are pointing to is this potential billionaire tax in California, which would be pennies. It would be minuscule in terms of his net worth, the amount that he would have to pay into this. So I'm not buying that whatsoever. And in any case, he didn't have to flee the country. He could have just left for Texas or whatever.
He's addressed that before. He said, there's a segment of him on Rogan talking about how he couldn't decide if he should leave California, if he should leave the U.S.
Oh, really? What did he say?
It's very Thiel-esque, and there's about 90,000 ums that are in the general thesis was, if I'm going to leave California, there's no reason that I shouldn't just leave the United States, because it's going to be the same problem. Look, the billionaire tax is an excuse. It's basically like he thinks there's like failed governance. I don't know why I would go to Argentina.
If there's failed governance, like you're the guy who helped to put this government in place.
Yes. You would go to Argentina for exactly what I said. His laboratory was shut down. Now, it's not like he doesn't have more of these, what is it called? Prosthesia, something to that effect. He has several more all over the world. But the one in Honduras, I guess it was, it was like really huge. And a lot of people from the United States were visiting this. Not that these billionaires that were and millionaires that were visiting it are restricted from travel, but it was quite a thing. And I do believe that he wants to build one in this hemisphere. To have one in this hemisphere. They are all over the world, some places in Africa, all of this type of stuff. But I think that a white nationalist, they are a little jittery around being in Africa, these deep African places. That's my opinion.
So, Thiel, look, he's an eccentric, hyper-techno-libertarian. These people effectively live lives of teleportation. Whenever it comes to their private jet, there's that book, I'm totally blanking on the name. Ryan Holiday wrote it. conspiracy. This is off the top of my head. It's about the Gawker case. But I remember reading that and I was like, this is an insane way where it's like every place that Teal is, that he has a car which is idling 24 hours a day in case that he wants to get in said car, and then a jet which is on standby. I mean, he lives on multiple continents between the U.S. He's got houses all over the globe, houses in Miami, Los Angeles. I think he has New Zealand citizenship. Yeah. And he's got a bunker out there. I'm pretty sure he's got another citizenship too. On top of that, really? I'm pretty sure, isn't he German? I think he's German. So he's got like 3 passports. I wouldn't take it as like some denunciation necessarily.
I'm not taking it as a denunciation. Yeah. I'm taking it well, I don't know what I'm taking it as. But some are saying that here's a guy who is at the forefront, the bleeding edge of AI, development. So one possibility is he's looking at this and is like, this may not work out well. Now, to your point, him and a bunch of these other oligarch billionaires have already been in their doomsday mode for quite a while.
Yeah, for like 20 years.
I think is part of the the nihilism that has allowed them to fling themselves wholeheartedly into AI development, even though many of them know that there is a significant possibility that it certainly destroys society, if not all of humankind. A lot of these guys would talk openly about how they think that it's not 100%, but some significant possibility that continuing in this direction will literally lead to the end of humankind, which Teal, when he was asked about whether he cares, whether humankind persists or not, when Ross Douthat asked him that, he was a little unsure. So that's discomforting.
No, he wasn't unsure. He said that it should exist, but it has to be combined with technology. The same thing that they have been doing on the Prometheus place that they had in Honduras, in injecting technology into human bodies. Let's be real clear, Crystal Ball. You good, Crystal Ball. But he said yes, but I think that the human body has to be infused with technology.
So you have that. Another possibility is that, he sees the political trends, thinks there's going to be like broad sort of, not necessarily.
And the thing that trips me out is they think that this AI that they are in such a rush to create, to eliminate you and your jobs and your way of life. They think that they are just going to be able to go down in their bunkers and AI is not going to know that they are down in their bunkers. Do they think that the AI that they are creating is not going to understand that these people that created it, they had the power to create it that has chosen to do whatever it is to get rid of all of us common folks on the earth, to take all our jobs, to do whatever AI that they are afraid AI is going to do to mankind. Do they not think that this AI does not know that they are underground in their bunkers with this security, that they think that they will have clean water filtration and clean air pumped down to their little billionaire bunkers? So is AI just going to do something to us and act like we didn't know that these billionaires were down in their bunkers? They think that their bunkers are going to save them. What if AI is so sophisticated that AI gives the people who they assume are going to be destroyed by AI? But what if the first thing AI does is give the people the power to understand how to get to all of these billionaires in their billionaire bunkers? What if AI pops the hatch and pops the lock on these billionaire bunkers? So all of these people that these billionaires thought that they were going to leave on Earth to be at the hands of the demise of AI. What if AI gives these people the power to be the demise of these people who think that they are going to hide away and be safe from AI in their bunkers? I'm just asking. Because what good would it be to let the creators of AI be the only ones who survive? What good? Wouldn't AI always think like, hey, they may have a back door that could destroy me? Couldn't AI think that? So wouldn't if I was AI, would I be destroying a homeless man, Joe Blow, and this, that, and the other? These people have absolutely no power, no threat against me. If I was AI, I would be looking for the person that created me and with the understanding of what I could do. I would be looking for that motherfucker. I'm just a thought.
War, but societal collapse here because of how divided the country is and how dysfunctional, et cetera. The other possibility is that he sees that there's massive political backlash to the Trump administration and is like, let me get out of here before the heat gets too hot, because people are going to be furious at anyone who was associated with what's going on here. And the other possibility is just that, he is very tied in with Javier Milei in Argentina. They'll basically let him do whatever he wants with his networked state, or he can basically be his own little emperor in his own little city state there. And so he can live out his tech god dreams. But all I'm saying is I think it's noteworthy that both the president's daughter and Peter Thiel are both like, you know what, private island type life, that seems like the direction that I
think it's all of the
in
above. Well, what you just said with Thiel.
I concur. I believe it's all of the above. Speaking of Jared Kushner, let's see who Jared Kushner was before he was given a position in Trump's first administration. Given a position that he couldn't even get a security clearance for, that 4547 had to override the security clearance to get Kushner in a position where he was the one who was over Middle East negotiation. Who was Kushner and his family? 8 years ago, Jared Kushner sued for bilking low-income tenants. 7 years ago, Jared Kushner's family firm accused of pushing out tenants in Brooklyn. This is Jared Kushner, who wants to sit on a TV and act as if he is so accustomed to so much. This is the Jared Kushner who wants to put on speaking a cadence that acts like he is some uber elite motherfucker. 8 years ago, the beleaguered tenants of Kushnerville, Jared Kushner accused of slumlord practices in Baltimore. Here is an article from the AP. Tenant says Kushner tried to force her out 8 years ago. This is who Jared Kushner is and was. Lawsuit alleged Kushner properties charged illegal excessive fees 8 years ago. This is the one who wants to talk in billions, and he couldn't even be a decent landlord. Slumlord Kushner demands rent while dodging creditors 6 years ago. What you say? New York City housing official announced Kushner's company's probe. A probe into the Kushner's company. Slumlord billionaire. 8 years ago, slumlord billionaire how Jared Kushner is arresting people for profit. Okay. New York looks to pass bill to close the Kushner loophole. So Kushner was getting by. Trump family values slumlords Jared Kushner's July 16th, 2028. Let's see some of these stories, shall we?
We're pushed out by these brutal tactics, and this comes amidst calls now to ease the fees that all renters face in the city. Tenants of a Williamsburg building claimed they were exposed to relentless tactics after the Kushner firm bought their rental building and started converting units to condos that sold for an average of $1.2 million. They complained to 311 that the Kushners increased rent by the maximum amount of $500 or more, subjected them to drilling and banging, pushing toxic dust into their units, coating their clothes, that rats invaded their homes and workers barged in unannounced using pass keys. 75% of tenants left, according to the AP. Kushner companies responded it didn't harass any tenants to get them out. This comes while housing advocates say not just those in rent-stabilized apartments are being squeezed by fees.
The fees can be exorbitant when we talk about broker's fees, first month, last month rent, security deposit, sometimes more.
Scott Stringer, the city controller, found in his latest report that $500 million was sunk into rental deposits in 2016.
Right now, the landlords are collecting all this money, and it's sitting there doing nothing for the tenant.
Stringer's new proposal for legislation, capping security deposits at 1 month max. Give tenants options for paying over time or buying a low monthly cost insurance policy instead, and ensuring security deposits get repaid. We're back out here live at Kent Avenue. We've reached out to the Kushner company for further comment on this pending lawsuit. We haven't heard anything back this morning. Meanwhile, Stringer also pushing for tenants to be able to get their rental security deposits back in an easier fashion so they don't.
So while you sit and look at Ivanka Trump talk about how she plans to be live a life that she is accustomed to, I really want you to understand who these people really are. This is who she decided to marry and have as her husband. Let's see more. Want to see more?
When he took over the building, we saw workers coming in with loads of lumber and plaster, and the people that he hired were Spanish, who didn't speak any English, so we didn't have anybody to ask what was going on, but major.
You mean to tell me that Jared Kushner's company was hiring undocumented immigrants? Why would he hire undocumented immigrants? Because he would be able to pay them less and work them against regular work rules in the United States. That's why he would. Let's be real clear. Let's continue.
Lumber and drilling, and I mean, there's so much construction material in this hallway, in the lobby, and then they started tearing down the walls and the ceiling, apartments, drilling in the middle of the night, drilling day and night, drilling. It was a maneuver for Kushner's family, Kushner, to get everybody out of the building who was a long-term tenant here. So they could raise the rent, cut the apartments, make more money. They could care less who lived in the apartments. And there were a lot of older people living in this building.
Just for aesthetic purposes, and it really.
There were 20 of us rent stabilized in the beginning that I know of. And now there is only 3 rent stabilized people in the building. You know, there were rats coming in from the other building. You know, it was a horrible situation, horrible, and there was no one to ask. Everybody was totally freaked out. So the only thing to do was to move out. And I didn't know, but I would say to the other tenants, where are you going? So we can't take it anymore. We're moving out.
Old people, senior people, or poor people who have rent-stabilized apartments. Jared Kushner and his family preyed upon these people to have construction going 24/7. Of course, rats invading their building. To get these people who were living under rent-stabilized laws out of these apartments, so what they could flip them and sell them for over $1.1 million as condos, or increase the rent. This is Jared Kushner. This is the motherfucker who was talking to you. Like he's some highbrow motherfucker. Jared Kushner is nothing but a slumlord when it comes to his tenants, but he wants you to believe that he is something that he is not. He's a motherfucking fraud. Let's continue. There is. Let me see. What is this loophole? Let's see what bill they're trying to pass to get out of this loophole.
A New York City councilman is trying to rein in some of the corruption happening in his city by closing what he's calling the Kushner loophole. And that is a loophole that actually allows landlords in New York City, much like Kushner companies, to file false paperwork with the city and then basically have the city never follow up when they find out that the paperwork has been filed falsely. Now, this is exactly what Jared Kushner and Kushner companies had been accused of and actually fined for in recent weeks. Back in March and April of this year, massive AP report came out and showed that Jared Kushner and his company were actually illegally filing false paperwork with the city to show that they had no rent-controlled tenants when in fact the buildings they owned had plenty of them. Those people, most of them got kicked out of their apartments. Some illegally had their rents increased, all so that Jared Kushner could get them out of the building, flip it, and turn a very quick profit.
Are we clear? Are we clear of who Jared Kushner is? Let's check out one of my favorite reporters I see. All of these links are in my description box. How Jared Kushner is arresting people for profit. I'm very interested in this one first.
Cartoon is the wrong word. An illustration by John Hartzell of a kind of Victorian-looking woman talking to her daughter, saying so I'm not sure that has anything to do with it. But anyway, she's saying a group of birds is called a flock, a group of fish is called a school, and a group of Trump supporters is called a clan. I love it. So
let's get to the point.
My statement is about how you opened the show with this so-called alt-right, alt-left.
Hold on. Let me see.
There was a time when there was two right-wing Trump and his Klan activity. Now, Sinclair Broadcasting are just as bad as Fox.
Born.
Can we get to it?
Radio, all saying the same things. Is obviously paid by the Russians. There's no other fascists because that's what they.
Or Nazis.
Racist. If you're not a racist or a fascist, then why are you still supporting this man who is not really a Republican?
Right. And what Donald Trump's history is, let me just add something here to this, Elizabeth. The Baltimore Sun ran an article by Doug Donovan on August 16th. That would have been yesterday. The headline, Jared Kushner's firm seeks arrest of Maryland tenants to collect debt. Now, this is the Baltimore Sun, Baltimore, Maryland. The real estate company owned by Jared Kushner, son-in-law and top advisor to President Donald Trump, has been the most aggressive company in Maryland in using a controversial debt collection tactic, getting judges to order the arrest of people who owe his company money. Since 2013, the first full year in which the Kushner companies operated in Maryland, corporate entities affiliated with the firm's 17 apartment complexes in the state have sought this.
17 apartment complex in the state of Maryland, where the bulk of the money that he was getting was to abuse people, low rent people, and throw them out of their housing to flip their housing to make a quick buck. But now he's in now we know he's in New York City, but now he's in Maryland. This is Jared Kushner, who wants you to think that he is so well-heeled, a well-heeled billionaire who was over there begging Saudi Arabia for $5 billion more dollars. That the $2 billion that he got after Trump's first term, the Saudi wealth fund did not even want to give it to him because they knew he had no experience in the business that they were giving him this money for. Now, who is in control over this $1.4 billion island that they bought? Jared Kushner's business is going to be in control. You know, the same business that he got his college roommates to be a part of, and CEOs and COOs of a business that none of them had actual any experience in, and actually showed any success in this business. This is who is going to be in control. This sovereign wealth fund that Jared Kushner has. Let's be real clear. Let's continue.
Civil arrest of 105 former tenants for failing to appear in court to face allegations of unpaid debt, the Baltimore Sun has found. That's more than any other landlord in the state over that time. Court records show that 20.
He wanted people to go to jail for back rent. Go to jail for back rent. Not have your credit affected. Have your whole life affected. Send you totally and completely to jail for your debt. What I thought that we got rid of debtors' prison. I guess we haven't. Jared Kushner feels like if his father can go to jail for lying about his taxes, surely you can go to jail for owing him back rent or some of these fees that they have piled upon you for dubious reasons. You should be able to go to jail as well. This is who Jared Kushner was.
Former Kushner attendants have been detained.
This is who Jared Kushner is, not was. This is who Jared Kushner is.
In other words, arrested and put in jail. They call these arrests body attachments. It amounts to jailing people for being poor. Jared the Baltimore Sun has found for failing to appear in court to face allegations of unpaid debt, the Baltimore Sun has found. That's more than any other landlord in the state over that time. Court records show that 20 former Kushner attendants have been detained. In other words, arrested and put in jail. They call these arrests body attachments. It amounts to jailing people for being poor. And again, back to the Baltimore Sun, some tenants who have been targeted say they did not receive proper notice of the court appearances they were accused of missing. Advocates for consumer rights have long pushed for legislation to limit body attachments. And then they go on to say the Kushner Company.
20 tenants have been put in jail behind Jared Kushner money-grubbing ways. Poor people have been put in jail. But Jared Kushner tries to come off as some highbrow motherfucker.
Have nearly 9,000 units in Maryland, most of them in Baltimore County. They generated at least $90 million in revenue annually. And last year they showed a $30 million profit. And then they tell the story of Priscilla Moreno, a Baltimore County school bus driver, who works part-time in video production, narrowly avoided arrest last year. She and her 3 children were living in Whispering Woods. This is one of Kushner's apartment buildings, 524 apartments. When she got a federal voucher that she thought would help her move up in the world. So she moved out of there and moved into a better place. Then the Kushner affiliate, J2 Westminster, hit her with $7,100 in judgment in 2015. She says it didn't credit her security deposit. She disputes the charges. She says they were charging me for things like carpet cleaning, normal wear and tear. And they damn near put her in jail. She avoided arrest by filing for federal bankruptcy, a step taken by at least a dozen other former tenants sued by Kushner affiliates. Forbes, by the way, estimates the Kushner family fortune at $2 billion. This, I mean, Mike Malloy used to refer to the Bush crime family. I'm starting, this is like the Trump crime family. Anyhow, back to you, Elizabeth.
It's international syndicate.
Yeah,
There
it
no
really is.
affordable housing anymore because what the Kushner family is doing is the same thing that corporations are doing all over this country, buying up big condos and then raising the rent so high that you could buy a house for what you're paying rent for.
Oh, it's insane. And it's not just big corporations. It's wealthy people. And it's also, China is, and Chinese corporations are buying an awful lot of, and not just China. I mean, it's other countries as well that are very well.
If you were unaware, why I did the Kushner story. Let's one, there are many. There are many. Toms and toms, globs and globs of stories about the slumlord Jared Kushner, who is now suddenly some multi-billionaire. Let's go.
10 to $30 might not seem like a whole lot, but when you're living paycheck to paycheck and trying to raise a family, that's a difference between putting gas in my car or just buying a meal for my family.
Tanae Smith is a tenant at the Dutch Village Apartments in Northeast Baltimore. She's lived there since 2009. She's now a plaintiff in a lawsuit filed against the landlord, a company owned by Jared Kushner, President Donald Trump's son-in-law. The complaint alleges the company charges illegal and excessive fees when a tenant is late with the rent. It starts with a 5% late fee. That's standard and permitted. But then tenants get slapped with a $10 agent fee and a $30 summons or court fee. Full payments are required, Tanae says, to get her accounts squared.
Let's say the court case is a couple of weeks later. If I went to at least pay my rent on the 7th, they're rejecting it. They're saying, no, pay everything.
Including those fees.
Including those fees.
The agent fee is not allowed to be charged at all, and the court fee should not be charged until it is incurred or until it is awarded by a court. So often people are paying these fees before they've even filed anything against them or before they've even gone to court and a judge has said, okay, you can charge this fee.
Kushner's companies own 17 properties in the Baltimore area. The lawsuit seeks refunds for thousands of tenants.
So we're talking about people who are wealthy individuals who are just making a profit off of people who can barely afford to pay their rent or to make, their ends meet.
So we want to stop charging the illegal fees. We want to stop misallocating rent to the fees and then saying that rent's late again. And second, we are looking for a refund of all of those illegal fees that have been charged for the past 3 years.
We did get a response today to our questions that we asked of the Kushner companies. A spokesman said, "We have been in compliance with Maryland's laws and regulations and intend to vigorously defend ourselves against these allegations." Again, that comes from a spokesman for the Kushner companies. According to his financial disclosure that was filed earlier this year, Jared Kushner is a senior advisor to the president. He made almost $1.5 million per year in income from the company named in this lawsuit. Reporting live tonight from downtown, I'm Jane Miller, WBAL TV 11 News.
I just want to play a couple of these before I go back and show you the Kushners who are strangely worth billions today. Strangely enough, these same Kushners who were harassing poor people, throwing people on subsidized housing out of their housing. I want to show you these grummy slumlords today. Hold on.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. A property management company partly owned by Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, has agreed to pay $3.25 million to the state of Maryland and to reimburse tens of thousands of tenants in Baltimore. Maryland's attorney...
Okay, so we just heard him say that they were following the law and they were properly charging fees. And and we're going to fight this vigorously. If they came into a settlement means they did not go to court and fight this at all. They made a settlement to repay these poor people who they were overcharging, illegally charging money to. These multimillionaires.
Jared Kushner, has agreed to pay $3.25 million to the state of Maryland and to reimburse tens of thousands of tenants in Baltimore. Maryland's Attorney General Brian Frosh said, quote, "This is a case in which landlords deceived and cheated tenants and subjected them to miserable living conditions." The state of Maryland sued the Kushner-owned company after ProPublica detailed how the company hounded low-income tenants with a barrage of lawsuits, eviction notices, and late fees, even when the tenants were in the right. ProPublica's 2017 investigation was written by Alec McGillis, who joins us now from
Baltimore, Baltimore City. Who would be the most likely people that the Jared Kushner was stealing money from and harassing? That would be Black people. Black people. He felt that he had the right to steal money under some fake I'm following the law bullshit, knowing full well that they were not following the law. But Jared Kushner wants to sit up in your face today and act as if he is some above board person. So how do you think that Jared Kushner acquired that Albanian island that he and his Christy Columbus wife Ivanka discovered? Do you think that it is above board? Do you think that they have these personal security people out there beating up protesters and dragging them off unconscious? Do you think that any of this is above board? When you understand who Jared Kushner really is, I understand a lot of you didn't know any of this about Jared Kushner prior to him profiting off of the presidency. But because so many of you were too busy, worried, and concerned that Hunter Biden had the audacity to really sit down and physically make paintings, and they sold for, I think one sold for $500,000. How dare Hunter Biden profit off the presidency? While you are ignoring the fact that a slumlord was stealing and infesting low-income people homes with rats and doing nothing about it. But you charging them illegal fees that he knew were illegal, because he has a legal team that tells him what the law requires him to be able to charge or not charge. Okay.
From Baltimore. He's an award-winning reporter and editor-at-large in the right. ProPublica's 2017 investigation was written by Alec McGillis, who joins us now from Baltimore. He's an award-winning reporter and editor-at-large at the Baltimore Banner. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Alec. Why don't you lay out what the settlement is about, and most importantly, the behavior of the Kushner company?
Sure. This is a really big settlement. It's really hard to find precedent for a settlement this big in a case like this. More than $3 million, as you said. Residents are going to be able to file claims for rent that they had to pay on these incredibly shoddy units. I was in units back in 2017 that had holes in the wall, that had leaks all over the place, that were riddled with mice. One woman had raw sewage coming out of her kitchen sink. She had maggots coming out of her carpet. Appliances not working, gas leaks, just these endless problems that tenants had to deal with, and they were still having to, of course, pay their rent and being constantly taken into court by the Kushners. What my article described was just this constant hounding of tenants for alleged missing rent and broken leases, where they would just, for years and years and years, go after tenants and former tenants, even garnishing their wages. Sometimes tenants would find their bank accounts suddenly just cleared out because the company had just gone in and gotten a court order to take all their money away. And they, of course, were utterly powerless often to fight back, even when they were in the right. There were tenants who had left these complexes in Baltimore before the Kushners bought them in 2012, 2013, in that range. And nonetheless, the company was coming after them for alleged broken leases and unpaid rent from prior years. They basically saw these tenants as a profit center that they were going to squeeze as much money out of as possible.
And Alec, what are we talking about here in terms of the numbers of units that the Kushners owned? And can you talk about how this payout was enabled? What was the process like when of the lawsuit?
Sure. There are thousands of these units. It's a whole, really kind of a whole hidden world of these, what I called Kushnerville. These, at the time, it was when I wrote the article, it was 15 large complexes, all sort of across the Baltimore suburbs. This is not in the sort of, urban core of Baltimore. These are not the old row houses that you know from The Wire. These are complexes built in the 60s and 70s that kind of sprawl all around the.
I want you to think about this. When you hear this bitch Ivanka Trump talk about this private island is how she decided that this is how I want to live, and that many other people want to live this way. This is in their marriage. That this is how Jared Kushner and his Kushner real estate business was making money. Having people live with raw sewage and maggots coming out of their carpet. But now this bitch is sitting on doing an interview about how she expected to live herself. And she's sitting up with a motherfucker who owns property that have their tenants living like that. Why would they allow tenants to live like that? Because they were black people. Because they were black people. It doesn't take all of that. It doesn't take all of that to make money in real estate. But they decided that they were going to rob the poor people and dehumanize people that they didn't respect to be human beings. But they are going to go in and steal every penny that they can from them and impact their lives where they could possibly not even get another apartment, a real decent apartment. People who had already left these dwellings before they bought them. The fucking audacity. Do you think that this island was sold to them? Do you think that the Albanians who are protesting the sale of this island to Jared Kushner and Ivanka, do you think that they have standing? Do you think that they are protesting for a real reason? This is who Jared Kushner was before the presidency. The first Trump presidency. While y'all want to fuck around, let's continue.
Inner suburbs of Baltimore, about 9,000 units in all. The Attorney General estimates that 30,000 people, different tenants, lived in these units during the time in question. So you now have thousands of people who are going to be able to file claims. The way it's going to work is that if tenants had major maintenance problems in their units and were having to pay rent anyway, they're now going to be able to file a claim for that rent. And try to get some of it back. And starting in 3 months, they're going to be able to start filing these claims. They'll have a year to do so. There's going to be a, quote, special master appointed who's going to oversee sort of assessing these claims. Then on top of that, the Kushners are going to have to automatically reimburse tenants and former tenants for the fees that they were unjustly charged over and over, these late fees and court fees that were often not merited and not allowed. So they're going to have to basically automatically disperse that money to people. People are not going to have to file separate claims for that, but they can now file claims for the rent that they paid on these very shoddy units. And this is uncapped. So that means that the Kushners are paying a $3.25 million fine to the state. Part of that, 800,000 of that, is sort of a down payment on the claims they're going to be paying out to tenants. But those claims can go as high, it's the sky's the limit basically. If a whole bunch of claims come in, they're going to have to pay them all.
And to what extent has your investigation or the court record revealed the extent that Jared Kushner himself was either directly involved, or was he largely a passive investor when it comes to this? To all of these units?
He was very, very involved. He was still running the company back in 2012, 2013, when the company decided to buy start buying these complexes. That was his decision to basically. These complexes were providing this incredible cash flow for this big real estate company.
Okay, he was highly involved. The Kushner family is a noted real estate family. This is what his father has done his whole life. And when his father goes to jail for tax fraud, who takes over? Jared takes over. And this is what Jared, someone who grew up in the real estate family, we are supposed to believe that just because these Nepo babies are born into a family, are we to believe that all of these people who are born into these rich families understand the business that got them rich? Many of them don't. Jared Kushner is a prime example of someone who had the audacity to take over his own father's real estate family and didn't know how to run it. So, do you think that the Saudi sovereign wealth agency were correct that Jared Kushner should not be paid $2 billion for a new company? A company that had nothing to do with real estate, a company that had to do with investing money. Do you think that the Saudi Arabia was right about that? A business that Jared Kushner had never been in before, has shown no success in, a brand new business that got $2 billion from the Saudi Arabia, that the Saudi sovereign wealth fund said no. We're not giving him this money, and it was overridden by the Crown Prince. Do you think that he deserved that money? You think he deserved that money? No, Saudi Arabia itself knew he didn't deserve that money. But what makes you think? What could then be the reason why Jared Kushner was given $2 billion? Quid pro quo.
That had become very highly leveraged, highly in debt with very fancy purchases that it was making in New York. These big investments in New York, the gleaming towers in Manhattan that it owned. Meanwhile, its real core business was the revenue that was coming in from these thousands of units in these very sort of humble areas of Baltimore. So that was his decision to make at New York. Company that had become very highly leveraged, highly in debt with very fancy purchases that it was making in New York. These big investments in New York. That basically, these complexes were providing this incredible cash flow for this big real estate company that had become very highly leveraged, highly in debt with very fancy purchases that it was making in New York. These big investments.
So while this real estate company was making these highbrow, fancy purchases in New York City, they were being financed by robbing poor Black people and putting exorbitant illegal fees on poor Black people and poor people who lived in rent-subsidized apartments. Black and white, just poor, the poor in New York City, living in subsidized housing. But the ones who wasn't living in subsidized housing, he offered you housing that was far worse than any subsidized housing in New York City. And he took you to court and made you pay him to try to keep eviction off of your credit where you could get zero housing. Let that sink in. Let that sink in as you sit here and hear this long-faced bitch talk about what type of way that she expects that she should live.
In New York, the gleaming towers in Manhattan that it owned. Meanwhile, its real core business was the revenue that was coming in from these thousands of units in these very sort of humble areas of Baltimore. So that was his decision to make that investment, and then his decision to pursue these people as aggressively as they did, really to be to sort of see these tenants as this incredible source of revenue that you wanted to squeeze as much out of as you possibly could. When he became an advisor to the president in 2017, his father-in-law, Donald Trump, and moved into the West Wing, he gave up. He stepped back from that title as president of the company, but he all along has now again has retained a very strong hand in the company. And this is his project.
Alec, final question, just to put the $3.25 million in some perspective. The New York Times reporting in April, Saudi Arabia contributed over $2 billion to Jared Kushner's new investment fund. And you have New York's Attorney General suing Donald Trump, as well as his 3 kids, including Jared's wife, Ivanka Trump, accusing them of widespread financial fraud that could possibly lead to the disbanding of the Trump empire in New York. Your final thoughts?
Certainly, the $3.25 million in the sort of the scale of Kushner and their wealth and the Saudis and all that is a relative pittance for them. However, it still represents a really solid form of accountability for these wrongs that we exposed back in 2017. It took 5 years to get here, but still there's now some real accountability here for the way these tenants were treated. And for the tenants who are now able to file claims and are going to get some money back, even if it's just a few hundred, couple $1,000s, for a lot of these tenants, that means a lot, because these tenants are living in a world, in a universe where in a whole different kind of scale of finances than the Kushners. That's what I always found so stunning, was that you had one of the most powerful people in the country sitting in the White House, and just 40 miles away, he and his company were hounding these people who lived in an entirely different world, who often didn't even know that the landlord who was squeezing them for so much money was in fact Jared Kushner, son-in-law to President Trump.
Well, Alec McGillis, we thank you for your Here on Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
The beleaguered tenants of Kushnerville. That's the headline of a recent piece in ProPublica about the real estate dealings of Trump's son-in-law and White House senior advisor, Jared Kushner. The piece looks at how Kushner's former company, Kushner Companies, has acted as a, quote, neglectful and litigious landlord of low-income housing units in Baltimore.
ProPublica reporter Alec McGillis chronicled how Kushner Companies hounded low-income tenants with a barrage of lawsuits, eviction notices, and late fees, even when the tenants were in the right. Tenants also described terrible maintenance practices, which created nearly unlivable conditions for some families. Alec McGillis, welcome to Democracy Now!, joining us from Baltimore, where you exposed this story. Tell us what you found.
Well, what I found was just way beyond what I was even expecting when I first started looking into these complexes. Jared Kushner's family company has 15 of these complexes in Baltimore with about 8,000 units. It's by far his biggest concentration of sort of downscale rental holdings in the entire country. And what I found when I looked into the court system, just to check and see if they had any cases in the court system, was just an incredible profusion of cases that the company had brought against tenants and former tenants. Hundreds and hundreds of cases, more than the court system could even display at one time. And basically what the company has been doing for the last 5 years since it bought these complexes is going after just about any tenant they possibly could to squeeze more money out of them for back rent or having allegedly broken a lease, even in cases, as you said, where the tenant really was in the right.
And Alec, many of these tenants were what's called Section 8 tenants, in that they were getting housing vouchers from the federal government to pay their rent.
Bitch, what? Bitch, what? You mean to tell me that Jared Kushner was defrauding Section 8? Did you hear? Have you heard JD Vance talk about him doing an investigation of defrauding Section 8 by Jared Kushner and his real estate company? No, you haven't. Of course you haven't.
But Jared Kushner has said he wouldn't weigh in on any policy having to do with Section 8. Do you still see any potentials for conflicts given how much his family's company was invested in and using these Section 8 certificates, which are now probably the biggest public housing expenditure of the federal government?
No, there's definitely a concern around this. The White House has said that he would absent himself from any policy debates around Section 8 funding, but you can never be sure with this White House if that word will hold true. The fact is that in the current budget, the Trump administration budget, the cuts to Section 8 funding, while large, are not nearly as large as the cuts to actual public housing funding for actual public housing authorities. And with this White House, one, of course, can't help but wonder if there's some connection back to the fact that the Kushner company does rely so much on Section 8 funding for these complexes.
The company is called JK2 Westminster LLC. Explain Jared Kushner's relationship to it, and then tell us the story of a tenant.
So JK2 Westminster is indeed the name of the entity through which they were bringing a lot of these cases. And Jared Kushner, and it's one can only presume that the JK stands for Jared Kushner, although the company would not confirm that. Jared Kushner had a very pivotal role in buying these complexes. He, was in the process of inheriting this company from his father, and this was one of his big moves to make these purchases. He saw them as just a wise, a very lucrative and prudent financial investment to buy all these complexes. One of the people that I came across with an especially, just very upsetting story was a young woman, a single mother of 3, who moved out of one of the complexes because the elderly woman next door was just becoming incredibly hard to deal with, banging on the door at night, waking up her baby, just acting very strange. So she got permission, this young woman got permission to move out. She got written permission to move out. She gave the proper notice and all that. She moves out. A couple years later, she starts getting court notices in the mail saying that a company that she never heard of, JK2 Westminster, was suing her in court for several $1,000s for having left her lease early. She unfortunately did not have a copy anymore of that written permission that she'd received. The court ruled against her. With the late fees and interest and all that, it came to $5,000. She could not afford that. She was a home health aide working minimum wage. Her wages started being garnished. Her bank account was garnished. She was completely cleaned out, went broke. She finally did manage to get a copy of that form showing that she had permission to move out, and that did not help her in court. The court remained unmoved against her. She ended up getting a big court lien against her. Her credit record's been ruined by this whole thing. It's been extraordinary, and this was very typical of the kind of thing that the Kushner companies was doing with former tenants.
And Alec, what was the strategy behind these acquisitions? You normally associate the Kushners with more upscale development. Was this an attempt to gentrify these developments and renovate them, or was it basically to milk the existing tenant base without doing much improvements of the complexes?
It was really more the latter, actually. These complexes were seen as a way to generate cash flow for the company. The company's, of course, better known for its very high-end holdings in Manhattan. Those holdings tend to be very highly leveraged, lots of debt. These complexes were in essence kind of provided ballast to the company, just a very steady cash flow. When you think about it, the rents in these apartments are not high by Manhattan standards. We're talking about $1,000, $1,100, $1,200 a month typically, but you multiply that by 8,000 units just here in Baltimore, and then you add on all this extra revenue coming in from this very aggressive legal pursuit of tenants, and it really starts to add up.
And what was the response of the Jared Kushner company? And how has he changed his relationship with JK2 Westminster LLC since he became a chief advisor to President Trump, his father-in-law?
Well, Jared Kushner did step back from the company back in December or January. He stepped down from his role as the CEO of Kushner Companies, and his father, Charles Kushner, is now back in that title. But Jared has retained virtually his entire stake in these real estate holdings.
His father is now back in that title. Why did his father have to come back to that title? Because of his stint in prison. Well, for being a fraud himself. His father had to step down, and it was given over to Jared. Let's see what else. One more.
This is Stephen Janis reporting for the Real News Network in Baltimore City, Maryland. Wealth inequality is a theme of the Trump administration, and the story about how that works and how they make money off the backs of middle-class people starts right here.
If there is one aspect of the Trump administration that deserves more attention, it would be just how much his inner circle represents the growing income inequality that in part defines the country. Case in point is Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Like the president, he is linked to hundreds of millions of dollars in real estate holdings.
Oh, look at Ivanka back then. Let's look at this well-heeled Ivanka back then, when they were just grifting off of poor people on Section 8. Is this the same Ivanka who wants you to believe that she is so accustomed to so much, and therefore this bitch didn't even have on a decent dress? Let's go back. Let's take all of this in.
Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Like the president, he is linked to hundreds of millions of dollars in real estate holdings. But he's not.
Look at Ivanka on stage with this. I'm pretty sure it's one of those Ivanka special dress and some Jessica Simpson shoes on.
Not just about luxury condos and gleaming towers. Kushner has made much of his fortune renting to low-income residents in modest apartment complexes. And it is how he acquired this wealth that is the subject of a recently filed class action lawsuit.
It's important to me because everyone in my neighborhood, all of the tenants, we are working class citizens just struggling to make ends meet. So it's unfair to us that we're forced to pay a bunch of fees up front right away.
According to the lawsuit, Kushner has enriched himself unjustly at the expense of his tenants by charging improper fees to working people the Trump administration purports to represent.
These fees do pile up, especially when the rent's taken to pay off the fees, which then Westminster says, oh, well, your rent's late because we took your rent to pay off the fees, so we can charge you some more fees and additional fees.
The story of how this works starts here at a small nondescript apartment complex called Dutch Village in Northeast Baltimore. It is one of 17 developments across the state of Maryland owned by Kushner. Residents here are middle class.
And every month, it's 40, 50 eviction notices on people's doors. And everybody around here work. Ain't like we paying thousands of dollars for rent, you feel what I'm saying? So I know the people paying their rent to keep a roof over their kids' head.
And hardworking and making just enough to get by.
Now, this lawsuit is about fees. They add a lot of fees on if you're a little bit late. Is that something?
It's like $80, like an $80 late fee or something like that.
How does that affect people here?
Like most people working and trying to budget their money. Most people working 2 jobs nowadays to survive. And you hitting somebody with an $80 late fee, that could be coming up. That's taking food from my kid's mouth.
But that didn't stop Kushner from tacking on fees for late payment of rent that wasn't in fact late, and then using those fees to start eviction.
They end up paying more money than they need to pay, and money that's not legal. For example, the court costs, if they don't pay by the end of the 5th, they'll say you have to pay $30 in court costs. Well, the court hasn't awarded any court costs. There may not even be a court filing, but they say now, unless you pay this, we're going to file an eviction notice. And then they'll slap 5% on top of that. So the numbers just keep churning and churning and churning.
In fact, according to the plaintiffs, landlords wreak havoc on low-income residents in Baltimore, filing 155,000 payment actions against tenants, resulting in 7,000 evictions annually.
Ultimately, being able to file eviction actions on fees that you shouldn't be able to and win them sometimes is because There are so many of these actions being filed. There isn't enough representation. Tenants don't know their rights. And often courts don't want to take the time to look more deeply into a case. We've overloaded the rent courts with so many cases.
And the Kushner real estate empire is no stranger to accusations of abusive practices. An investigation by ProPublica and the New York Times found his firm ruthlessly pursued former tenants for rent they say they did not owe. And recently, a Kushner-controlled property was sued for overcharging rent in New York. We attempted to reach Kushner for comment, but were unsuccessful. But for the tenants in Baltimore, the concern is about fairness, that their hard-earned money doesn't enrich a man who doesn't deserve it.
It's hard out here. We got a president that's crazy, you know what I mean? And don't nobody love nobody. And the people that's trying to live right and do right is people like him that own properties that seem like you stagnating us. You feel me? You keeping me right there. I'm trying to grow. I ain't trying to stay here forever.
This is Stephen Janis and Taya Graham reporting for the Real News Network in Baltimore.
There you have it. I want you to pay attention. The next time you see these people don your television screen talking this. I really want you to pay attention to who Jared
There's one thing that
Kushner
I personally love about the Trump administration. It's the way that a whole cavalcade
and
of billionaires and
Ivanka.
nepo babies are able to live out their
Oh my God! And Ivanka Trump were prior to the Saudi wealth fund giving him $2 billion for his new company to do what exactly after we saw how he ran his real estate company. Let's revisit who these people were and how they got here, and let's understand all of this fake shit that you hear coming out of these people's mouths, and the fake cadence of I am better than you-ism when they were actually stealing from poor people.
together in this project.
I'm working on an incredible project with my husband in the Mediterranean. It's massive in scale.
I think that's an understatement. Can you explain?
Yes, it is. It is.
There's no
very-
power on this island. You're building everything from scratch. Correct.
Well, it's an unbelievable, beautiful 1,400 hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. We were on a friend's boat and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the islands.
Effectively, that's how we found it. Effectively, that's how we found it.
Went on a hike, barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated. And it stayed with us ever since. And over the course of many years, we developed the opportunity to help realize.
Over the course of many years, we developed the opportunity. Over the course of many years, we developed the opportunity to do what? She never says that we purchased the island. Over the course of many years, we developed the opportunity.
Its potential and
to help the island. We just wanted to help the island realize its potential.
Transform it, but with a lot of restraint and care, because the land is so beautiful that really the architecture has to be fully integrated into it almost.
With restraint, because the land is so beautiful that the architecture has to be incorporated. I thought it was so beautiful. Also, what improvements are you doing? This is bullshit. Let me
rise from it.
Bitch.
You know, it's not even a business for me, despite the scale of it. We not only the island, but we have 5 miles of beachfront directly across from the island. This beautiful peninsula with a lagoon on one side, the ocean on the other. Beautiful white sand beaches. For me, it feels more like a challenge than anything else. The culmination of all of my experience in real estate, all of my travel, a lot of reflection on how I want to live, how I think people increasingly are wanting to live.
So apparently how she increasingly wants to live is on a private island. And she
Okay. Let's see what a fresh implant head Kushner has to say once again, in my opinion.
To fulfill their wishes and dreams with regard to this private island. Let's take a listen to that.
I was on a vacation after we left government in the summer of 2021. We were on our friend Nat Rothschild's boat. We got picked up in Montenegro, and then we started sailing over to Corfu, and we spent a couple days.
Okay. You understand that this person who wants to name drop the Rothschilds and where he was vacationing and with on a boat with whom and where they went, and then all of the excursions that they went upon, is a whole motherfucking slumlord that was bilking people on Section 8, on fixed income, low income housing, and just working stiffs. A slumlord.
In Albania. One of the nights there, Prime Minister Rama came to the boat. I had not met him when I was in government, but I was very, very impressed with his vision for what he wanted to do with Albania. I really didn't know anything about the country. I didn't understand the history, and the darkness of the history with the communism and the terrible leadership actually led to it being fully undeveloped as a nation. But Eddie came in. He has one of the cool things I was attracted to is the fact that he seemed like a very skilled politician, as a very strong and smart leader, but also the fact that he was an artist. I thought it'd be very cool to see what a country really led and built by an artist could be.
So slightly different story there from Jared. So first of all, it's apparently Nat Rothschild's boat, which we can run this slideshow of this mega, what do they call them? Mega yachts.
Yes.
It's like $180 million. You can see it here. You've got the heliport, you've got the library, you've got all the things that one would expect on their friend's boat. Okay. So they're on Nat Rothschild's boat, and then the prime minister joins them to talk about how amazing Albania is. And then lo and behold, they do this deal to acquire this island. And let's go ahead and put E6 up on the screen to show you some of the backstory here. So there had to be a change made to the status of the island in order for this acquisition to be made. And lo and behold, Sagar, the timing on this is really very special for Ivanka and Jared. Right after Ivanka's father was inaugurated president is when that change in status was made by the prime minister so that they could acquire this island. And I just think that is, I think, fate coming together for them to bless this acquisition is what that looks like to me. In any case, some people in Albania, for some reason, we could put E4 up on the screen, not super excited about this deal and the selling off of this island. This actually is pretty horrifying. You could see here, this is a protester who was assaulted and being dragged by private security guards. They're already, and this is on the island, there already were protests that were ongoing at this point. And then the revelation of this video just shocked the public. And so as you can imagine, the protests have only escalated since these private security guards dragged this protester. The cops were apparently standing by just watching this as this occurred.
Albanian Prime Minister responds, "It is very important we remain welcoming, we remain fair. Under no circumstances do we receive the stigma of being a country where investors are met with hostility. There is absolutely no chance that the investment will stop as long as I am here. The Albanian government has also previously defended the development as in compliance with environmental rules. Developers have also said they intend to move forward with the project. Our focus remains on responsible stewardship, environmental enhancement, job creation, and creating long-term value for local communities. We respect the ongoing public institutional process," the chairman of the development person said to Reuters. So that's the status. I mean, who amongst us has not been on a Rothschild mega yacht and then gotten in for a swim after talking to a prime minister to go to an island, to buy said island, and also be related the daughter and son-in-law of the president of the United States.
It's a relatable
Very
story.
normal, very relatable story. I will say, you know, on the Rothschild front, this is the one where it remains to me one of the most important Epstein stories with no additional reporting that has come out. That email, which I flagged consistently at the time, where remember, the Rothschild family is large.
Okay. I played that for you earlier. The link is in my description box. I just came upon this breaking news. As you see, Todd Blanche has been nominated by 4547. If you are unaware, Todd Blanche is 4547's personal attorney in the cases that he lost to Letitia James, Department of Justice in the Southern District of New York. And this is why they have been going after Letitia James, because she has done things that Todd Blanche could not do. And her actual attorneys who worked under her Department of Justice in the Southern District of New York. So they are really, really mad about what Letitia James is successful at doing. Todd Blanche and Pam Bonthi's DOJ have decided that instead of bringing cases and filing their cases themselves, they will go the route of appointing grand juries. And there has been a lot of grand jury shenanigans that have been going on, because if you understand how a grand jury works, there is no prosecutor, there's no defense attorney in the grand jury. The only person who talks to the grand jury is the person who is prosecuting. And in these cases, it is representatives from this DOJ. Now, a lot of cases have been pulled back, and they are investigating the things that have been presented to the grand jury. One of the grand jury presentations against, I believe it was Letitia James. It was either Letitia James or James Comey that was pulled back, and you found out that much of the grand jury statements were done outside of the full grand jury, and only 2 members of the grand jury actually voted to indict this case, so it was thrown out. A whole lot of grand jury bullshit has been going on with this administration. And for instance, in the Southern Poverty Law Center, these charges were presented to a grand jury, and now it is under investigation exactly what information has been presented to the grand jury in these egregious cases where they tried to say that the Southern Poverty Law Center is supporting and financing the Ku Klux Klan, when all throughout the history of the Southern Poverty Law Center, these are been people who have been trying to eradicate and arrest people who do illegal things, racist things, such as the Ku Klux Klan. So this the Defense Department is like, well, how in the world could you get a grand jury to agree that the Southern Poverty Law Center should be tried under supporting and financing the Ku Klux Klan? So these are some of the testimonies and some of the statements that have been presented to the grand jury that the judges are determining if the defense attorneys will have the opportunity to see what has been presented to grand jury in grand jury testimony. We know that one of the crimes against Letitia James that was presented to the grand jury, there was no court reporting that is included in there. It went from one section of the grand jury presentation to the end, and they was like, wait a minute, what happened to the instruction to the jury? And then Lindsay Halligan, who decided to actually try Letitia James, the Attorney General of the Southern District of New York. Lindsay Halligan, who never tried a case, who was doing Donald Trump bidding. Lindsay Halligan, who had been around the Trump administration since she was in these Trump beauty pageants. That Lindsay Airhead Halligan, she tried it. And she actually said that, during the jury instructions, the court reporter was not there. So therefore, you had no transcript of what the jury was instructed in this grand jury hearing. And you wonder why that case was closed and dropped against Letitia James? Okay. Now, here is some more information about these grand juries that this AOG is insisting on using. Trump Attorney General busted as grand jury secrets leak. Let's see what secrets have leaked. Michael Popak, this link will be in my description box under leaks.
His Department of Justice, including just moments after Todd Blanche's nomination to be the Attorney General, survive a series of unethical missteps led by his Department of Justice, including just moments after Donald Trump revealed he was nominating him for the permanent position. We got breaking news that involves the Southern Poverty Law Center, the leading anti-hate group in America that monitors the actions of 4,000 hate groups. Yes, they were criminally indicted by Donald Trump, going after what he believes are left-wing organizations trying to undermine his presidency in the wake of the Charlie Kirk murder. But the real issue is, why has the grand jury secrecy, the sacrosanct rules around grand jury secrecy, why have they been violated according to the Southern Poverty Law Center's own new filing in Alabama? Why was a draft of the superseding indictment in Word for anybody to edit that was unsealed, circulated before the grand jury had an opportunity to consider the second indictment? That's not just a no-no, that's an ethical breach of epic proportion, and shows you it's endemic, it's emblematic of everything that is depraved and that is corrupt and that is rotten within the Department of Justice, now presumably going to be led by Todd Blanche. But not so fast. These are the hard questions that are going to be asked of him during a bruising confirmation hearing. Why did he bring the Southern Poverty Law Center indictment when Pam Bondi apparently refused to do so? Why did he bring the indictment against James Comey, former FBI director, for a bunch of seashells on the beach? I'm not making that up. Why did he come into the Senate and try to get a $2 billion weaponization fund for Jan 6ers who beat up police approved as the chief law enforcement officer? And why have there been just in the last 10 days a series of not only losses and black eyes for the Department of Justice, 5 last week, 0-5 last week alone, but think about what these cases were about. Prosecutorial misconduct, grand jury abuse. So bad that even prosecutors have had to dismiss their own cases or have the cases dismissed against them. Grand jury and the grand jury process is being corrupted and polluted by the Department of Justice. It's being called out by filings like this one by the Southern Poverty Law Center in their own case, and heads are going to roll. And if Todd Blanche thought he had a rough day at the office in the last week or so, when he was being accused of being nothing more than Donald Trump's private personal lawyer, wait till he sits in the confirmation seat and has to answer for all of these unethical charges. Let's turn to the Southern Poverty Law Center and its brand new filing in Alabama in its criminal case. I'm Michael Popak. You're on Legal AF and on Midas Touch. No, I'm not in a new set, but I am traveling. As people may know, I'm going to be for the rest of the weekend here at the Netroots Nation 2026 conference in Philadelphia for independent journalists. I'll be getting some amazing interviews and bringing them back to our Legal AF and Midas Touch audience. Okay, Southern Poverty Law Center, founded in 1971, the leading anti-hate group in America, publishes the Hate Index, a map to show you where these extremist groups are, both left and right and center. You know, they don't choose sides. It just so happens that most hate groups are on the right wing, on the right side, you know, and so they've been following them. Donald Trump doesn't like it because in their Year in Hate book they put out every year, there's a fair number of groups that Donald Trump likes, like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and other paramilitary and white nationalist organizations. Yeah, they've been trying to root out hate, trying to dismantle groups like the KKK and other groups almost from their founding. But they don't like the fact that they've been raising money from donors and using it to infiltrate these organizations by paying people within the organizations to rat out the and provide information that the SPLC then provides to law enforcement. That had been working perfectly for years until Kash Patel got in office, and he threw up his hands and says, we're not going to work with the Anti-Defamation League. We're not going to work with the Southern Poverty Law Center any longer. And then they turned the tables and said, oh, you're paying these informants. You're keeping these hate groups alive. You're actually the fireman arsonist. You know, you're setting the fire and then you're coming to the rescue. I mean, it's totally asinine of an argument to go after the Southern Poverty Law Center. But the new issue is, based on the filing, is you're allowed as a prosecutor to get a superseding indictment. That's an amended indictment that you get returned from the grand jury. Here's the process. We'll do a teachable moment on criminal law. You can start a criminal case in the federal process if you're a prosecutor with a simple criminal complaint that you swear out. That'll get you an arrest warrant and maybe even search warrants. You eventually have to get an indictment returned by a grand jury, usually about 25 people, and you need a majority to agree on the charges. No one else is in that grand jury room. It's shrouded in secrecy under the federal rules and our constitutional law. And the only one in there is the prosecutor, no defense team, his evidence, his or her evidence, and his or her witnesses. That's it. And then you get the indictment. Now, there is a transcript that's prepared by a court reporter, but the judge doesn't see it, and the defense lawyers don't see it, and the public doesn't see it unless there's something that goes wrong in there. And there's a good faith argument that the defense needs to see the grand jury transcript. With this Department of Justice, it would be professional malpractice for a defense lawyer not to ask to see the grand jury transcript, because there's more than likely a chance that there's been prosecutorial abuse or misconduct inside that room. Saying things you're not supposed to say, violating the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, talking to jurors outside of the room, you know, bolstering evidence, bolstering witnesses, vouching for evidence, all sorts of things you can't do. It just shows you how little faith the Department of Justice has in its own ability to obtain indictments, prosecute, and convict based on the rules, following the rules. No, they have to break the rules because their cases are crappy, because they don't have the evidence. And the other thing that this new filing, which I'm going to read to you from now, demonstrates is how the hand is strengthened for the defense team to argue vindictive prosecution is a boxer behind his head or after the bell. So it says, quoting from the judge, the United States attorney's interest in a criminal prosecution is not that it shall win a case, but that justice shall be done. He may prosecute with earnestness and vigor. Indeed, he should do so. But while he may strike hard blows, he's not at liberty to strike foul ones. That comes from Berger versus the United States, a Supreme Court case from 1935. Problem is, you don't release a superseding indictment in draft form, unsigned to the media, before you turn it over to defense counsel or before the grand jury has an opportunity to vote on it. That undermines the anonymity of the grand jury, the independence of the grand jury. Anybody gets their hands on it in the media these days through AI and otherwise can make edits to it and changes to it. It is not a no-no. It is a violation of a sacrosanct rule of our grand jury. And as Supreme Court justices in the past have said, the only thing that stands between us, an innocent person, and an out-of-control prosecutor is the grand jury. And so for them to pollute it and distort it under Todd Blanche's watch, and all of this got filed and all of this got done in the moments after Donald Trump announced that he was going to nominate Todd Blanche to be Attorney General. These
Womp, womp, womp. Let's get beyond this commercial. Let's see what else let's see what else is in this ruling.
Media strategy before the sacrosanct rules. This is what they continue with. Putting media strategy before the sacrosanct rules of a grand jury secrecy. At around 6:30 p.m. yesterday, a Department of Justice's Public Affairs Office director emailed an unsigned, unstamped Microsoft Word document titled Superseding Indictment, which it wasn't, to a number of media members with the subject line flagging superseding indictment returned by grand jury today. It had not been returned by the grand jury today, and it went out without it. There was no four-person signature, no government attorney signature.
Wow.
It was a draft that still had metadata in it that told you who was editing it and who drafted it. And there were changes when you compare the final superseding indictment that was really returned by the grand jury and this thing that went out beforehand to the media. There are edits and changes in it as well. And here's my favorite part that undermines Todd Blanche. This is on page 3. Defense counsel for the SPLC quickly contacted the U.S. Attorney's Office and asked for an explanation of what was going on. Not even the prosecutor in charge of the case in Alabama could explain it. Replying to defense counsel, I need to gather some more information regarding that this morning. At 11:30 last night, 2 media outlets had issued stories discussing the contents, but doing a caveat that it seemed not to have ended up on the docket yet. I mean, this is horrendous. And Todd Blanche knows better. He already got caught lying about the SPLC in the media, and it ended up being part of a motion to gag the Department of Justice before this judge. Play the clip of Todd Blanche.
According to the charges in the indictment, the SPLC is a nonprofit entity that purports to fight white supremacy and racial hatred by reporting on extremist groups and conducting research to inform law enforcement groups with the goal of dismantling these groups. As the indictment describes, the SPLC was not dismantling these groups. It was instead manufacturing the extremism it purports to oppose by paying sources to stoke racial hatred.
Now, Todd Blanche is going to have to answer for all of this. So far in the last week, okay, we've got a dismissal of the indictment against Kilmer Abrego Garcia for a finding of vindictive prosecution by the Department of Justice based on Todd Blanche's own words. That led to Todd Blanche getting a bar complaint against his license in New York, right? That's one. Northern District of Illinois, U.S. Attorney Boutros had to dismiss an indictment against the Broadview Six a week before trial, those First Amendment protesters in Chicago, because of prosecutorial misconduct that was so blatant and so offensive that the judge said it was the worst thing she'd ever seen in a grand jury in her federal court career. And so the Attorney General or the U.S. Attorney in Illinois had to dismiss it because even that prosecutorial misconduct was so great he couldn't ignore it. Then you've got a judge who not only blocked the weaponization fund, but you have another judge in Miami that's questioning whether Donald Trump, Todd Blanche, the Department of Justice, and the FBI committed a fraud on the court. A fraud on the court and deceit on the court in setting up the weaponization fund and the settlement. This is all in the last week, folks. Forget losing
This is all in the last week, and yet you're a president that I think that it would be wise to appoint his former defense attorney who lost the case and is the reason why since he lost the case, he has 34 felonies. A loser attorney. This is who, after all of this lawlessness has been uncovered this week. This is who your president has decided to make the permanent AG of the Department of Justice. We know that what we do know, we know that Todd Blanche has done every and anything that 4547 has told him. He has sniffed in the farts of 4547 so well that he has been, doing whatever it takes, whatever is required, sir, I will do. And to the extent that I would say Trump thought that it would be a good idea to have Todd Blanche be the new AG, but I don't think that 45, 47 is at this point in his life capable of any cognitive thought process. I'll put it that way. So if this link is this link in my description box? Yes, this link is in my description box over under leaks. Please go over and visit Michael Popov. The reason why I think you should visit Michael Popov is because Michael Popov comes with the actual court documents. You know, these are some of the things that Michael Popov will come with. Let me see. Hold on. Let's see. I think I just did that. AG busted as a grand jury secrets leak. Yes, I just did that. Let me see. Let me see. Is the Doge cut
wanted to update.
Is the Doge cut responsible for the screw worm situation? Let's see. I talked about the screw worm earlier.
Everybody on a crisis that is developing here in this.
Hold on. What you doing in Kyle Kalinski's studio? Oh, you're his wife. Oh. Hey, Cristobal. This is Cristobal from Breaking Point. You don't hear a lot about this screw worm situation. And we have a dodo who's over the Department of Agriculture trying to poo-poo it like this is a little thing. This is not a little thing. And she is trying to blame this on the Biden administration. Let's see what Cristobal has to say about this new screw worm, which is a parasite, a flesh-eating disease parasite.
So wanted to update everybody on a crisis that is developing here in this country in the beef industry. We can put this up on the screen from NBC News. So they say that flesh-eating screwworm has returned to the U.S. after 60 years threatening the cattle herd. The case of New World screwworm was confirmed in a 3-week-old calf in La Pryor, Texas, near the U.S.-Mexico border, according to Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins. Flesh-eating parasite that had been kept out of U.S. livestock for decades has been detected in Texas, threatening the nation's cattle industry and food supply at a time when prices are already high. They say that the parasitic fly's larvae feed exclusively on the living tissue of warm-blooded animals. While the fly is capable of infecting humans and pets, such cases are rare and pose little risk to the broader public. The parasite does not pose a food safety threat, but a wider outbreak could still cost the livestock industry billions of dollars and put additional pressure on beef prices that are already at record highs. They go on to say it follows months of warnings from U.S. and Texas agriculture officials and cattle industry leaders as the pest steadily moved north through Mexico toward the American border. This is a quote from the Texas Agriculture Commission, Sid Miller. He said for months, the screwworm has rapidly advanced through Mexico in spite of the USDA's existing game plan. Instead of using every available tool, USDA moved too slowly and relied solely on a partial solution that takes years to fully implement.
Did I not tell you that this would take years to implement? We started a new facility. We're going to break ground to build a new facility to harvest sterile male flies. Brooke Rollins, your agriculture secretary, told you.
So I don't know much about Texas Ag Commissioner Sid Miller. Ryan, I'm going to guess he's probably not a libtard. I'm going to guess probably a relatively right-wing fellow who is criticizing the Trump administration here for their lack of concern and their lack of fully addressing this situation in a lab.
Oh, Sid Miller, come on. Don't you know that Brooke Rollins had all of those Trump Mar-a-Lago galas to attend along with all of her face changing surgeries that being a guest at Mar-a-Lago demands? Come on, don't be so bad on poor Brooke Rollins.
It to get to this crisis point. And to that point, if we can put this Forbes article up on the screen here as well, they did, a look at, okay, well, who is to blame here? Is it fair to blame DOJ for their cost cutting? And basically the answer here is yes. Screwworm in Texas cattle could drive up beef prices after DOJ axed prevention efforts. They go on to say,
but hey, there's one upside of the whole situation. Elon Musk is expected to put X on the market, and he is expected to become a trillionaire. Don't look at the bad things. Look at the good things that has come out of DOJ.
That containment efforts may cause the government to implement widespread cattle movement restrictions. The return of screwworm comes after the Musk-led Department of Government Efficiency cut funding last year for a project dedicated to monitoring and containing New World screwworm in Central America. So DOJ cut that funding. That funding was apparently axed days before the U.S. ended a temporary suspension of cattle imports from Mexico, meaning livestock was then allowed to cross the border without any of the monitoring previously funded by the USAID. So not only did they cut the funding for this project to monitor it, days later they said, come on, we can let more livestock across the border. And they also cut the funding for the USAID that would have been used to track that livestock going across the border. So truly a perfect storm here that has resulted in this, this development.
And at the time, you had a bunch of American cattle ranchers and processors.
Hold on. I thought I was subscribed to your channel, but I guess it's just the Midas Touch. I got described on my cell phone. My cell phone keep telling me I got too many described channels. I don't even know what all this describe. I know I got Tom Hartman, and I know I got Tiffany Miller Show, and I know I got Amy Goodman on Democracy Now! And the Midas Touch. So therefore, did you know? It just never ceases to amaze me how you dummies think that you are really saying something effective when you talk about how I tell you the news and I source you the news, because God forbid if I tell some of you people you will act as if I don't know what I'm talking about. And as you pretend like you don't understand that no news is generated from the people who are telling you the news. Did you not just see Crystal Ball reference where she got her information from? So you think that I should be different from white people who give you the news, and I shouldn't reference where I got my information from? Are you pretending? Now, see, this is the ignorance. All she do is play other people's news. All she do, what do all of these other news broadcasters do? They bring you the news and they tell you where they got it from. So if you do not like it, why are you here? What am I doing differently than anyone else? But you think I'm insulted by your ignorance? I'm not insulted by your ignorance. I expect ignorant people to be ignorant. I'm unaffected by anything about who you say that I source my information that I give to you. The same sources that I also drop the link so you can go and visit their channels yourselves. The same people that I play on my program, I also tell you what it is. It is labeled in my description box. I also drop the link to any article I read on here. Did Crystal Ball showed you where she got the article from? Yes, she did. I show you where I got the article from. I read it with you, and I drop the link in my description box. So, bitch, what am I doing differently? Because you're stupid. You think I give a fuck about what you think that I'm doing on my channel? What the fuck are you doing on your channel to inform anybody? While you talking about whose channel you have, what are you doing on your channel to inform anybody? Is what I want to know. You dumb motherfuckers. Get the fuck out of here. Let's continue. Stupid bitch.
Freaking out about allowing in the Mexican cattle and arguing like this is going to bring in screw worm. And it's so ironic because Trump's entire shtick is that he's protecting American manufacturers and American industry. Yet when it came to beef in particular, he's just trying to get down the price of beef. Rather, you could get down the price of energy inputs and that would do more. And then he wanted to help out Argentina. So he also brought in a bunch of Argentinian beef. And the American cattle ranchers have also pointed out that because of the way that they determine what is American and what's not American, you can actually get a bunch of like labels that say, made in the USA on beef that isn't at all made in the USA.
Yeah.
It's also a really prime example of the way that business really does require good government to operate. Like there's this like fantasy idea that business would do so much better if government would just get out of the way, like get rid of the red tape, like let the free market do its thing. And the screw worm has something to say about that.
Yeah.
Deregulation.
And so and no individual company can address the screw worm problem. Obviously,
right.
That has to be a public, like hemispheric wide approach. It's just infuriating and depressing, and you couldn't predict exactly what the DOJ cuts were going to do. But on this one, you could actually predict exactly what it was going to do. But overall, you couldn't predict which ones were going to manifest. This was one of the most predictable of them. It's like these screw worms are nasty.
They were marching north.
Yeah.
Everybody, they knew this was happening. And you're like, at that time, you're like, we're going to defund that program and we're going to let more livestock across and we're going to defund the program to track that livestock.
Yeah. And now the response effort is hamstrung too by all of the cuts to the agency and the demoralization and the loss of expertise and talent. These are the same people that don't want lab grown meat, but they also want to destroy the capacity to do the factory farming. So I guess they're probably just like Trump is ushering in the era of kind of clean energy by blowing up the fossil fuel industry. He's ushering in the era of lab grown meat by just destroying the factory farm system.
Yeah. And obviously beef is already extraordinarily expensive. We talked a while ago about how one of the Costco executives, I think it was the CEO, came out and said, first we saw people shift from beef to ground beef and from steak to ground beef and chicken. Now we're seeing them shift to canned meat, canned tuna, canned chicken, looking for the most inexpensive form of protein that they can possibly find.
Chickpeas.
So this is another situation where, things that we sort of took for granted as kids that, you could, as a middle-class family or a working-class family, you could enjoy a steak now and again, is going to become increasingly a rarefied thing that only the wealthy and the...
Well, Ivanka and Jared will be able to eat steak whenever they choose on their private island that they got by hook or by crook.
upper middle class are able to even contemplate, and certainly not as a part of their normal diet. The other thing, I saw someone make this point on Twitter, and I think this is a really important one too. Screwworm is the sort of thing that it would be good for none of us to have to know about this, right? This is not a topic that I particularly want to have to study and be aware of. It's the sort of thing that in an era of a functioning government, you just take for granted that there's someone who is an expert on this, who is spearheading a project to make sure that this isn't a problem. And it's the way that good government becomes sort of invisible when it's actually functioning. This was working for 60 years. We didn't have a problem. Those people who were doing the work, they weren't celebrated. We didn't know about it, but it was actually a good use of money. And it's only now that that has been dismantled by a bunch of arrogant idiots who think that nothing matters and nothing ever happens, and you can just go in and smash things without any sort of real consequence. It's when that happens that you go, we probably should have a screwworm tracking program. That was probably actually a good use of tax dollars. So it's only in the absence of those things functioning that you recognize how important these programs truly are.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. It's utterly infuriating. Yeah, the arrogance combined with the fact that the people who drove this are going to be fine. Like they can get steak, they can get burgers, they can get whatever they want.
Okay, so this link is in my description box. As you see all of the people puttering around about what Elon Musk is going to put X on the stock market as, and how quickly he will become a trillionaire, understand that what Elon Musk and DOJ has done to your way of life. Understand what your president has allowed Elon Musk to do to your way of life, and how Elon Musk has been rewarded because the things that he has done to you and your way of life. Now, since we're talking about
May 22nd to May 29th.
Hold on. Let me say something to this stupid bitch. Bitch, if you think you're watching a video, why are you still here or watching the video commenting on what you think Bill Gates would love? If you think you're watching a video, why are you here? If you think you're watching a video, do you have a problem watching a video of someone talking about the video? If so, why are you here commenting on the content of what is being presented? If you do not like the presentation, no one has you handcuffed in this chat. Please believe. But obviously you're here because you like it. So hit the like button on your way in, on your way out. Hit the like button. Let's get back to Brooke Rollins in her hearing that she had, where she got some questions about the dreaded screwworm, and you will hear her hem-haw and bullshit and lie about how she has it under control and they have done everything and all of this. Let me.
To the ranking member, Craig, for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by saying that former Chairman Scott, the empty seat next to me, was a true fighter for hungry veterans in his district, for students of historically Black 1890s land grant institutions, hoping to become the next generation of agriculture leaders, and for family farmers. That is exactly why the issues facing farm country today require a serious approach. We owe Congressman Scott that much. Madam Secretary, welcome. Almost a year ago to the day, you appeared before this committee for the first time. During that hearing, Republicans and Democrats voiced their concerns about the pressing issues of the day facing farm country and rural communities. Even then, we discussed input costs, commodities prices, tariffs, food assistance programs, and USDA's important role in addressing all of these issues and more. I left that hearing hoping that you would heed the advice of this committee and chart a course for your agency that met the needs of working families and family farmers. Instead, what we have witnessed is blind loyalty to a reckless president and administration. Over this past year, you and this administration have failed farmers and working Americans time after time after time. Let's recap your record since you were last here. President Trump doubled down on his reckless tariff agenda, destroying critical export markets and driving up costs for all Americans. It cost farmers an estimated $15 billion in lost sales to China last year alone. While American farmers were reeling from the fallout of these tariffs and calling on the administration for relief, President Trump instead gave Argentina $20 billion and handed their ranchers a sweetheart deal, allowing more beef to be imported at the expense of American cattlemen. It's truly stunning. When you finally did listen to the pleas from farm country for relief, it was woefully inadequate, picking winners and losers by providing some farmers with only a fraction of the relief they needed, particularly specialty crop growers, sugar beet farmers, and foresters. Only 6% of farmers reported that their financial situation improved from last year. 6%. Madam Secretary, I'm embarrassed for you. Farm bankruptcies surged 46% nationwide in Trump's first year back in office, an astounding 70% in the Midwest. And just this past April, farm bankruptcies surged to their highest monthly total since early 2020 in President Trump's first term. Farmers began 2026 hoping for a course correction. And what has this administration done? Start a war with Iran with no strategy, forethought, or care for what the consequences would be for American agriculture or working people. As a result, critical supplies have been choked off from leaving the Strait of Hormuz, driving fertilizer and diesel costs to staggering new levels and making it nearly impossible for farmers to turn a profit. And while all of this is happening, what have you, as Secretary, been doing? Proclaiming that the golden age of agriculture is just around the corner for over a year now. I can promise you that corner is so long, no farmer in America can see around it. And mind you, this is just talking about farm country. You've also made the largest cut to food assistance in the history of our country at a time when more and more people are struggling to afford their food. Then you went on TV and bragged about kicking over 4 million Americans off food assistance. People like Joseph Myers from my home state of Minnesota. He's a former farmhand who is going to lose SNAP benefits because of the new so-called One Big Beautiful Bill. In his words, quote, when the food stamps come to an end, then it's going to be really suffering. He's 58, can't perform physical labor anymore, and works at the local food bank about 10 hours a week. But Republicans decided that's not enough for him to deserve SNAP benefits. And over the last year, I've watched you brag about taking food away from millions of Americans like Mr. Myers. You've put on some big show about this golden age in agriculture. Honestly, it's disgusting. The only person this has been a golden age for is the president himself. A personal $1.8 billion slush fund paid for by the American taxpayer. A ballroom custom built for his fancy dinners paid for by corporate donors. Putting his face on a $250 bill, building arches, carving his name into buildings, and that doesn't even include his crypto or shoddy cell phone business interests. A farmer in Iowa put it better than I could, so I will close with his words. Quote, people are hurting out here. The rhetoric about the golden age of agriculture right around the corner, that doesn't match the reality of what's going on the ground at all. I wish I thought you would listen, but unfortunately, I do believe at this point that you are just another Trump acolyte, and I'm calling you out for it, Mr.
Okay. That is just the opening. I know a lot of you people who are complaining. I know that you never bothered to watch this hearing. But you think that someone should care about your complaining.
This is where we were over the last number of years. So
let's get into the full Rollins. Okay. We're not going to listen to her opening statement. This link will be in my description box, however. If you have a complaint about anything that is happening on this channel, you are more than welcome to leave. If you want to see any more of these videos that I am sharing with you, the link will be in my description box. This link of this full hearing is going to be under the title of Failure Brooke Rollins. That first link that I just played is also under the title Failing Brooke Rollins. She's a failure. We're not failing her. She's failing the country. She's a failure.
And over the last year, I've watched you brag about taking food away from millions.
win after win for rural America. We must fight.
And I'm calling you out for it. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chairman requests that other members submit their opening statements for the record so our witness may begin her testimony and to ensure that there's ample time for questions. I'm pleased to welcome to the committee our witness for today, USDA Secretary Brooke Rollins. Madam Secretary, thank you for joining us. We will now proceed to your testimony. You have 5 minutes. The timer in front of you will count down to 0, at which point your time has expired. Secretary Rollins, please begin when you're ready.
Great. Thank you so much, Chairman Thompson. Your partnership and friendship and many on this committee over the last year and 4 months has just been such a unexpected blessing. So I just want to start there. Thank you. Thank you, Ranking Member Craig. We have a lot to talk about, but hopefully during your 5 minutes, I can respond to some of those accusations. But also thank you to all the distinguished members of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity. And the number of producers will set of feeding and fuel.
We're going to get beyond her opening statements to actually get to some content. Instead of all this fluff and bluster and lies.
Playbook. In numerous other activities, USDA's work has been tireless, and I commend you and your team for that. I know the detection in South.
Yes, we're going to get beyond this
about 40%.
Right, and if this administration lost, we lost around about 3 or 4 months open to these screwworms, which are actually flies.
Well, taking inventory.
Now,
which is sort of
this is the first person that brings up question about the screwworm. Understand that this is a hearing before Congress.
Huge win for our producers in this country. It's important to remember that USDA's largest line item by far is what we spend on nutrition programs, not on the farmers. Taken together, USDA spends nearly $400 million every day on 16 nutrition programs. $400 million every day on the 16 nutrition programs last year. Programs like the National School Lunch Program, which took effect 80 years ago today, plays a crucial lifeline to fellow Americans in need. Restoring the integrity of these programs, including in SNAP, is very, very important to this administration and to our USDA. Already in 1 year, we have made over 900 arrests in the SNAP program. Over 120 convictions very quickly.
900 arrests and 120 convictions. But you say 4 million people have gotten off of the SNAP assistance program. But you cannot say if they got off because they are doing better and no longer need it.
And with $132 million already in restitution. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Only
$132 million already in restitution when how many were convicted? How many were arrested? 900 were arrested. And $132 million worth of SNAP, stolen SNAP benefits came from 900 people. Bitch, are you think we crazy? Bitch, you think we crazy? When the average SNAP recipient, the average receives under $200 a month, the average. Now, here she comes with all of these
120 convictions very quickly, and with $132 million already in restitution.
120 convictions and over $132 million of restitution already underway. When only 100 and some this bitch wants us to believe that of these convictions, most of them are going to be having to pay restitutions of $1 million. Is that what this bitch wants us to believe? I think the Trump voter would believe that because they don't know how to do math. They have no common thought process. They only hear what is told to them, and they go around repeating the dumb shit.
And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Only the Republican states have shared their data with us. So most of this fraud we have found is actually in the red states. We are obviously in litigation with all the blue states to get that data and to hopefully at some point be able to partner with them to root out more fraud. Also on the
only the red states have shown their data. You got that much theft in the red states. So come to think of it. In the red states, that $130-something million, you're saying it's only happened in the red state. Would that include the fraud that happened in Mississippi, where they paid Brett Favre for work that he didn't do in advertising this free volleyball stadium that they built at his former college because his daughter played volleyball? I think it was at Ole Miss or some Mississippi college that Brett Favre attended. Other red state fraud, is that some of the red state fraud you speak of, Brooke Rollins? I'm curious.
The topic of law and order from day one, this administration has been clear that farm security is national security. Last summer, we launched our National Farm Security Action Plan that boldly integrates agriculture into the national security strategy for our country for the first time ever, which is sort of stunning, but really glad we're finally getting there. Our plan treats the ownership of farmland and who's purchasing farmland, animal disease defense, and our food supply chains as the major national security issue that they are. And we continue to work with our congressional and state partners on this issue. Our farmers, ranchers, and rural communities and Americans hope we will our freedom possible.
Important testimony today. At this time, members will be recognized for those who joined us after the hearing convened. As possible, I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Madam Secretary, I appreciate your work to support the American cattle ranchers and ensure that. I just want to thank you for the time and effort you all go to the additional sterile fly facilities. Thank you for the time and effort you all have dedicated to addressing the New World screwworm. From your coordination with Mexico to the additional sterile fly facilities, enhanced research into emergency technologies, and the response playbook, and numerous other activities, USDA's work has been tireless, and I commend you and your team for that. I know the detection in South Texas yesterday is not what we wanted, but we're prepared to fight this, containing the spread through quarantine measures and sterile fly dispersals, and deploying treatment options to any animals that may be infected, and continued education to producers and consumers alike will be crucial. As we look forward, it is all.
Oh, so he's telling you what they are doing. She has never said any of these things. The Department of Agriculture has never said any of these things that he is giving her a blueprint. Say this, airhead.
Also important that we have frank conversations about returning to a sense of normalcy at the border. The closure has resulted in a full stop of the cattle we traditionally import into the country and has encouraged Mexico to build out their own feeding and processing infrastructures, meaning that they're benefiting from U.S. genetics while taking inventory away from domestic producers. Because transmission can happen through a number of vectors, including through wildlife, companion animals, and humans, we need to keep talking about next best steps for the southern border, including a reopening that includes rigorous checkpoints, treatment, and quarantine measures. Madam Secretary, again, I want to thank you and your team for your efforts to combat the New World screwworm, and I appreciate the comments that you made in your opening statements. If you have anything further to add, I'm going to give you a few minutes to do so. Otherwise, I'll move on to my first question.
No, I appreciate that. I would like to take just a moment on the New World screwworm. So it is a vexing challenge that we thought we had beaten in the 1960s and 1970s. As I mentioned, unfortunately, that was wrong as the screwworm began to make its way back towards us in 2021.
She doesn't even know when it was beat. It was beat in 1966. 1970s had nothing to do with it. So let's continue.
The way we defeated it before, you need about 400 million sterile flies per week to actually mate with the bad flies, sterilize them. And then, of course, the way that the flesh is in wounds becomes open to these screwworms, which are actually flies. The flies land in the wound, they lay their eggs. The larva then is what actually eats the flesh. If you catch it right away, you can save the animal and put them back into the supply system after a number of days. If you don't catch it right away, then that's where the problem ensues. Back when we did beat it, again, as I mentioned, it's about 400 million sterile flies a week. And that was in the 1960s, 1970s. Because over years,
1966 has nothing to do with 1970. Right off the cuff, this bitch does not know what the fuck she's talking about.
We as a country, we as a hemisphere had taken our eye off the ball, thinking it was eradicated. We got down to only 100 million sterile flies in production a week in a facility in Panama. So that is what we, the country, not me or USDA, but the country really had relied on to keep it out of Central America and Mexico, et cetera. So here we are. When we got in last year, I was presented with the information. It's starting to move its way up. I went to the president and I said, this is going to be a massive problem because we need 400 million to 500 million flies per week to beat this back. We only have one facility in our entire hemisphere and it's only producing 100 million flies.
So you went to the president last year. When you got this information last year, and you knew it was going to be a problem, and we only have one facility, and this is in Panama. But you did not decide to open another facility until April of 2026 is when you decided not to purchase a facility to do the research and the growing of flies. No, you had to break ground on a new facility that you are going to build to create flies, sterile flies, to address something that you understood was going to be a big problem when you came into your office last year. Are we clear on what is going on here? Trying to be confident in her incompetency.
Per week. So got immediate approval to begin permitting and construction on what will be the largest facility in the world on this. And that is being...
I got permission for permitting and construction. You mean to tell me you cannot grow flies in a empty warehouse? You're growing plenty of flies in the empty warehouse that you purchased, that have been purchased to house undocumented immigrants. There are plenty of flies and maggots and worms growing in their food. You mean to tell me that this is going to be one of the largest, one of the biggest fly manufacturing companies in the world? She, of course, with this Trumpism, this is going to be the biggest and the best. You had to actually get permits to break ground to build a facility to grow flies. The incompetence of this bitch, and to tell you it is going to be the biggest of the whole world, to make it seem like, look at the great work we're doing when we have done no work at all. We have done nothing to address this, and now it is on our land, and we have Nothing to show for the knowledge that we've had for over a year about it being here.
Built right now in Mission, Texas, for immediate approval to begin permitting and construction on what will be the largest facility in the world on this, and that is being built right now in Mission, Texas. So instead of a couple years of permitting, our Army Corps of Engineers, our Secretary of the War, put it at the top of the list, got it fast-tracked, and we broke ground about 3 or 4 months ago. That facility will come on
3 or 4 months ago. Today is June. You got that done in April. That's not 3 or 4 months ago. That is not 3 or 4 months ago, bitch.
Online when it does next year. When it does, it'll produce about 300 million.
When it comes online next year. When it comes online next year, what you gonna do until then? Anything you're going to tell us, oh, it's going to be the biggest. What are you going to do until it comes online next year? We want to know.
Supplies per week, in addition to the 100 million from Panama. About near our Secretary of the War, put it at the top of the list, got it fast-tracked, and we broke ground about 3 or 4 months ago. That facility will come online when it does next year. When it does, it'll produce about 300 million flies per week, in addition to the 100 million from Panama. And then we outfitted an additional Mexican facility in Matapa for another $100 million. So we will get back to the point where we're able to push it back and eradicate it. But until that point, which is likely sometime next year, our effort in trapping, surveillance, we had FDA fast track a lot of treatment. We've got a national veterinary supply stockpile that was loaded onto a plane this morning, is headed to South Texas right now. I've already done a lot of press on this, so making sure that we're over communicating, especially to our producers, is paramount. Of course, for Arizona, New Mexico, and California, it's also a challenge, but the screwworm continues to be between 500 and 800 miles away from those borders. It's really South Texas where we're really combating this every day. The point of that, Mr. Chairman, is that we're on it. We've invested almost $1 billion since we came in the door last year to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
You already invested over $1 billion. That's very curious. Because in the report on Rutgers, you said that you had spent several $1 million. Now, when you are sitting in front of Congress, you spent over $1 billion. Let us review the earlier statements that she said. Shall we? Can we? Let me find this for you. See, because the liars just continue to lie and throw out all of these platitudes of billions of dollars. U.S. races to contain flesh-eating parasite screwworm reports no further cases. Let's see how much she said in this article that was put out June 4th, the same day that she said before Congress. Let me see where they talked about the amount of money. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Let me see. Because we just went over this. Let me see. In the words sound. Okay, I'm getting here. We're going to see how fast it spreads and how the consumer reacts. As U.S. cattle supplies dwindled, the Meat Institute represents processors. USDA says the infestation signals screwworm flies arrive in the U.S. Anyway and will expand in wildlife populations. It's not just going to be in cattle. It's going to be in all wildlife populations. But Brooke Rollins want to downplay that. Okay. They were eradicated in 1966, not 1960s and the 70s. No, 1966, bitch. Where is this? We spent several millions of dollars, and now all of a sudden, we spent $1 billion. I want to find that for you. I see where the Texas livestock industry face up to 1.8 billion in economic losses if the screwworm spread. I don't see anything about $1 billion in investments. Let me see. First conflict. Okay, U.S. Secretary Brooke Rollins said on Thursday that no other infestations or cattle and other animals have been detected. Inside the newsletter, in case the fire blows up, runners who have bracing for domestic outbreak in the New World screwworm as a fly advanced north through Mexico over the past year. The U.S. Department of Agriculture broke ground in April, not 4 or 5 months ago. Let me. You heard her say that they broke ground about, what she say, 3 or 4 months ago? When I've already shown you this article. Let's see the article again. Now the story has changed when she's sitting before Congress to make it seem like she has been on top of it longer than she has been on top of it. The case in La Pryor, Texas is a blow to U.S. cattle ranchers who have been bracing for a domestic outbreak of New World screwworm as the fly advanced north through Mexico over the past year. The U.S. Department of Agriculture broke ground in April on a facility to produce sterile flies, which experts describe as the best tool for combating the pest. But it will not come online until late 2027. Did you hear her now sit here and say they broke ground and they got the Department of War, and we got what does the Department of War have anything to do with anything that you're building in the Department of Agriculture? And you want to tag everybody in so everybody can give you a safe place to land. You want Keg Breath to lie along with you. Let me see. She said they've already spent $1 billion. Okay. They're talking about the movement. Hold on. Right here. The USDA spent millions of dollars attempting to keep the pest and to keep out the pest, and has blocked imports of Mexican livestock for more than a year. U.S. port of entry will remain closed to Mexican livestock until further notice, Rollins said. So this is the spending that Rollins said she had spent on yesterday. The USDA has spent millions of dollars attempting to keep out the pests, to no avail, and has blocked the imports of Mexican livestock for more than a year at the ports of entries, and they will remain closed to Mexican livestock until further notice. Where is this billions of dollars? This bitch just lied, and Testa lied about spending. Testa lied. Let's go back to this bitch lying in front of Congress. Okay. Shall we go back? Here we go. You want to step back a little?
Doing this every day. The point of that, Mr. Chairman, is that we are on it. We've invested almost $1 billion since we came in the door last year to make sure that this.
Did you hear? Which story is real? Which is the real story? This bitch is sitting up here lying.
Doesn't happen again.
Well, thank you, Madam Secretary, and I'll yield back what few seconds I have. And now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, do you know how many farms we lost in the United States last year?
I know you were talking about the bankruptcies. I know that about 315 farms of 1.88 million are moving through bankruptcy right now.
We lost 15,000 farms last year.
Well, that's a conversation I would really like to have.
Fourth, and fifth generation farms.
Okay, so not bankruptcy,
15,000 farms.
the
We lost
purchase.
15,000 farms because of bad policy on the part of this administration.
No, she doesn't know. She's at the Mar-a-Lago parties with dog faces on her face, with those dog hoods. Watching at Mar-a-Lago, being waving at every senator that betrays their constituents, and she's out there waving for them in the driveway of the White House. She's the do bitch of the Trump administration. Always getting congratulatory hugs by Brooke Rollins, because Brooke Rollins has no job to do, or at least she's not doing the job she has been put in the position to do. Oh no, she don't know how many farmers lost their farms. Of course not. Why would she? She's an airhead.
So you think we walked in the door?
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask the question.
About 350.
Few seconds I have. And now recognize.
She says about 300 and some farmers lost their farms.
The ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, do you know how many farms we lost in the United States last year?
I know you were talking about the bankruptcies. I know that about 315 farms of 1.88 million are moving through bankruptcy right now.
We lost 15,000 farms last year.
Well, that's a conversation I would really like to have.
Fourth, and fifth.
That's a conversation that I would really like to have.
Generation farms.
You're about to have that conversation right now.
Okay, so not bankruptcy,
15,000 farms. We lost 15,000 farms because of bad policy on the part of this administration.
So you think we walked in the door?
I'm sorry.
You're not going to let me curd it in some type of way. If you explain it this way, it doesn't look as if we lost as many. Wait a minute. So you're talking about we're not going to talk about. We're talking about the numbers of farms that were lost in 2025. Period. That's all we're talking about, bitch.
I'm going to ask the questions here today.
Okay, I would love a question.
Do you know how much money farmers lost last year? What their losses were last year?
No.
It was $28 billion. You're the Secretary of Agriculture. $28 billion.
No, she doesn't. And she was too embarrassed to put forth a number because she
calculate that.
Knew she didn't know the number, and she didn't want to put out a number to be way off. And so when you tell her the number, and then she's going to tell you no. But she had no answer to the question. Do you know how much money farmers lost last year? She sat up there with a blank stare and a stupid crooked grin on her face and offered no answer.
$28 billion. You're this, but they're money. I'm going to ask the questions here today.
Okay, I would love a question.
Do you know how much money farmers lost last year?
There's your question, bitch. You would love a question? You just got a question. What's your answer, ho? Nothing? What's your answer that since you would love a question?
Money farmers lost last year. What their losses were last year.
No answer.
It was $28 billion. You're the Secretary of Agriculture. $28 billion.
Well, it depends how you calculate that because...
Well, it depends on how you calculate that. Because what, bitch? Because what?
I don't think you're taking into account all the crop protection, all the insurance, all of the different...
if you take in all the crop protection, if you take in everything, and you count the losses, it comes up to $28 billion. What's your point? If they get crop protection this late in the game to buy fertilizer, the shit that they haven't been getting, the farmers have not been getting at the time that they are planting their crops now. If they get it at the end of the season, what good is that going to help them? Because their crops are not going to be prosperous. They are going to have small crops. Bitch, what is your point?
Programs that went through to support our farmers.
Right. And if this administration didn't have terrible policies, we would not need all that support for family farmers because we would have export markets still left in China. Thank you for that.
Madam Ranking Member, that is absolutely 100% not correct. When we lost all of our trade access around the world, we went
Madam
to $42
Secretary, I'm going to reclaim my time on behalf of family farmers.
That was not the Trump
Reclaiming my
administration. That
time
was
means you
the
stop
Biden
talking.
administration.
That's what it means in this building. You stop talking when I reclaim my time. What's the national average of farm diesel right now?
The Biden administration. So that makes everything better. If I lie and say the number of money, the amount of money that was lost last year, and I can tell you, that I cannot offer you a number because I'm so airhead and I have no idea. But I want to argue the number that you give me when I had number to give you. Then I'm going to say the Biden administration, and it's going to make everything all better. Biden was nowhere near office last year.
My time means you
the
stop
Biden
talking.
administration.
That's what it means in this building. You stop.
100% not correct. When we lost all of our trade access around the world, we went
Madam
to $42
Secretary, I'm going to reclaim my time on
agricultural
behalf
trade
of family
deficit.
farmers.
That was not the Trump
Reclaiming my
administration. That
time
was
means you
the
stop
Biden
talking.
administration.
That was not the Trump administration. That was the Biden administration. The reason why China stopped buying our soybeans totally and entirely, that was the Biden administration. Oh yeah, bitch. Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, is that what happened?
That's what it means in this building. You stop talking when I reclaim my time. What's the national average of farm?
That's what it means, bitch. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking. When I say I reclaim my time, close your motherfucking mouth because you ain't talking about shit in the first place.
Building. You stop talking when I reclaim my time. You reclaim my time on behalf of family farmers.
That was not the Trump
Reclaiming my
administration. That
time
was
means you
the
stop
Biden
talking.
administration.
That's what it means in this building. You stop talking when I reclaim my time. What's the national average of farm diesel right now?
The national average of farm diesel.
Yeah, what's
well,
the
diesel has increased because of the Iranian conflict.
How much was it? How much is
Well,
it right now?
before the Iranian conflict, it had gone way up all inputs under the last administration increased about 40%. That's what we inherited. It all was
Reclaiming my
coming
time.
down.
Madam Secretary, Joe Biden is no longer the president of the United States. Mr. Trump is. Your party controls Congress. You own these numbers at this point in time. I'm sick of hearing you blame an administration from a year and a half ago. You own every single bit of this. Since you don't know the answer, in May, the average price of diesel was $5.41 a gallon. That's up 95% from a year ago, the entire year in which this administration was in power in the White House, the House, and the Senate. Let me ask you another question to see if you know anything about farm policy. Since the start of the Iran war, how much have fertilizer prices increased for American farmers?
There are 4 different pockets of fertilizer. Nitrogen, I'm sure, is what you're talking about, which is ammonia. That's increased about 40% based on the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The others are a little more stable, but we are now. It did go up almost 90% under the Biden years. So even though we're hitting record numbers,
reclaiming my time, you are in power. You own this entire town.
This is
Madam
we have a
Secretary. Do you
conversation
know
without being
what
so rude?
percent? I'm reclaiming my time.
Okay, I just ask you not to be so rude. I mean, I'd really like to have a legitimate conversation.
Do you know what percentage of farmers now say they can't afford fertilizer for this year as a result of the president's war in Iran?
Well, it depends on the geographic location.
Oh my
the
God!
Southeast,
70% is the answer across
those are not
the country.
the numbers. That's not correct.
Madam Secretary, do you know what the snap?
Those are the wrong
actually
numbers.
is according to the most recent estimates from USDA, the fraud rate?
Well, that is based on data.
What is the SNAP fraud rate? Well, that is dependent upon data, and all of this are bullshit. Well, that depends on it. It varies from different regions. Well, this bitch is so full of shit. Has just spewing out a bunch of bullshit numbers and a bunch of lies.
Receiving from the states that we can't verify.
Is, according to the most recent estimates from USDA, the fraud rate.
Well, that is based on data we're receiving from the states that we can't verify. That's the whole point of this, is we have no ability to verify California, Minnesota, where the fraud has been
Reclaiming my time. It was 1.6% according to USDA.
Your state is saying we only have 1.6% fraud rate, which we all know is an absolute joke.
I'll say it again. The USDA's own data found 1.6%. I don't know.
No, we were relying on your data from Minnesota, and you won't.
That's your data, bitch. Your data.
And the difference between error rates and fraud rates, I honestly don't. It is one of the lowest fraud rate in any program in America is the SNAP program.
The lowest fraud rate of any program in America is the SNAP program? You can't be serious when you say that.
Your own data says 1.6%.
Again, that's because the states, your state has told us that number,
once more.
and you won't allow us to confirm it.
You've bragged on TV that it's a great thing that you kicked 4 million people off SNAP.
The ability to work, the righteousness of work is not.
Reclaiming my time, 700,000
We should be proud.
kids.
That's the goal of these welfare programs.
Madam Secretary, I'm asking you these questions because these issues, this committee, it's all personal.
You're not
to me.
asking questions for an
My
answer.
mom
You're asking
was
questions to make a political
reclaiming my
statement.
time again.
I would like to actually have a real
My mom
conversation.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair, she talked over half of my time here. So look, when you describe the farm economy as the golden age,
Lady's time is expired.
this administration needs to wake
Now,
up and start
recognize the
understanding
gentleman
that
from
family
Oklahoma,
farmers are
Mr. Lucas.
in need.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Secretary Rollins. Thank you for being here today.
And ever watchful, and talking to, I was on the phone with about 50 of our cattle ranchers.
Costa for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Secretary Rollins, and for being here. Been on the job for a little over a year. I'm glad you're ready to talk about the challenges my farmers in the San Joaquin Valley, one of the richest agricultural regions in the country, are hurting. Not only them, when farmers are hurting, farm workers are impacted. And as we know, and your testimony indicated previously, farm agriculture is a national security issue. I say that every time we have a hearing. I'm a third generation farmer, and I know very much at firsthand the impacts that farmers are faced with. It's not a slogan. In the San Joaquin Valley, we live that every day. Let me give you some numbers, Madam Secretary. California brings $61.2 billion at the farm gate last year, grows nearly half the nation's vegetables, more than 3/4 of the fruits and nuts, and ships $26.3 billion in farm exports last year, the largest exporter in the country. So when the USDA acts, my farmers feel it first. And bankruptcies are up. That's a fact. You may not like it. My farmers don't like it either. And so what are we doing about it? Your testimony says the reorganization plan that I have a lot of questions about brings USDA closer to serve the communities we serve. But you're moving it to 5 hubs, not one in California, the #1 agricultural state in the nation. My growers need help just as much as other growers around the country on farm programs, conservation, research, disaster aid, school purchase programs, which is critical. Those offices are scattered around the country, not closer to my farmers. That's a runaround. And I must tell you that, the USDA is closer to California farmers on the map. Can you show me where, in fact, it skips the biggest ag state in the nation, how it becomes closer?
Well, a lot to unpack there, but sir, to answer that last point, what I will say is we are moving hubs to Kansas City, to Indiana, which is closer to California than Washington, D.C. We've also got a hub in Salt Lake City and in Colorado.
Let me give you a different take.
Okay.
I've been here for 22 years. Farmers and their associations, they're smart folks. when they come to Washington, they not only visit the USDA, they visit the trade office, they visit the Department of Interior, they meet with their members of Congress. Now, you want to put this into 5 different hubs? That's not effective. That's a runaround. Let me take to your second question. We're going to need to talk about that. Do you have any desire or willingness to evaluate whether or not California might be possible for a hub? Yes or no?
I would be very welcome to that. And in fact, we've adjusted some things along the way based on feedback.
Well, let's talk about that later. Trade, critical for California. 44% of California's agriculture is exported. And this disastrous trade war brought on between the tariffs, you try to do damage control. It happened in the first Trump administration, $28 billion taken out of the commodity credit conservation to deal with the damage that occurred before the Trump first trade war. So you $11 billion for row crops. I think that's probably appropriate. But what about specialty crops? Specialty crops associations say they think they need at least $5 billion to deal with the impact of these trade wars. And it's skyrocketed, and it's cut off key trade partners that these markets are hard to access and develop. You've lumped them together with sugar. Sugar needs help as well for $1 billion. That's not the $5 billion that the specialty crops believe they deserve. I know on Friday in California, you announced an increase, but it's still paltry compared to the damage that's occurred. Crop relief, and it's about fairness, Madam Secretary, and I don't think there's fairness being demonstrated. California exports to China collapsed 64% in the last year and a half. Almonds are down 77%. Fresno County alone, which I represent, lost $246 million last year. You cannot find a single bottle of California wine, which is pretty good, I may tell you, in Canada, in a restaurant or in a store. They are responding with their pocketbook. And if this Trump's trade war is making matters worse, you can look at the impacts of Iran. The fact that Straits of Hormuz are closed has impacted shipping lanes. Pistachio, walnuts, almond shippers and producers can't move their products to the region. So 2 direct questions. First, beyond the payments announced so far, will you commit to additional assistance for specialty crop growers taking losses from the president's war with Iran? Yes or no?
We'll be happy to look on that. It's a matter of funding, and the CCC is, as you know, the one big beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut.
It was big. I didn't think it was beautiful. I'll have to save my questions for later. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
I'm happy to follow up on California and otherwise. We had a remarkable visit there last week. Thank you.
Now recognize the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, for 5 minutes.
She used all that time to talk about what a great time she had in California, but in that time, she did not try to squeeze in if he would help those California farmers that are suffering.
Madam Secretary, thank you for being here. And I want to say at the outset here, it's very refreshing to have an actual Aggie that's occupying the secretary position. Very refreshing for a change. Your credentials in that space are unassailable. Thank you. Real quick.
I think
fertilizer has been a topic.
Yeah, we're going to pass
We've regulated with other, our price, the industry actually enhanced supply chain guide.
Yeah, fertilizer of national security, but process to produce only problem in the long run. And so the light that has been shown on the fertilizer industry to rebuild USDA building, we love them.
I need to tell you.
Acres that we're now adding into those programs that we're able to do this quickly.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Now yield back.
Thank you, sir.
Yields back. No,
we're finna get, it's finna get to McGovern.
This gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. And Madam Secretary, let me begin on a positive note. Being from Massachusetts, I see that you're drinking a cup of Dunkin' coffee, which I think is the best coffee in the world.
Yes, they're in the basement of the USDA building. We love them.
I need to tell you that your Secretary of Health and Human Services is going after Dunkin' big time. So we won't tell them. We'll just keep our little secret here.
We say we're all for Maha, but we still like donuts a little bit over there at USDA.
But while I'm glad that you're here taking questions, I have to be honest with you. I wish that you would take the time to talk with farmers in my district who have been totally screwed over by this administration. They are livid. They are mad. They are pissed off. My farmers can't afford fertilizer. It's at record highs because of your administration. They can't afford diesel because of this president's reckless illegal war. They can't afford farm equipment. It's more expensive than ever because of the stupid tariffs. Their markets have vanished because you illegally halted the local food procurement programs. In some states, they can't even call their local USDA offices because some of them have been closed. And because of this administration's cruel cuts to food assistance, many people in my community can no longer afford to buy fresh and local produce. People are tired of the gaudy ballrooms and the slush funds and the and the corruption that is on display before their very eyes. They're sick and tired of the Mar-a-Lago class being enriched and getting richer while everybody else gets ignored. Earlier this year, you even bragged about kicking 4.5 million people off nutrition assistance, saying that was, quote, good news. Well, a new report from the Nonpartisan Center on Budget and Policy Priorities found that the number includes at least 700,000 children. Now, I say at least because that's data from less than half the country. That number is going to be in the millions. Let me say that again. 700,000 kids plus have lost their food assistance. That's not good news. Hunger is getting worse in this country. And by the way, the average...
As she sits there with a smile on her Mar-a-Lago enhanced face, 700,000 children has lost food assistance.
SNAP benefit is only about $2 per person per meal. You can't even afford to buy your Dunkin' coffee with the average SNAP benefit right now. So do you stand by your comment that kicking people off of food assistance?
Well, regular people shouldn't have the leisure of buying Dunkin' Donuts coffee. If you're on food assistance, why would you expect that you deserve to drink coffee at Dunkin' Donuts, no less?
Assistance is somehow good news?
So, sir, most of those, based on the numbers, were fraudulent. The 700,000 number of children is not correct. That is not a non.
Most of those were fraudulent. She's talking about the 4 million people who have left food assistance. And now she says most of them were fraudulent. But when she made the announcement, she said she didn't know.
Partisan group that gave you that number. And again, we're back to where we were pre-COVID, and this idea that we should put more and more people on food stamps is just not correct.
Madam Secretary, I mean, I've talked to many of the people who have lost their benefits. They haven't been moved off of SNAP. They've been kicked off of SNAP. These are people who actually need and rely on this food assistance to provide basic nutrition for their families. Hunger is getting worse in the United States of America. We all should be ashamed of that. And that's, by the way, before the $200 billion in SNAP cuts go into effect that were part of the big ugly bill. Let me ask you another question.
May I respond? I'll be super fast.
Yeah.
What I will say is that wages are at the highest rate they've been in American history.
Well,
Our
I reclaim
unemployment
my
is
time,
at the
Madam Chair,
lowest rate. We have more people working. The result of that is less people on government programs.
Go to a grocery store. People are putting groceries back on the shelf because they can't afford to pay their bill.
Sir,
let me ask you, speak about healthy food and specifically about toxic cancer-causing chemicals like glyphosate that get sprayed on our crops. This administration promised to make America healthy again. This is a yes or no question. Is glyphosate, do you believe that it's safe?
Glyphosate has been proven safe when used correctly, both in the European Union, EU uses it, and in America when used correctly. I'm actually
not surprised. Glyphosate is the cancer-causing material that is found in a Roundup weed killer. We know that they have been sued, and RFK Jr., your actual Department of Health and Human Services, was the legal representative for someone who sued for catching cancer using Roundup weed killer. So she's going to sit up here and pretend like she doesn't know any of this information. If it's so safe, can we spray it around your bed every night?
Surprised on the Agriculture Committee. If we were to move away from glyphosate overnight, we would completely destroy our food supply system in this country. So Secretary Kennedy and I, obviously we have to take a good look at it. Regenerative farming is a big part of this.
Well, I want to submit for the record the World Health Organization's analysis of this. Chairman Thompson has been pushing the Senate to include a liability shield for chemical companies that make glyphosate after we stripped it out of the House. It was a Republican amendment from Representative Luna that got stripped. The chairman of the committee called it a danger to the nation. Do you agree that Representative Luna's amendment is a danger to the nation?
We have to be so careful and intentional. We're talking about preserving and protecting American farmers.
Do you believe that pesticide companies and chemical companies deserve liability protection?
Listen, we cannot destroy our farmers and ranchers' ability to plant and make a living every day. This is the whole point of this committee.
So you believe, even though you're saying that glyphosate is...
He's not talking about farmers' ability to plant. He's talking about a pharmaceutical company that produces Roundup, that contains this cancer-causing material. And we can't stop farmers from farming. We can't. Answering a question that has not been posed to her.
Say that they should have some sort of liability protection?
It's safe when used correctly.
So do you believe that they should have a liability protection?
If we are enacting policy that allows China to be our sole source of crop protectant, we will lose freedom in our country. It is that.
It causes cancer, Madam Secretary. It causes cancer.
Now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
She don't care. She doesn't care. She want to talk about China and all. If we allow China, she knows it causes cancer, but she gives zero fucks about we can't stop the farmers. The farmers. She gives zero fucks.
By the way, I would love to come to Massachusetts and visit your farmers. Sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate having a president that.
Well, I sure will. I had all the 18.
Okay.
Appreciate that. We've got a lot of folks that are feeling a lot of pressures.
Let's go right here.
In the response that I received, that organization leads with me off at a hard.
Let's go right here. I think this is where I want to go. Come on.
Years because of the policies. I was just about your plans and what we're doing.
Well, our Brazil, prosperity at Farm North Carolina country is the business and
recently the USDA announced plans to reorganize, reallocate, and rename the Food, Nutrition, and Consumer Services Mission Area, which includes the Food and Nutrition Services, or FNS, the agency responsible for administering SNAP and other critical nutrition programs. On May 11th, I sent a letter to the Department of Agriculture, along with 47 of my Democratic colleagues, requesting information regarding this reorganization. I listed a series of questions that we were looking for answers to. I received a response this morning, which I haven't really had time to review thoroughly, from Deputy Secretary Vaden, in which he says, quote, "Notably absent were these questions raised in this public letter, and he would welcome an opportunity to provide information." Perhaps Deputy Secretary Vaden forgot that he had a hard stop and members were not allowed to speak, and that this was a private, off-the-record roundtable on a topic that is so critically important, and the American public needs to hear answers to this. So I'd like to take the opportunity to talk to you about some of these things. The letter that I sent highlighted concerns about FNS losing nearly 30% of its workforce since the start of this administration, and this reorganization leaving critical nutrition programs dangerously short-staffed at precisely the moment where they are needed most. In the response that I received, Deputy Secretary Vaden made egregious statements blaming both the Obama and Biden administration for some of the gaps in the disbursement of food. He blamed union bosses, government shutdowns, and the Chevron relocation, but does not address any of the concerns that I listed. So I feel the department should be able to talk about this in full public view and let people understand the answers to these very critical questions. I am open to hearing your thoughts on this reorganization, and it should not be behind closed doors. So while I can't go through all of the questions, just a few that I had were How many employees will be impacted by this organization, and how will the USDA fill vacancies resulting from the reorganization while there's a hiring freeze? And then I guess one of my primary concerns is, how do you intend to maintain regional program expertise and relationships with state agencies under this new hub structure?
I'll take the last one first, and then if I forget any, let me know, Congresswoman. First, on the expertise in the new hubs, our goal is that this actually becomes even more effective because we'll be out in the country with the very people that we're serving versus here in Washington. We're moving several of the hubs to the middle of the country. We have some on the West Coast and some on the East Coast, and no one has been cut. No employees have been cut in that reorganization. No food aid has been compromised. This is really an effort to get closer to the people that we serve and out of the Washington, D.C. area. So I apologize if there was a hard stop and not everyone got their questions answered. We'll reschedule.
Well, can I guess, just in the interest of time, because I do only have 5 minutes, yes, he said he would welcome a second opportunity to provide information. Can you commit here today, at least to a first opportunity to at least answer the questions that were asked in the letter?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My next question, I just want to follow up on Rep. Adams' question, predictably, about SNAP. In the state of Connecticut, more than 50,000 people, Connecticut residents, lost access to benefits. Yesterday, my Connecticut Governor, Ned Lamont, committed $8.5 million in emergency federal aid and from a response, a fund that was created in response to federal cuts. It'll be a one-time $300 grocery assistance card for residents. But this is the state government cleaning up a federal mess. Ms. Adams asked you, just as a yes or no question, I'd ask you to just give us some details on what your department is doing to take steps to ensure that families who lose SNAP benefits do not fall deeper into food insecurity over the coming months and years.
Again, the economy, we have more people working than ever before. Our unemployment numbers are the lowest they've ever been. Wages are high in the blue collar, and the highest I think they've been. And so as a result of that, that is the goal.
Lies.
Supplemental nutrition assistance program for when the times are the toughest. Now, if there are stories of families who,
I'm sorry, my question was, what does your department plan to do to take steps to ensure that families don't fall deeper, families that lost benefits don't fall deeper into hunger?
Well, that's exactly what we're doing by ensuring that the families that really need this are the ones that are getting it. SNAP had a 40% increase in the last administration, 40% in terms of the outlay that was going out.
My time is going to expire, but again, you have not answered the question about what the USDA plans to do to ensure that families don't fall deeper into hunger. I yield back.
Now,
thank you.
Recognize gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I, like Mr. Rouser, also want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for recognizing former chairman David Scott. What a tremendous, amazing, and Mr. LaMalfa earlier. We lost two of the mentors on this committee who showed us all how it should be run, and we'll miss them, but we take forward the way that they work on this committee. Secretary Rollins, thank you for being here today. I also want to thank you for your visits to Mississippi. They mean so much. I want to begin by thanking you and President Trump for putting American farmers back at the center of our agricultural policy. Farmers across Mississippi appreciate President Trump's commitment.
I will recognize there is room for improvement. We are working really hard to get that improved and
to have the nutrition benefits for their children and their families, and that we're taking away from those who are illegally getting these benefits, who are getting double benefits, for tightening up that SHOP Act.
May I respond to my dead people that are controls in the blue state? Figure out how to make this program better.
I'll recognize the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Brown, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Craig. Secretary Rollins, over the last year, this administration has repeatedly said that we are entering a golden age of American agriculture. Well, frankly, that would come as news to the farmers and ranchers I talk to in Ohio and around the country, because the only thing that is truly golden right now is the price of fertilizer, while farm country and rural America struggle. Farmers are facing trade wars and real wars, rising input costs and shrinking export markets, cuts at USDA, and tightening margins, all all because of policy choices made by this administration. For many producers, the question isn't how much they're making, it's whether they'll make it through another season. So you all can call this the golden age if you want, but the numbers tell a different story, and so do the farmers living it every day. So, Madam Secretary, yes or no, are you aware that the farm bankruptcies increased by 46% last year, according to the American Farm Bureau?
Out of 1.77 million
Reclaiming my
farms.
time, it's a yes or no. And are
We
you
had a
aware that
0.017%,
USDA's own
but that's still
estimates
too
show
many.
that farm income fell roughly 25 billion following the implementation of tariffs? Yes or no?
That was based on the years before
Yes
when
or
we
no?
lost our export markets. Or it isn't a
Reclaiming
yes or
my
no
time.
question.
Are you
Corn
aware that
exports are
according
up.
to a recent Farm Bureau survey, 6 out of 10 farmers report that their financial situation is getting worse? These are simple yes or no's.
We have opened the market.
Reclaiming my time. These are facts, Secretary Rollins. So this is what a golden age of agriculture looks like. Because if rising bankruptcies, falling farm income, and worsening financial conditions are a sign of a golden age, I'd hate to see what a downturn looks like.
There's no
And
doubt
on the
there are
trade front,
challenges,
this is
but
my time,
commodity
Secretary
prices are
Rollins.
up,
This is my
export
time,
markets are expanding.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. And on the trade front, the
Again,
president,
I would really appreciate. There's no
Secretary
reason to be
Rollins,
rude.
this is my time.
I know,
this
but could
is
we
my
ask
time.
in a genteel,
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
in a dignified manner?
You be dignified and I'll be dignified because this is my time. And when I ask a question, if it's a yes or no, I expect a yes or no answer.
This is why the
Secretary
American people
Rollins,
don't like Congress.
respectfully.
I'm so happy
And on
to
the
have a
trade
gentle
front, the
conversation
president
about this.
recently defended his Beijing bailout, supporting Chinese ownership of U.S. farmland by stating, and I quote, "You want to see farm prices drop? You want to see farmers lose a lot of money? Just take that out of the market." Another easy yes or no question. Madam Secretary, do you agree with the president that China should own our farmland?
China is a massive threat to America. The president has recognized this over and over again. We have to protect American farmland.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, I'd like to turn to another example where I think there is a significant gap between the story this administration is telling and the reality Americans are experiencing. Recently, you described it as good news that roughly 4.5 million people have been, quoted, moved off SNAP. Now, if those families were leaving SNAP because of wages were rising and people no longer needed assistance, I think we'd all celebrate that. But that's not what's happening. The
More
reality
people
is,
working than ever before.
that 4.5 million people were kicked off the program to pay
lot
for
of them are
tax cuts
illegal.
for the wealthy through HR 1.
A lot of them were kicked off. A lot of them were illegal. It is illegal. This bitch and her bullshit. I thought that all the illegals were gone. I thought that all of the illegals were gone. So which one is it? Which one is it?
Families and children are not leaving the SNAP program because they're doing better. They're being forced off because of eligibility changes, new administrative barriers, and states preparing for the enormous cost shifts that they know is coming. And you know this. So I'm really struggling to understand why you think pulling the rug out from under children, seniors, veterans, and families that have fallen on hard times, good news. Can you explain why Americans should view losing access to food assistance as good news when grocery prices remain high and food insecurity continues to affect families across this country?
Yes, ma'am. I would love to explain. Thank you. So SNAP increased 40% under the last administration. The amount of fraud, as I mentioned, in the red states, 200,000 dead people.
Reclaiming my time. I mean, this is really part of a disturbing pattern here. Farm bankruptcies are at a record high, but the president is saying that it's a golden age. Madam Secretary, millions of Americans are going hungry, and you're saying it's a success story. The administration keeps pointing to numbers it wants Americans to see. But families, farmers, and rural communities are living with consequences of the numbers you don't want to talk about. I really, really hope you can get your facts straight before January of next year.
We have more exports. We have everything is in better shape. I just don't think you want more people to work. I think that you want more people on government programs and not working. It's remarkable.
Generally's time has expired. Now.
And to you and to our ranking member for holding this hearing. I continue to hear from Kansas farmers and ranchers who feel like they are getting hit from every single direction. Fertilizer prices are up 30% following the president's initiation with conflict with Iran. Reckless tariff policies have added even more uncertainty, contributing to $28 billion in losses over the last crop year. Last year, farm bankruptcies in the Midwest rose by 70%. And while farmers are struggling to stay afloat, families are feeling it at the grocery store. Americans paid an average of $310 more for groceries in 2025 than they did the year before. When farmers are hurting, it doesn't stay on the farm. It affects food prices.
Exactly. We're supposed to pretend that there is a robust job market out here. It just seems like you don't want people to work. I don't know what's wrong with you. Like how can you rationalize? She says this to a black woman. You notice that she has her. I can't believe you people don't want people to work. It seems like you just want people to get on government programs. She has not said that to one white person as of yet. Let's continue.
Local businesses and the entire.
In other words, her argument funnels down to her simple racism. Period. Because of her inability to be able to successfully answer questions, because she's an airhead. So when all else fails, we know that MAGA leans on racism.
Country and our rural communities. And that's exactly why farmers need a Department of Agriculture that they can count on. Instead, we have seen significant staffing cuts across the board. Meanwhile, as of yesterday, the new world screwworm is now present in the United States. The screwworm is a flesh-eating parasite that can devastate livestock herds, threaten ranchers' livelihoods, and ultimately drive up grocery prices even further. This is absolutely a significant threat to the American cattle industry and has the potential to further raise beef prices at the grocery store. Cattle is a $15 billion industry in Kansas. The Economic Research Service has estimated that an isolated outbreak would cost producers $732 million per year and cause $1.8 billion in losses. Yesterday, when confirming the New World Screwworm case in Texas, I have to say I was struck by your use of the phrase "as expected." In the USDA post on X, I know there were projections on timing, which were referenced in your opening statements. But from talking to Kansans, I can say that ranchers don't care that it's expected. They want to know what's being done to prevent. And so my first question, if you could briefly answer, because I do want to get to my next point, why should Kansas ranchers and consumers facing high beef prices have confidence that the USDA has this under control?
Yeah, I appreciate that. By the way, I appreciate you flagging that as expected. I was actually referring to the post right below it, where a couple hours before I had said it looks like this could be, but we need to confirm. So I was actually not saying we expected it.
I appreciate that clarification.
Yeah. Well, I probably need to be a little more careful with my language. So that's a good flag. What I will say is this is a problem that our country faced in the 50s and 60s, and we beat it. We beat it all the way back to South America. There was a biological wall with Panama. It had not breached for decades and decades under the illicit cartel movement of cattle in those countries to the north, along with the open border policies. We saw a massive breach over beginning 2021, where it began to move up and into Mexico. It got to Mexico in 2023. When we got here in 2024, to your point, the models predicted that it would be on our side of the border. Nothing could stop.
So we watched this since 2023, and we knew this was possible, and you did nothing.
But by last summer, we deployed a significant amount of resources and personnel into Mexico, as well as to South Texas, where the real threat is, almost immediately, while breaking ground and building the facilities that will produce the
Now, while breaking ground, so what are you saying? You knew this since 2023, and you want us to believe that you took this seriously and you put so many people on the ground in Mexico and including Texas, and we broke down on our facility to manufacture flies. But we know that you did not break down ground on a facility to manufacture flies until April of 2026. So all of this, what we did when we knew about something way back in 2023, you're trying to compound the time, and you're trying to make it appear like you were on top of all of this when in fact you were not. You're a liar, ma'am. You are a liar.
Sterile flies, that's how we beat it in the 50s and 60s. That's how we'll beat it again. The challenge is we need about 400 to 500 million flies a week to push it back. And we had gotten to the point, because no one thought it was going to be a threat again, that we were only producing 100 million a week, and that's down in Panama. So that's what we're working to solve for right now. I was on the phone most of last night and through the night with the ranchers in South Texas. We do not believe this will be an infestation. We'll be able to isolate each case. We've had a year to prepare because we pushed it off a bit, and we've got the teams on the ground ready to go.
Thank you. And that actually is a great segue in terms of the work that USDA is already doing to ramp up the sterile fly production and dispersal. I have concerns about the staffing cuts at the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service. For folks watching on C-SPAN, that's also APHIS. And at a time when producers are counting on the USDA to detect and contain outbreaks as quickly as possible, I'm concerned that staffing reductions can make that job harder. Can you?
Yes, and as we read in the Rutgers article, that there are going to be sheriff deputies who are going to be standing at the borders of all of these states inspecting the animals. You should be worried about it because the regular inspectors of the animal who you are worried about because they have been fired, they have been replaced with sheriff deputies that are not trained, that inspecting these animals is not their primary job. Let's put it that way. Would you rather have a scientist who is inept on everything about a disease, checking for these animals, or would you like a sheriff deputy who has just a training class in what to look for, but no scientific ability or research into this? Who would you rather inspecting these animals that are coming across the border? Someone who has been in the department and this is their core job function, or a sheriff? She is right to be concerned.
Speak to how many fewer scientists you have working at APHIS now as compared to 2024?
We have had no compromise in our ability to react and to research and to make sure we have the best science.
She didn't ask you about what you thought about your ability. She asked how many scientists have lost their jobs. That's what she asked you, ma'am. You don't want to answer because you're a liar.
And data on the field. As far as the specific numbers, I will get back to you on that because I don't want to misquote it, but we have made that a priority. And in fact, last year, I think the initial round of budget suggestions from the White House.
Okay, so she lied her way through that question. We're going to not waste our time with him. Who is this? That's the chairperson. We're not going to waste our time with him. I think she's a sycophant as well.
The president is acutely aware of the farm economy. It is why he's fighting so hard for these 19 new trade deals, a 40% decrease in the ag deficit, where inputs will go back down, but that question is so important.
But did you give the president any advice before he struck Iran on the impact to American agriculture?
I am constantly talking to this president. I have to believe we laughed that there's been more conversation about fertilizer.
Do you see how they just dick off time. I'm offended the president. I think we've had more jokes. You see why you have to be stern with these airheads who have no answer, who will sit up here and pontificate about absolutely nothing till your time is out, and you have had not demonstrate anything about this brain dead bitch sitting up here stalling on time.
Worm and soybeans in this Oval Office than perhaps any Oval Office ever in the history. He is aware and has talked about the short-term challenges to make sure that America is safe for the long term.
Okay, my growers, and I think American growers are really feeling the impact. If you haven't seen the Farmer and Rancher Policy Sentiment Survey, I just want to read some of the most striking findings, and this is 1,000 growers across 44 states. Input costs are crushing American farmers. 78% of farmers name machinery and input costs, fertilizer, fuel, seed, chemicals, among the top 3 challenges facing their operation. This goes back to the war in Iran. It's hitting farmers in the wallet. Another concern, 94% of farmers say the war with Iran is impacting their business by raising fertilizer costs, energy costs, or both. Are you aware that diesel prices in Oregon are over $6 a gallon right now and are really harming my farmers?
There is no doubt that these inputs are causing more struggle in the farm country. I do want to be fair, though, and say that in the last administration, the cost of inputs did increase 40%.
We're claiming my time. We are not talking about the last administration.
But that's what we're building on. That's what we're trying to fix.
I am comparing 26 over 25 and 25 over 24. Our baseline is 24. We have not improved.
We have.
Reclaiming my time because I want to make sure we get this on the record as well. The Section 232 tariffs have been in place for 14 months. And I just read that President Trump has lowered those tariffs on tractors, combines, and other farm equipment to 15% from 25% as part of the Section 232 tariffs. However, ag trade deficit hit $43.7 billion in 2025. That was a 37% increase over 2024.
But ma'am, that's because of the policies from 24. This year we're making up for it. We've cut that deficit in half. We're going to have record export
in 25. And China's retaliatory tariffs reduced ag exports by $14.9 billion in a single year. And we have a promise from China to purchase more soybeans in the future. That is not flying with my farmers right now. A hollow promise from China. My grass seed losses in Oregon are big, and we cannot continue to afford this.
Well, again, exports are up. We've cut the trade deficit in half. What was $45 billion is now down to about $22 billion. Corn's up, dairy's up, tree nuts are up, ethanol's up, sorghum is up, soybeans are up. China has agreed to purchase.
Thank you. To reclaim my
25 million
time.
metric tons, $17 billion. Plus, where there has just been
fraud and abuse that was rampant in.
China has agreed to purchase soybeans. Up until this day, these purchases have not happened. And she's telling you about everything that is up. This is a bunch of bullshit. Let me go to... I don't think there are many more people who are going to question her. Have any good questions for her? I don't think. Let me see.
You share that same passion. Over last year, you and President Trump have led the way in supporting rural America, and I look forward to continuing to work with you as we continue to make
limits to allow farmers to immediately write off new equipment. Under the same legislation, the 20% small business tax.
Thank you so much.
Next, I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Illinois, my friend Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I appreciate you being before us today, and thank you for your great works. I would like
about what sustained relief looks like and when farmers in my district can expect to actually be made whole.
I appreciate the question and well framed, and I know you're probably going to like some of what I said.
All of this word salad. I don't need your appreciation. I need an answer, bitch. You're probably gonna say, I don't need you to say what I'm probably gonna say. I said what I wanted to say, but give me an answer, ho.
Probably not some of what I say, but I think you were right. This is years in the making. years in the making as we've offshored so much of our manufacturing, fertilizer, seeds, et cetera. When we walked in the door a year ago, interest rates, I know we haven't talked about that in this committee yet, we're up 73% for our farmers, 73%, fuel up about 28 to 30%, labor, for those that use the H2A program, was up about 46%. You've got a lot of H2A users in Michigan, actually, seeds, et cetera. And so this is again, years in the making, and the importance of bringing those
with
inputs
respect,
down
Madam
are prioritized.
Secretary, I'm going to reclaim my time because I have another question.
Sure.
I'm less interested right now because there's been a lot of discussion already in committee about how we got to where we are. Some of that we agree on, some of that we don't. But going forward, we're headed into a growing season where farmers in my district are really concerned that they are going to have another season like last year. And if they do, without any substantial help, they are going to lose their farms. How are you thinking about that?
Well, fuel will be coming back down again. Labor is down 46%, the inputs we're talking about now. Fertilizer was down about 10% until the Middle East issue in the last few months. It will be coming back down. I appreciate your point. We can talk long-term, but we need to talk short-term. We expect a massive, the highest exports on record now. So I'm not talking about in a year. I'm not talking about in 5 years. This year, we're going to break records on our exports, including some of your specialty crops, but also your regular crops in Michigan as well. And then, of course, the constant conversation between your leadership and between us is,
I'm going to claim my time back because I only have 1 minute left and I want to get to my second question. But the difficulty that I have, I cannot go back to my district with a cross your fingers answer to this question when it comes to fertilizer costs, when it comes to the cost of fuel and what is happening. There is no plan there right now.
There's no plan there. There's a word salad there. I can't go back to my constituents with a word salad in a sad face with bullshit said out of a smiling dummy face.
Oh, no, there is a massive plan. I've laid it out about 6 times.
Not your plan. I'm talking about the war. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On the ASCF greenhouse exclusion, the program provides relief to specialty crop producers that are hurt by tariffs and rising input costs. Michigan's greenhouse growers need that help, but they are explicitly excluded from the program for no clear reason. It is cold in Michigan. We need our greenhouse farmers. My state has a significant greenhouse industry growing vegetables, flowers, herbs, and nursery crops, facing the exact same pressure as everyone else. Why were they left out? And will you commit to expanding the eligibility to include controlled environment growers?
Yes,
yes, I will include them. Why did you exclude them in the first place? Because I don't know a goddamn thing about farmings and farmhouses and greenhouses and what they need. So anything Elon Musk told me to cut, we allowed it to be cut because we give zero fucks. What time is the party tonight at Mar-a-Lago? That's why.
Follow up on that tomorrow. I will. We'll look into that.
I'll follow her. We'll look into that. She has no idea what she's doing. Let me see what's going on here.
Some of the most peanut farmers in the country, in my district, and in my state, decisions of an administration, whether have the and so I think we did that. The Biden administration did not open up cattle import markets from Argentina. This administration did that. And so I
consume more of the commodities that we produce right here at home to more
the kudos. It has been a Herculean effort over the last year to get all those new trade deals and frameworks done and to open the markets up. And I honestly,
you wouldn't have to do the Herculean effort to get these trade deals opened up had you not decided to charge your tariff on every country across the world. What task have you completed? All of this, it was just a Herculean task that we just got finished doing last year. You did what you do last year?
I would like to take a little credit.
do illegal tariffs on people that cause everything to be more expensive to the purchaser in the United States? What'd you do last year, bitch? Nothing. You did absolutely nothing.
But it's really the president and his trade team, Jameson Greer and Howard Lutnick and Scott Bessent, that have put agriculture at the top of their list as they're going out around the world.
Oh, so Scott Bessent, who is over the Treasury, is a part of the trade team, and he put agriculture first. Oh, Scott Bessent, the billionaire, said, well, he is a soybean farmer as well. Well, actually, I'm a soybean farmer too, because I rent out parcels of my land to soybean farmers. So therefore, I'm a soybean farmer too.
With the president, so they deserve so much credit. But secondly, to your point, in terms of the importance of America first, and used to be in this country, country has. This is an excess. We need to rely on lose whether it's others around the country is getting. I think we're making up, seeing that's
why are you letting this bitch talk like
and
this?
It becomes more important to our country.
Well, thank you, Secretary Rollins. We well remember it took
because you're a Republican. That's why you're letting this bitch go drone on and on and on with bullshit and lies. Let's go to the next person.
Decade to get the Carter inflation under control, fully extinguished, and it will sadly take a long time to get us completely back on track. Thank you for the work you and the president are doing.
This motherfucker didn't go back to Biden. This motherfucker went all the way back to Jimmy Carter. Now, Jimmy Carter can't even rest in his grave behind this numbnuts, giving this airhead bitch all of this time to talk and lie. And then he's going to come back and try to swipe Jimmy Carter in his grave. These people are animals.
Thank you, Congressman.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, for 5
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. Good to see you again. I don't typically get involved in the back and forth, but I've been in Congress now 18 months. And the one word that I hear more than perhaps anything else from my colleagues is two words, is Joe Biden or Biden administration. And as it relates to our farmers, look, I'll be the first to tell you, I don't care what party the president is. I don't care where he's from. I don't care what his policies are. I don't care what his goals are. I don't care what his or her, positions are on many things. All I care about is the decisions that you are making. Do they help District 2 in the state of Alabama? I don't care anything else. Is it good for my district? Is it good for my state? And when I continue to hear people talk about the Biden administration, and what they did, to the extent that there was a fire, this administration did not come in treating it with water. They came in spraying gasoline. And this administration did not ramp up the tariff war. This administration did ramp up the tariff war, didn't start the tariff war. The Biden administration didn't do that. The Biden administration didn't start a conflict in Iran that has fuel prices at record levels that we're seeing for some time. This administration did that. The Biden administration is not the one who has driven foreign exports away from farmers in the state of Alabama. This administration did that. The Biden administration did not open up cattle import markets from Argentina. This administration did that. And so I don't care if it's a Democrat or a Republican who did that. Joe Biden had done those things, I'd sit here and tell you the exact same thing. It is wrong. It's not right. We should not be doing it. And so I think we all have a collective responsibility when we talk about taking care of farmers, when we talk about taking care of rural communities and taking care of the agriculture industry as a whole. We all have a responsibility to be real with ourselves. We all have a responsibility to be loyal to the communities and the states that we represent without finger pointing at a particular president or administration. We, this body, the Agricultural Committee, we have the power to stand back, to use our constitutional authority to push back against decisions of an administration, whether a prior administration or a current administration, to make sure we are positioning our farmers to thrive and succeed. And I get reports in my district, as I'm sure many people across here, do. We got some of the most peanut farmers in the country, in my district, and in my state, soybean farmers, right? And when I talk to them and they say things to me like, hey, the tariff rates have made it more expensive for us to produce these products than we can sell them for, that is a problem. And that is a problem that collectively we should be working together to solve. And I know you're not responsible for tariffs. I know that, right? We all know that, right? So I'm not going to, throw that responsibility on you. But what I do expect is that the Department of...
Let me hold on a second right here for this comment that I have highlighted. This is why they're not talking about corn, because a lot of countries said that they will no longer import our GMO corn. This is why they don't want you to bring up corn. This is why China and all other nations are refusing to buy USA corn, because they let Bill Gates implant all of these GMOs in all of our seeds. Some countries don't, our corn in the United States is generally not food grade corn. They usually use our corn to feed their animals. These countries don't want to feed their animals with our GMO laced corn. You are absolutely correct. Let's continue.
Agriculture, as well as members in this committee on both sides, acknowledge the real harm that has caused to rural America.
May I respond?
Hold on, I'm asking a question.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, the tariffs have been harmful. The input costs have been harmful. And sure, I'm sure we can point to legitimately, we can point to policies across multiple administrations, that lead to our current circumstances. But I don't think that it is fair to anybody. And I don't think it is fair to the farmers, first and foremost, to point that finger solely at one man or one previous administration and ignore the actions that the current administration is taking. And so my question is that, we've heard reports of foreign markets drying up for exports for peanut farmers in the state of Alabama. We've even seen some reports that say peanuts were unable to be exported to international markets from the state of Alabama last year. And that's a problem. That's a huge problem. And we've seen similar reports that say that China, who buys most of this, I know we criticize China a lot, but they're an enormous consumer of American agricultural goods, that they are investing elsewhere, that they're helping stand up markets, soybean markets in Brazil, peanut markets in other places in the country. And I'm worried that those markets are not going to return to the state of Alabama.
They're
not.
My
question is, what is the Department of Agriculture
doing
to ensure?
They're not going to return to Alabama. You are correct to be concerned about that.
Sure that those markets can be restored, are not permanently lost, and that we're doing as much as we can to support our farmers in that. And I know I've spoken through most of my time, but to the extent that you can, please respond. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, just 30 seconds. So I appreciate the framing and the passion, and I'm grateful for that. We love our farmers in Alabama for sure. But I will say it was what you're calling the tariff war. That is what allowed us to strike 19 new trade deals and cut the $42 billion agricultural trade deficit, the markets that were lost in the 4 years. And I get it. You're like, please stop talking about Biden. But it was those 4 years that we lost $42 billion in agricultural markets. We went to a deficit in 1 year under those 19 new trade deals. We've cut that in half. So
this woman sounds ridiculous. All of this bullshit, and when we know what the tariffs did with trade in the United States, we're not going to play games with this dumb bitch. I'm not going to let her play games with me.
Approach to solving some of the biggest challenges I've ever seen in the agricultural industry.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Please.
Let me get into the weeds.
I know he's not thanking her for anything.
A little bit, not weeds specifically, but a gentleman from New York raised the issue of apples. The Supplemental Disaster Program, which has been a tremendous help.
What the fuck?
Club members in Northern California.
We
have that this funding represents.
Dependent on foreign sources.
we have to, or we'll lose our country.
Absolutely.
That's how important it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Mhm.
Oh,
Thank you,
God.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Carvajal, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome,
Good morning.
Secretary Rollins.
Thank you.
I represent the Central Coast of California, where agriculture is our #1 industry. Like many farmers across the country, growers in my district are currently under tremendous pressure. They are simultaneously grappling with labor shortages, a shuttered export market, rising costs for fertilizer, seed, chemicals, and fuel, as well as increasing competition from abroad, all of which are making it harder to stay profitable and keep their operations running. You may disagree with my next point, but many of these problems have been caused and/or exacerbated by this Trump administration. Whether the misguided tariffs or the war with Iran, it is clear these actions are harming our farmers throughout the country. I hear it every day from my farmers. Specialty crop producers have been hit especially hard, often without access to the same level of federal support and safety net programs available to other commodity sectors. While I was pleased to hear that funding available for assistance for specialty crop farmers program was increased to $1.6 billion, it is widely acknowledged by the industry that this funding represents only a fraction of the total economic losses suffered by specialty crop growers. Do you agree that additional assistance is necessary? And does USDA have plans for further assistance?
I'm gonna look in on that, and I'll get back with you.
For specialty crop farmers in the future?
This is really a congressional question. We stand by and are ready to assist if that determination is made. I was out in California last week visiting with Allied Potato and meeting with some specialty crop growers. There is no doubt that there are some headwinds, and we need to do everything we can to work on those, whether opening markets, decreasing input prices, or additional assistance.
Are there other actions USDA will be taking to address some of these impacts on farm country?
No.
Well, every day we're taking action. You
No.
know, the good news from the Working Families Tax Cut is there were a lot. The export market for some of our specialty crops like tree nuts is expected to be way up this year. So we're going to be shipping a lot more around the world. So that's good. And then the make
Tree nuts. What about these nuts? Bitch, bye. You got a market for these nuts? Because you are full of shit. Let me see if there's anything else. Don't trust this. Let me see.
Johnson stating that the Department of Justice had identified and concluded that several of these statutory provisions of federal law governing these programs that establish.
I returned just last week with Governor Westmore from the reopening of its school. And even though Western Maryland did meet the thresholds for FEMA aid, and the Western Port fire truck crossed 3 miles over into West Virginia to put out fires, same community and same storm, the president and this administration did deny FEMA aid for Maryland, but granted it 3 miles away for West Virginia. And I firmly believe in the public interest.
A black land, white land. This land is black land. This land is white land. Well, you know what happened. You know what.
That our government resources like FEMA, emergency funds, infrastructure, or broadband or healthcare dollars, water resources, and USDA resources like grants and infrastructure should be given irrespective of party, zip code, or circumstance. And I show up with my big mama bear arms for every single constituent and fight like hell for them, including for my farmers. And I mentioned this like this. Maryland recently also did request a secretarial disaster designation for our farmers. We lost 99% of our peach crop, 98% of our barley crop, and 36% of our grape loss. And so considering Maryland has met the thresholds and you just granted Pennsylvania a disaster declaration, like my colleagues, I just commit to offering the same relief for Maryland's farmers, irrespective of zip code or party or circumstance, and elaborate that we can, ensure that politics do not impact the economic viability or safety and health and well-being of our farmers or of all.
Staff.
Yes,
She's not gonna fish in your domain. Yeah. There are just so many issues that I'd like to talk to you about, but I'm going to try to focus on a few things. Okay. And I'm going to just beg you to be willing to follow up with me on a couple of things. So I don't expect you to
100%.
answer everything now. I'm not giving you a lot of yes or no quick questions. I really do want to solve some issues.
Thank you.
I'm the co-chair of the Organic Caucus, along with Representative New Bread
Milk programs, but are you able to provide some
All
assurance?
right, that's about it on this hearing. It's getting boring now. I'm bored. Are you bored? I'm bored. Yeah, I think that's it. We're gonna wrap this up, and I'm gonna leave with this. Now, this is breaking news. I'm interested in what's going on with this myself. This is going to be the last link that I'm sharing. Breaking news. So let's find out what's going on here together. Jesse Dollamore. Balloon donors have been paid $50 billion of your tax money. You know, the donors who were supposedly building the ballroom. Do you mean to tell me that these donors who donated $400 million with an M? Do you mean to tell me that these donors got or were promised $50 billion of your taxpayer money? Let's go to Jesse Dollamore and find out what the fuck is going on with Trump ballroom donors paid $50 billion in tax dollars. You're interested? I am. The link is in my description box. If you like the show, please hit the like button. If you want to subscribe, please subscribe. Please share. Please comment in the comment section and go over to all the links that I have in the description box. Because whereas just because I'm doing a news program, I do like every other news program. I get the news and I report the news back to you. And unlike some news programs, I have to always cite my sources because we know that you white people like to discredit any black woman as being ignorant. So if you have a problem with me citing my sources, you know what that is? That is your problem. That's not my problem. That's your problem. I'm doing the news on YouTube like everybody else. I'm not acting like I am creating anything. I am giving you information as I find it that you may not be aware of yourself. And if you are not aware of some of the news that I have shared with you today, feel free to hit my goals. I think we're beyond the time that you can hit my goals, but hit my goals because that is my only goal, is to give you information that may be obscure to you because your for-profit media has agreed to not broadcast certain information in the United States. So this is why I'm here. And if you don't like the way I do it, don't show up. Keep it a buck. It makes me zero difference. Do not show up because all of this moaning and complaining about what I do on my channel. If you don't like it, go over. You have a like button in the corner of your YouTube channel. If you don't like what I do on my channel, do me up. Do me one better. Show me how it's done. Okay, let's continue. Jesse Dollamore.
Lavish government contracts for businesses who. This is criminality. This is corruption. This is using your tax dollars to fund lavish government contracts for business. This is criminality. This is corruption. This is using your tax dollars to fund lavish government contracts for businesses who donate to Donald Trump's vanity project. I don't know about you, but it seems to me to be a naturally self-evident thing to say that the Treasury of the United States of America doesn't belong to Donald Trump, and he can't decide unilaterally where to steer government contracts, especially related to giving them to his friends who are donating because of their patriotism and deep love for the country, millions of dollars to build Donald Trump's vanity project, the ballroom. And that's exactly where we are right now. $50 billion in contracts have been paid out or getting ready to be paid out to these companies, more than not, these companies that are giving money for the ballroom, which doesn't mean they're doing it altruistically. They're being paid to give money. They're just getting a little break. 50 billion, and some of these companies actually have current pending legal matters against them by the Justice Department that are being done away with after their donation.
Well, of course, Todd, Blanche, crooked Department of Justice will claw back any type of legal claims or filings against these donors to the White House. Why do you think they donated to this ghastly looking gaudy ballroom in the first place? You think that they needed a place to dance, or they needed to get out of some legal trouble? What are we really pretending like we didn't know the difference? These people have absolutely no shame, and it's getting worse by the second. The things that they are pulling in broad daylight, these people have absolutely no shame. It's disgusting. These people are disgusting. As the average American citizen is expected to be in such financial peril by the end of the month because of the decision of this president, as his cronies are getting richer and richer by the second. This is disgusting. And at what point are the Democrats going to make their voices heard? And a lot of these congressmen, senators, a lot of these people need to be thrown out of office, because at this point, you cannot just blame it on the Republicans, because if the Democrats are sitting around and trying to reach across the aisle and are being all quiet because they are being paid by the Israel lobby, AIPAC, everybody needs to be thrown out of office, because no one is looking out for the American citizens. No one.
Remarkable corruption on the part of Don. I mean, if anything, you gotta give him a little credit for the creativity and just how public and egregious this corruption is. This is in the Washington Post. Ballroom donors won $50 billion in contracts after giving to Trump Project. President Donald Trump has repeatedly touted the gifts as a boon to taxpayers, but critics of the project say the administration's refusal to release a full list of donors creates the potential for corruption. The potential for corruption. If Company X, well, we won't use X because that's the new name of Twitter. If Company Y decided to give $50 million, $100 million to the Ballroom Project, knowing they were going to get a $3 billion contract, that's pay to play. And it's also not the appearance, the potential for corruption. It's corruption. Here's a summary of what we're looking at here. More than half of the publicly identified donors to President Donald Trump's White House Ballroom Project have won new or expanded federal contracts worth more than $50 billion during the past 6 months. Now, I know people get tired of me giving the breakdown of what $50 billion is, but I believe it's necessary because our brains aren't wired to comprehend numbers in the billions or trillions. One more time. These companies have won new or expanded federal contracts worth more than $50,000 million during the past 6 months, according to a new report released Thursday by a government watchdog group. 14 of the 27 known corporate donors to the $400 million project, which would replace the East Wing that Trump demolished in October, have seen their government business grow in that window, according to the report from Public Citizen, a nonprofit. Most of those same companies are also facing federal enforcement actions over alleged wrongdoing or have had such actions suspended by the Trump administration since the start of Trump's second term, the nonprofit found. So they're getting paid handsomely and also having legal matters dropped. So they're out from under the quagmire of dealing with their previous impropriety. The donors have sprawling interests that touch nearly every aspect of American life, including defense contracting, technology, and energy. Quote, these giant corporations aren't funding the Trump ballroom fiasco out of the goodness of their hearts, said John Gollinger, a public policy advocate at Public Citizen and an author of the report. They have massive interests before the federal government, and they hope to curry favor with and receive favorable treatment from the Trump administration. Now, listen, when you hear the Trump administration, just hear Trump. Donald Trump is giving out this money to friends, to allies. This is a pay-to-play situation using your money, coming from a man who for years and years and years avoided paying any income tax. The president of the United States is a tax evader. Now, let's talk about some of the numbers since we're here. What are exactly the findings? What are some of the numbers and the amounts of money that are being granted in these sweetheart contracts worth up to $50 billion? And who's getting that money? The analysis builds on a report from the group last fall that found the known donors held $279 billion in government contracts over the previous 5 years and had spent $1.6 billion on political contributions and lobbying during that time. The new report focuses on contracts awarded in most of the 7 months since the East Wing's demolition, which Trump critics have argued created new urgency around potential conflicts of interest.
And notice that all of these contributors to these donations to the East Wing Ballroom, he does not have to disclose who these people are. Do you think that the future trillionaire Elon Musk is one of the donors for this quid pro quo? So if you donate something, if you donate millions of dollars and you get twice as many millions back in a government contract, have you really? No, you have not donated anything. You have stolen money from American people in under the guise of giving something to 4547. These people are not donating. They're taking money from. So that Trump will be able to say that this ballroom has been donated. Why do you think that Trump asked for $1 billion in that budget plan that they have? What is this? Was it reconciliation budget plan? Why do you think that he's asked for $1 billion for the East Wing security or some shit that they try to pull over your eyes to make it seem like it's about the bunker under the East Wing. It's not for the ballroom. It's about the security bunker. We tell you anything about security and you usually just give up money. Why do you think that he's asked for $1 billion? Because he's paying people. People who have not even been disclosed. He's saying that we have donations from people, and he wants to pretend like these people are so patriotic, but you don't know who these people are. You just got to take his word for the fact that there has been enough people to donate $400 million to a ballroom. No, you can't know their name. They want to work under anonymity. Now, we're going to give these people twice as much in government contracts as they have donated to this ballroom. Oh, no, you want to prove it? No, these people want to give under the guise of anonymity. So what if these people who want to pretend like they're given under the guise of anonymity gave absolutely nothing? Well, if one can do it, couldn't they all do it? Could they all say that they were donors to the ballroom and give nothing? It's not like you're going to find out what the name is.
Of the known donors, no single contributor received more new business with the government since receiving the project than Lockheed Martin. The defense giant received roughly $43.8 billion in new or expanded contract funding since last fall, according to the report. Booz Allen Hamilton followed with more than $4.2 billion and Palantir with just over $1 billion. Other donors that receive new or increased contract include Amazon, Microsoft, Google,
A great investment on your money. A way to go. What an investment on your money. Oh, is it on their money? No, or is it on the taxpayers' money? They made a great investment on their alleged donation, and only to be repaid. This shit is just mind-blowingly in-your-face corrupt, and they don't care anything about it. Because unlike what's going on on the newly discovered island that Kushner and Ivanka said that they discovered this island, there is no noise in the street about the stealing of the American treasury by Trump and his sycophants and his billionaire friends. Nothing's being said in the United States of America about this.
Caterpillar, and T-Mobile. Amazon executive chairman Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. They have to put in there, just for journalistic standards' sake. I mean, the few people who remain at the Washington Post after ghoulish Jeff Bezos gutted the institution. Altogether, more than 2/3 of the corporate ballroom donors, 19 of 27, have received government contracts over the past 5.5 years, totaling $338 billion, the report says. 16 of the 27 donors are facing federal enforcement actions or have had such actions suspended by the Trump administration. The report.
How lovely. Suspended my investigation. How lovely.
Found, including major antitrust reviews involving Amazon, Apple, Meta, NVIDIA, labor rights cases involving Google, Lockheed, and Meta, and securities matters involving Coinbase and Ripple, whose cases have been dropped or scaled back under Donald Trump.
Go figure. Go figure. You notice that Elon Musk is nowhere on there because he eliminated the agencies that were investigating him altogether.
You might be asking yourself, you probably know the answer, but you're probably asking yourself, what's the White House have to say about this? As you know, I always like to include any statement from the group under fire, and in this case, I'm going to do no different. But I will have you know, this is a non-denial denial. They don't deny that these companies got the contracts. They don't deny that. The only thing they really deny, and they don't even outright deny it, is that this is like illegal pay to play. Get a load of this. The White House on Thursday pushed back on the report's pay to play framing. Quote, the same critics who are alleging fake conflicts of interest would also complain if American taxpayers were footing the bill for these long overdue renovations. White House spokesman.
Long overdue renovations. No, we wouldn't piss a bitch because if you didn't allege that you had private donations, if you hadn't just gone on and torn down the East Wing, there would be the only discussion would be would it be able to be done. But since you, under the guise of you had private donations, you tore down the whole fucking East Wing under the guise of, oh, I have the money to replace it, while still asking for $1 billion from the taxpayer by giving these alleged donors $50 billion. Get the fuck out of my face. $50 billion of your tax dollars. But they don't have money to give you health care. They don't have money to feed you. Brooke Rollins is running around and bragging about $4 million who lost their food stamps. In a job market that has gone to hell, there is an estimated 97,000 jobs that have been lost in May. But they want you to believe that the job market is so stellar. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? I tell you, something is going to have to be done, because these people are brazen in their stealing from the Treasury. These people have gotten brazen and bold in their stealing and giving to their friends, and them acting as if they have done something of merit to deserve to be multi-billionaires, and you have to sit up and look at this long-haired Ivanka talking about how she has decided that she wants to live. After you see a couple of years ago, they were scamming regular people and people on Section 8 for late fees and court costs and all of this to get by, to finance all of the shit that they wanted to show off to you that they were buying in New York City to try to make themselves seem to be some highbrow motherfuckers. These are nothing but motherfucking rats. These are nothing but crawling fucking catfish that swim along the bottom of bodies of water, sucking up shit, trying to make you believe that you should have some reverence to them because they have done something so great in life. And not only are they getting it, they are giving it to their billionaire friends, who have bought up all of the media so the news does not get broadcast to you. This is disgusting. Ugh. Anyway.
Davis Ingle said in a statement, quote, "The donors for the White House ballroom projects represent a wide array of great American companies and generous individuals, all of whom are contributing to make the people's house better for generations to come." Yeah, it's shocking. I'm straining my eyes here. Where are my glasses? Aren't here. Straining my eyes to see where Davis Ingle denied that these organizations are getting contracts after having donated. I don't see that here. That's because if they deny, they're just denying reality. And only Donald Trump himself can deny the reality that we all live in. This is criminality. This is corruption. This is using your tax dollars to fund lavish government contracts for businesses who donate to Donald Trump's vanity project. This is stopping criminal prosecutions and investigations and inquiries and probes into companies that give money to Donald Trump's vanity project. A vanity project nobody asked for and nobody needs. It's just to soothe Donald Trump's broken, fragile piece of shit ego. What do you think? I welcome you to this conversation. Go find this article on the Washington Post and read all of it. I didn't read nearly all of it. There's a whole bunch more that should bother you if you actually do care about the propriety and the manner with which our government runs. Comment below, Facebook, YouTube, Spotify, all those places where this video natively lives, this program natively lives. I'd love to hear.
Okay, that link is in my description box. I hope you guys enjoy your weekend. I'm gonna go check that article out. I just wanted to end with that was some the latest breaking news. All of this bullshit about the ballroom is going to cost the American taxpayers Hold on. I apologize. It's going to cost the American taxpayers. It's going to cost the American taxpayers greatly. So I hope you guys have a fabulous weekend. That's all for me today. Thank you for joining me. Hit the like button, share, subscribe. I appreciate all of my new members. You are greatly appreciated. And I hope you guys have a fabulous weekend. And I'll see you guys on Monday. Bye-bye.